Food stamp is good. And for rent, government can do rent stamp. The transportation is your own job. Shelter stipend. Shelter stipend should not be a form of money, but in the form of in a rent stamp. 19。one one of the one of the one of the Donald speaker spoke out for all Donalds. I don't know. Oh, let me buy a car. Let me buy a. Oh. It looks like he might be the Irish debater. Here's another one. Here's the new Bible.
Thank you very much. And is artificial intelligence about to supercharge the spread of disinformation? It's the time for the 2024 election. We're going to have a closer look at the extremes of threat and what is done to fight this. And finally, maintaining and keeping on this going is amazing. Maintaining the rate it's gone.
这有个这周庄园什么东西我看。哦，整个湿了，对，整个湿了里面，好多好多。These bus.
edition of the Situation Room. We're looking at the live pictures right now out of New Hampshire, where President Trump is set to take the stage with a CNN town hall in just over an hour. The election is ushering in the age of the artificial intelligence campaign. Republicans were out of the gate with this AI ad depicting President Biden as a ruler of a dystopian society. So how will voters know what's real or fake? CNN's Brian Todd has been.
Hey, it's Tucker Carlson.
Just days after being fired from Fox News, right-wing provocateur Tucker Carlson announced a news show on Twitter with a conspiratorial take on the news we consume.
At the most basic level, the news you consume is a lie.
If you want to be famous, you can find a way. YouTube, Twitter, Facebook.
The man whose platform Carlson could soon be joined by CEO Elon Musk tweeted that they haven't signed a deal yet, after earlier tweeting, quote, "Trust nothing, not even nothing," seemingly reflective of what Axios, in a new article, calls the new trust nothing era of American politics.
There's going to be a tsunami of disinformation in this election. It's going to be hard to know what to trust. Viewers are not going to be able to distinguish the real from the fake.
Take a recent ad produced by the Republican National Committee in response to President Biden's announcement that he's running for re-election. Images of the ad were generated by artificial intelligence, AI, and ticked through a series of imagined dystopian scenarios if Biden wins.
This morning, in gold China, Taiwan. Financial markets are in free fall as 500 regional banks have shuttered their doors.
Right now, it's the wild, wild west, which we saw in the RNC ad. Now, the RNC was transparent that it was AI, but again, the concern is other people won't be as transparent.
AI and the potential that it will spread misinformation is such a concern that the White House recently posted the CEOs of top AI companies and warned them of the perils AI poses to the public. These days, there are deep fakes all over social media, from a computer-generated Mark Zuckerberg.
Only
Fake news anchors from
Ah.
China.
don't take off your suit.
Zelensky supposedly surrendering, and counterfeit clips of Trump and Biden.
These sophisticated AI tools for creating fake videos is available to everybody. You don't need to be a coder or a technical person in order to use these types of techniques. Anybody can engage in disinformation, and a lot of people will be engaging in disinformation.
What can the average voter do in this election cycle to avoid falling for campaign misinformation?
Going into the 2024 election, people are going to have to be really judicious about their news sources.
Remember the Russia calls having stopped Russian constantly. It's how easily that abnormal information state will undermine elections and use social media to spread misinformation with their own form of scale to manipulate outcome voters. Friends out reporting by thank you. Just ahead, we're only about an hour or so away from seeing town hall with former President Donald Trump of the live New Hampshire.
I'll get some food.
This is a special edition of the Situation.
6点钟，大概7点上。我回来看一看。It's third Wednesday， 5月10号 Wednesday。Wednesday。
Not crap, but I just switched to Verizon.
Wow.
And I got to choose the phone I wanted for free.
Not that you're right.
Choose the phone you want on us during our spring savings event.
On the network we're bragging about.
Verizon.
I Will Smith here. This is Flex Superglue. Just one single drop virtually welds itself in the surface and can easily lift over 3 tons. Get the new Flex Superglue. Because of
Hello. Good, good. I slept a lot of time today because I went to bed at about 3 o'clock in the morning. I came back at about 11 last night, and it took me some time to be on computer, sort everything, taking my time. I heard somebody knocking my door. I guess it was somebody doing cleaning. Or that guy. or somebody doing cleaning, knocking my door. Then I got up, I came out a little later. I didn't see him. I was wondering, I was thinking possibly the repairman knocked my door to check my electricity connection. Oh, I don't even know. Oh, I mean, yeah, cleaning possibly.
That's it. Miracle Grow. You need to know to grow. How to grow delicious herbs. Step 1. That's it. Miracle Grow. You need to know to grow.
Oh. Both my purchase made in China, they're well made. 领子照的对称，领子打线打的齐是对称的，可以看到，对，特别是这些灰色的领子特别对称，不管是扎线也好，打的线也好，还是条纹的安排也好，非常对称。其他有些国家的不行，非洲国家 Egypt 什么 Jordan， 还有什么 Lesotho、Ethiopia 那些打的都不行，还有也是，反正好多国家都不行。除了 Made in China 比较好以外，还有的时候 India Made in India 还可以。Sometimes Made in India products sometimes can be very good also, very good. And sometimes those sometimes made in Honduras, sometimes made in El Salvador, those products are pretty good. Central American countries, garments made in Central American countries and India sometimes can be, especially Central American countries, can be really good. Then made in China is really good, garments. Some other countries, Bangladesh is okay, made in Pakistan is okay, but we spread some new countries, new garment making countries like sometimes Jordan. I bought a suit made in Jordan some years ago. It was pretty good. But recently I saw some, I don't know, some countries might not necessarily be Jordan, but some other countries, 整个线打歪了，整个的领子上线打的一点都不，就像这个就像，如果人工打的话，这个就相当好，那是很仔细打出来的。如果有电脑的，我就不奇怪了。电脑操作的话就不奇怪了。If it's like a completely man-made sewing, it's really conscientious work to do from workers in China. If I won't feel surprised if it's directed by the computer, a computer operated kind of a sewing machine, then it's normal. But if it's man-made sewing, then it's really, ladies, they are conscientious. Very good product, very good product. Especially that gray one. I'm talking about not only the sewing of the lines of the sewing, the thread sewing around the corner and the two corners of each side of the collar, but also the arrangement of lines, patterns and lines, they're completely symmetrical. That's really good. A conscientious product. Very careful product. It's made in China. And I've been looking for something good made in China garment for a long time, especially suit and ties. I couldn't find them, except this type of casual wear. Casual, leisurely kind of long sleeves with collar. It'll be great if there's a pocket with a button or some sort. Be really good.
being said, the allegations yesterday are serious. Any person who doesn't want to get any discussion of so obviously the president Biden, 50% of our manager, 30% questions. So
It's long waiting, super long waiting. From 2013 to now, getting near to 10 years. I should have gone to the White House very easily, get my benefits, my money. My probably possibly now I have to squeeze into a hotel room, but living in some mansions of my own, some mansions, not only one. Like heaven and earth, heaven and hell type of difference. It takes some people to 接见 me. It takes some people to 接见 reach out and 接见 me. Right? It takes some people to reach out and receive meeting me. Some people don't understand us to be more powerful, to be in a more powerful position. Very good to be the governor of Florida for some time already. It's an honorable position. Almost the richest state in the United States. Almost the richest state. If it's not the richest, it's one of very rich states. You find on YouTube like a listing, the richest states in the US. The state listing from the richest to the poorest. I want to move to a poorest state. It is easier to buy a car, easier for renting. It might be in New Mexico, I guess. I spent $4,500. I can buy a house in New Mexico. $5,000 a house. It's a livable house. New Mexico. It's like Mr. Richie Franklin told all the teachers in Department of Foreign Language there, Department of English department. 那个外语系和英语系，外语系，英语系，可能是外语系，更可能是外语系。They call it foreign language department. They don't teach French at all. No Spanish teaching, no French teaching, no Japanese. Don't spend time learning Japanese at all. Don't waste your time. Well, 1/10 of people speaking Japanese than speaking Chinese. 1/10 of people. So how many people speak that language? How many people speak Spanish? And it's widespread area. From Mexico all the way to the tip of Chile and Argentina. All the people there speak Spanish. Some other places? What's the largest region? He's a present debater, I think. He was a debater. He was a person debating with Biden. I tell you, Biden was like, when Biden saw him, Biden was like, how come it's you? What arrangement made? And some people conceal information against Democratic candidate a lot. Huge, huge amount of information, very important information, deciding who would attend presidential debate among all those quite a number of looking like people.你就下去换点什么？这是件衣服，这是衣服去。腿上被咬了。
All right, almost we're going to start our conversation. It's been nice to take a part. Saying people want to support Congressman George Santos' re-election today. It's part of Santos vowing not to resign, but running for colleagues say it's time to go. Rely on Capitol Hill, possibilities great, and arriving evidence in town hall. The recent White House letters by Cobb tonight. Why the case is just
debate. Talk.
Keeps growing strong. Get a bag of Scott's Triple Action today. Guaranteed. Feed it though. Feed it. Hard times. Intelligence.
No, I've never got it. And I'm entering 7 times my life. I am running for president of the United States. And you're going to be running with me.
Michigan businessman Terry Johnson is running for president.
Want to pay $40 per month with free TV to watch CNN, HGTV, MSNBC, and your other favorite channels? From CNN This Morning to Live Outreach Weekly, you can stream it all on Sling and save over $800 a year. News, free crime, reality TV, and much more. All with no long-term contracts and no hidden fees. All for just $40 per month. Try Sling today at sling.com/watch now.
Too long waiting. Too long waiting.
CFP professionals are great at getting broken. That's why it's got to be.
是。
Because my contract, so you have a full game. With my say, we have a full game.
哦，这还有一个，好家伙，这里有一个。Hey.
I'm attorney Aaron Stevens. All these lawyers advertising, how do you know who to hire? No lawyer can promise to guarantee results without someone your case. Neither can we. We can't do guarantee. You're not 100% satisfied with how much your case is the first okay. You can get your file, no fees, no questions asked. That's 100% client satisfaction guarantee. If you've been hurt, just bring it to us.
The White House. This is yeah.
那船太小了，小来的船要做大一点，大风帆。小来的船也应该做大一点。这边墙的电被卡断了，在5月4号的时候，那边墙两盏灯都不亮，这盏灯不亮，那盏灯同时，整个2个电源插座没用，在那之前那个电源插座失效了，整个都没对呀。换2块毛巾还好，换2块毛巾。 多放点洗涤剂，多放点洗涤剂进来，脏完洗干净点。放点洗涤剂。Steam battery。是不太是很不好。有人故意来擦什么系列，大概是把它弄脏了，或者怎么也洗不掉。Price lock。我估计是那边那个人啊，他说钱我注册人从这边进来，这边进来。我们有人从那边进来，不是从门这边进来。门这边他看得见的，外面人是看得见的，他只能从人搞鬼的话，搞大鬼，只能从里面进来，里面某个暗道，只有那个卫生间看不到。卫生间外面窗户向里面看是看不到的。哦， 要不戴头盔了，还可以戴一段时间，因为太热了就不想戴了。I told the front desk working clerk, I told her I accept the sting. Whatever. Sting. 电话打不通了。电话不能打通，电话被干扰不能打通。哦。哦。我出去吃点东西，买点东西吃，1小时。出去买点东西吃。 买点东西吃。哪儿看过没有？这没还掉，忘了，放车上我忘了。钱包钥匙，等等。卫生间可是看不见的，从窗户向这边看有一个效果，看不到。我到哪里去买点吃的？10多分钟。那为什么不快去买点吃的去？吸什么毒？你没对着东西。 灯只有一半的亮，这边几个亮？我看这两个灯只有一个灯的亮，应该加一个灯才对。来华嘛，我怎么会这么暗？因为做噪音，道路上做噪音，110号洲际高速公路上做噪音。这人名字叫什么？我忘了。看他长相做法，说实话，我有点国际犯罪集团的。I wanted to go to buy some fish, but I didn't have enough time to ride my bike so far. Big Zack snack, something. Chicken.
All you have to do is download the Zaxby's app.
Did you download it yet?
Woo, saucy! Zaxby's.
Get live local traffic updates from Akedia McFarland. Weekday mornings.
Seriously, only you would. You know, paranoid all the
Fran, that's $3, Fran. Fran was music card that was supposed to be I put her on this. Fran.
also facing multiple criminal investigations and an indictment. Just yesterday, he was held liable for sexual abuse and defamation. No questions are off the table. We agreed to no conditions. We're here to get
How come I missed 1 minute?
they deserve. Our audience is made up of Republicans and undeclared voters committed to part of the New Hampshire's Republican primary. They'll get the chance to question the president
A
directly.
lot of people
These
confused.
concerns and issues of daycare home closing.
Several Trump like
Trump
Trump looking like people
take on
in his house before.
nomination for President Donald Trump.
He went to the debate, I think. Hey. A lot of respect and welcoming for many people.
Great crowd here in New Hampshire. A lot of voters. My question is about what your 2024 term will look like. What other Trump term will look like. Ask the voters shortly, but you're also nominated for the Republican race right now. You're also under active federal investigation for
he may not organize it. He might not organize it. Protest. Some of few of them are violent and protesters. They're not organized. Even though he might have allowed it, still it's very different from he organized. And he had to take all the blame. Nobody mentioned January 5th, 2021, I was driven away from Mary Inn, possibly the hotel I owned. I hate her. One female hater worker there drove me away. That's all it takes. Some people push her to have a kind of a relationship of some sort. Then she found out probably from my computer, I'm in love with other ladies, much more beautiful than she is. And she became mad and drove me away, utilizing her personal power there, working in a hotel, driving me away from the Mary Inn on Davis Highway there. That's what happened. He may not have organized that kind of protest in the Capitol Hill. Because he did not organize, he's not to be blamed. Don't plot something to drive me away from a hotel. Marry me. I don't know what happened.
What's happened with energy? We were energy independent, that we're getting out of Afghanistan with strength, dignity, and instead we got.
It was with certain power when I was driven away from that Mary. Certain amount of power, I don't know. The amount of power he had
We want to give you a chance tonight, Republican officials.
on January
In every single state.
on January 5th may not be enough for him to stop that from my being driven away
We want to give you a chance.
from Mary. In 2022, late April, I was driven away from Sweet Dream Inn. And this time he's not in power. He's not responsible.
Mr. President, what I'm telling you there is there is no evidence that your election officials testified to that and have sent that Republicans in these states to visit Georgia. There were multiple recounts, including a hand recount. We have questions about the claims that you're making tonight and from voters on this topic. I want to bring in Scott Dustin from Concord. He works in insurance litigation. He's an undeclared voter. That's what they call independents here in New Hampshire, as you know. He did vote for you in 2020. Scott, what's your question for the president?
Hi, President. Back to New Hampshire. Thank you. We used to spend qualifies your talk about election fraud during we used to spend polarizing talk of election fraud during your run for president.
Yeah, unless I see election, fraud, I think I have an obligation to say it, and you know what we want to do.
Election fraud talk. They're talking about election fraud.
Do that. I hope we're gonna have very honest elections. We should have voter ID, we should have working elections, we should have paper ballots. Instead of these mail-in
As long as the talking will not accelerate to the degree of verbal attacking each other side, it will be okay.
About the 2020 election campaign trail.
Yes, and we're going to just win. Now we're getting so close, let's just win it again and straighten out our country.
One other question on this.
Yeah, that's a supporter.
In 2020 election results in the past, you once suggested terminating the Constitution. Do you
To the
stand
Biden
by this
debater.
practice?
Call him or somebody and talk about this debate.
I'm talking about cherishing
As a
the
liar.
Constitution. The Constitution says.
Not being everybody biased.
Legal and well maintained and well looked at elections. And we didn't have.
What they can do is
I cherish
to
our Constitution, but we have to live up to the Constitution. We weren't.
as liar as little as possible.
I was just saying there's no evidence of that election, but we did once.
It's called integrity already.
glad you said that.
For resume, I didn't go to certain college.
That was a horrible election. And unless somebody is very stupid, and I know you very well, you're not stupid at all, but you perhaps are given an agenda or you have an agenda. But we have to have honest elections in our country. We have open borders. Elections and we have open borders. Look at what's happening on our southern border. Millions and millions of people are coming here. They're being released from prisons. They're being released from mental institutions. And we have millions of people pouring into our country. And now they're getting rid of Title 42, which I put on, which kept people out that were sick.
And Mr. President, we have a lot of questions about immigration to get to tonight. Obviously, that's a big topic, especially given what's so expected to happen tomorrow. But I want to talk about the influence you have over your voters. It's very clear that you are very influential and that you have a lot of impact into many of your rallies and seen it up close, which raised a lot of questions about the influence we saw that you had on them on January 6th and your supporters when they
I did not go to buy some fish in Capitol D because
on January 6th.
I didn't have enough time to ride my bike there.
January 6th was again, we're back to.
Driving a car may not even
It's
have
to do with the
enough time either.
hundreds of thousands of people. You don't see the pictures very often.
Whew!
A lot of
Give
people
out
came
that
from
spicy fish
the
I want.
largest crowd I've ever spoken to.
Instead of
That was prior to
some
the
beef I
down
want.
to the Capitol building. I don't think, and I've spoken to hundreds of thousands of people, I've never spoken to a crowd as large as this. And that was because they thought the election was rigged. And they were there proud. They were there with love in their heart. That was unbelievable. That was a beautiful thing. And what I was asked to do, I was involved in it very much. I was asked to come in when I make a speech. I made a speech. I said, walk peacefully and patriotically, do many different things. In fact, I wrote a list of things I don't want to bore the audience, but we can go sentence after sentence after sentence of things I said and things I put out. One of the big problems was that Nancy Pelosi, Crazy Nancy, as I affectionately call her, Crazy Nancy Pelosi and the mayor of Washington were in charge, as you know, of security. And they
They're not in
did
charge of the
their
National
job.
Guard. You're in charge of them.
They are in charge. Well, I offered them National Guard. I said, we'll give you soldiers, we'll give you National Guard, we'll give you whatever you want. And they turned me down.
You're
And in
acting
fact,
defense
she turned me down.
secretary.
She turned me down in Reading. They turned me down.
But your acting defense secretary, Chris Miller, at the time, he says you never gave a formal order to deploy the National Guard. But when it came to that day,
He's the opposite.
he
Chris
has
Miller wrote a book, and he's a fantastic guy, and he was ready to go. They turned him down. If you look, the mayor of Washington, D.C., lovely lady, she said, we don't like the look. Nancy Pelosi said, oh, we don't like the look. If they would have had I offered them 10,000 soldiers. I said, it could be 10, it could be more, but I offered them specifically 10,000 soldiers. If they would have taken 500 soldiers, you would have had the problem. They turned it down. And if you look at the Inspector General report, he says they turned it down. They made a terrible mistake.
well, Chris Miller was your acting defense secretary. He says you never gave that order. But back to what happened on that day, you said you
He
aren't.
said that.
He has testified that,
He
Mr. President.
said
And you said you weren't very involved that day. You did tell your supporters to come to Washington. You tweeted about it, about that speech to happen at the rally.
am I
So
allowed to say that?
when they went to the Capitol and they were breaking into the Capitol, smashing windows, injuring police officers, why did it take you 3 hours to tell them to go home?
I don't want to do I don't know if I told her that. So if you look at on January 5th, the day before, I said, please support our Capitol Police and law enforcement. They are truly on the side of our country. Stay peaceful. Stay peaceful. This was the day before, and this was in the form of Twitter. Now I use Truth Social. I think it's far superior. Okay. I hope everybody's on Twitter. If you look, January 6th, it said before 2:30. I am asking for everyone at the U.S. Capitol to remain peaceful. This is right after as it was happening. But what happened is they took it down. I don't know why. I think they took it down because it was so good. They didn't like it being up there. I am asking, and we didn't know until I got it back. Because now I have 90 million people waiting for me to go back, but I'm going
You have to use the Facebook.
Listen, I am asking for everyone at the U.S. Capitol to remain peaceful. No violation. If you want
Oh, so I'm a message.
violation, we want
Your
no
Facebook.
violence. Remember,
Okay.
we are the party of law. We
Except
respect the law. and
Sunday
great men
Sunday
and
messages to the Supreme Court It's hard to retrieve from my side.
That was very early.
Mr. President, I looked at the same timeline that you did. Once it was
You
clear,
didn't report it, you know why? Because it was.
we did report it. I was
You did
agreeing
on
with
Twitter
you.
and
But
Facebook.
when it was clear to you that they were not being peaceful,
Your
you saw them
message
rushing the
won't be-
Capitol, breaking
won't be
windows, they were
missed
hitting officers with flagpoles,
to be sent out
tasing them.
to those
beating them
people
When it was
in
clear they
protest.
weren't being peaceful,
protesting.
why did you wait
Some
3
of them.
hours to tell them to leave the Capitol? They listened to you like no one
Some
else,
of
you
them.
know that.
They do, I agree with that.
So
But
why did you tell them
Nancy Pelosi and the mayor are in charge. I assumed they were able to do their job, they weren't.
But Pelosi is not in charge of
And
Capitol.
if you remember,
It's
I made
possible
a
not
video
all of them listen
right
to you.
outside the Oval
It's
Office
organized.
in
You did
Roosevelt.
not organize.
And we're proud of that video. I didn't have a script, I don't need scripts like a certain person that said.
One time the video, and it came out
Or
much
possibly
later than they already
different-
thought.
Different sorts of organizer are there.
It was a beautiful video, and it said, I mean, I don't want to read it all, but you have to go home now. We have to have peace. We have to have law and order. We have to respect our great people of law and order. We love the people of law and order. We can't play into the hands of these other people. We have to.
3 hours is
have
not too
peace.
long.
Please go home. I
Well,
said that.
referring
You know
to
what
law
they
and
did?
order
They
there,
took
Mr.
that
President.
down. And you know, to this day, it hasn't been put up. And the reason is it's so good and so conclusive that all of this nonsense and all of the tens of millions of dollars that have been spent are just wiped away with this one. And they've never put it back up. They had another one that they did the same.
But that video that you referenced there, it wasn't posted until 4:17 p.m.
I'll tell
They
you,
breached the Capitol at 2 p.m.
That video was
Mr.
posted.
2 hours and
4:17
Yeah,
p.m.
not too,
Actually,
not too long. Not too
Right, so that's my
Excuse
question.
me.
In that 3 hours, over
Excuse me,
140
it was
officers
posted
were
after the
injured.
first one I just read though, and that was at 2 o'clock.
But I think the reason the timeline is so critical here, because going back to your influence, in
There's
that
another
3
one.
hours, over 140 officers were
It,
injured
it
that
took me
day.
years to buy a car.
A person named Ashley Babbitt was killed.
Yes,
You know what? She was killed, and she shouldn't have been killed. And that thug that killed her, there was no reason to shoot her. At blank range, cold blank range, they shot her. And she was a good person. She was a patriot.
one
There was no
person
reason.
there.
There was no
Who?
reason. And he
Who
went on
was killed?
television to brag about the fact that he killed her.
The officer was not bragging about the fact that he
Oh,
killed
he
her,
was
but one
bragging.
person who was at the Capitol that day, as you know, was your vice president, Mike Pence, who says that you endangered his life on that day.
I don't
Do you
think he was
feel-
in any danger.
Mr. President, do you feel that you owe him an apology?
No, because he did something wrong. He should have put the votes back to the state legislatures, and I think we would have had a different outcome. I really do.
But he doesn't have the authority to do that. The vice president does not have the authority to reject
Let's
the
have this one, not just now, because it's interesting. Let's keep it interesting, right? I like Mike Pence very much. He's a very fine man. He's a very nice man. He made a mistake. His lawyer said, you cannot move. I called him the human conveyor belt. He said, even if the votes, I talked to his wife, even if the votes are absolutely fraudulent, he can't, yes, sir, he can't send back. And the Democrats played it and the rhinos played it. And then the election was over. They told him he couldn't do it. And Mike said to me, I can't do it. The lawyers told me I can't do it. They can't do it. The lawyers were wrong because right after the election, they all met, the rhinos and the Democrats, and they worked out a plan to make sure that future vice presidents don't do what I said you could do.
That's not what happened. You're referring to the Electoral Count Act.
Yes.
I've read that. There is no authority.
No,
Legal
excuse
experts, including Republican legal experts, say that he
You
does
can
not
tell
have
the vice
authority to
president
reject
do
the
Why
election.
did they change the law then saying that you can't do it?
They didn't change the law. They strengthened the law because they were worried about
Well, they
presidents
strengthened it,
exploiting.
meaning you could do it.
That's not what it means.
Thank you.
They strengthened the law,
I
but they
had the right to do it. They convinced him he didn't, and it was a horrible thing for our country. If you would have sent those votes back to Georgia, Pennsylvania, and other states, Wisconsin, which you can look at Wisconsin, they virtually admitted now that the election was rigged. If
They
you
have
would have
not
sent
admitted
those
that.
votes back to many of those states, they
Newt-
would not go back.
Newt Gingrich for USA president.
Remember that?
Newt
You
Gingrich.
said it pretty much, you admitted what I said was right.
I
They
did
said
not.
he didn't have the right to do it, and he did have the right to do it, and that's why they changed the law,
Southern gentleman,
taking that right
Newt
away.
Gingrich.
I should note that your campaign
To
paid
be the
for
president of
in
USA.
Wisconsin and actually had more votes for President Biden by the end of it. But I want to move on to Wayne Meyer. He's a retired attorney from George Conway.
So many illegal votes were cast in Wisconsin, and if you look in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, they had so many illegal votes. They didn't even know what to do with them. You're absolutely right.
Mr. President, there weren't any fraudulent votes in Wisconsin. I do want to get to
And
the
Newt
audience
Gingrich,
questions for you.
out of his limited very limited amount of power, supported the private ownership, my private ownership of some property and some land. That's the Newt Gingrich did, using the form of an advertisement. You also on Newt Gingrich, okay? It isn't even half a pound. It's less than half a pound, 1/4 a pound.
I am inclined to pardon many of them. I can't say for every single one.
It's 1/4 a pound, is it?
Probably they.
It isn't even half a pound.
You
Yo,
know, when you look at it.
Who- it isn't even half a pound, by the way. This one. It looks like 1/4 of a pound. They magnify it. The box is not very big. The length of the width of the box is like
These people, I'm not.
much less than my hand.
Justify anything. But
I
you
mean,
have two
wait.
standards of justice in this country. And what they've done, and I love that question, because what they've done to so many people is nothing. And then what they've done to these people, they've persecuted these people. And yet my answer is, I am most likely, if I get in, I will most likely, I would say it could be a large portion, you know?
Only later. Almost as good as that plastic fish I can buy from
And then do this fire, and they're soldiers, and they're carpenters, and electricians, and they're great people. Many of them are just great people.
Mr. President, one of the people who was convicted was a former policeman, and he was convicted of attacking a police officer, I should know. But when you said you are considering pardoning a large portion of those charged with crimes on January 6th, does that include the 4 Proud Boys members who were charged and convicted of seditious conspiracy?
I don't know, I'd have to look at their case, but I will say, in Washington, D.C., you cannot get a fair trial. You cannot, just like in New York City, you can't get a fair trial.
Speaking of New York, I want to ask you about a significant verdict that was reached yesterday. I know this is something you want to weigh in on as well. The Manhattan jury found that
He also called Newt Gingrich the presidential power, the power of a president. When he tried to resume or confirm my ownership of some property. Newt Gingrich is one of the support.
Usually, if you leave office, you say, I'm sorry, but I'm going back home. Back home to my family, and I'm going to be resigning. My poll numbers went up, and they went up with the other fake charge too. Because what's happening is they're doing this for.
There's some famous people,
This woman, I
some
don't
people-
know her. I never met her. I have no idea who she is. I had a picture taken years ago with her and her husband, this guy John Johnson, who was a newscaster for this man. She called him an ape. Happens to be African American. Called him an ape. The judge wouldn't allow us to put that in. Her dog, or her cat, was named Vagina. The judge wouldn't allow to put that in. All of these things, but with her, they can put in anything. Access.
This was a jury of 9 people who found you liable to sexual abuse. Do you think that will deter women from voting for you?
No, I don't think so, because I think the whole thing, just so you understand, ready? I never met this woman. I never saw this woman. This woman said I met her at the front door of Bergdorf Goodrich, which I rarely go into other than for a couple of charities. I met her in the front door.
That's what I asked
She
you.
was
Which
about
Trump?
60 years old, and this is like 22, 23.
About 10 to 12 Trump looking like people.
I was immediately attracted to her, and she was immediately attracted to me. And we had this great chemistry. We're walking into a private department, so we had this great chemistry. And a few minutes later, we end up in a room, a dressing room, right near the cash register.
It's okay to have some love affair, whoever. This is a 1980s liberty country.
What kind of a woman meets somebody?
I should have come here in 1980 with a cluster of girlfriends already.
She was married then or not?
I didn't know I could have a cluster of girlfriends.
Let me just see if I can get you as a question. Just so you know.
Part of the reason.
Some of the female workers in the hotel.
These hotels hate me. They are jealous against me. They stirred up their hatred and their emotion.
Then I say, if she was
Somebody
being raped,
see,
by the way, they said
notified
she was
her
raped.
female worker
They found you that
to marry him. Come to help me late at night to open the door of some sort. No, I haven't watched it. She got her channel information.
Can I ask you, given your recounting
I
your
don't know,
question,
and I tell you this.
so Mr. President, can I ask you this?
When some people show her all the beautiful lady that I'm chasing through my computer, she got mad. That's what I get. Would be enough for her to drive me away
Mr. President,
from my shelter, only shelter at
Here
the
right
time.
now to the audience, you referenced the trial. You did not go to the trial and actually
That's right.
testify. Do you wish that you had
No,
testified?
it wouldn't have made a difference. This was a big deal. This was my lawyer said, sir, you don't have to do it. I actually said, I think I should. It would be respectful. They said, sir, don't do it. This is a fake story and you don't want to give it credit.
One thing you did do is,
And I swear, and I've never done that. And I swear, I have no idea who the hell she's over.
Mr. President,
Newt Gingrich for president of USA.
There was a tape deposition of you from October, and you just ended
Newt
up
Gingrich
saying
for
that
president
this Hollywood tape
of the
you
USA.
rap with it how you want. Do you stand by those comments?
I said, if you're famous, rich, or whatever I said, but I said, if you're a star, you are, and I said, women let you. I didn't say you grab. I said women let you. You didn't use that word. But if you look, women let you. Now, they said, will you take that back? I said, look, for a million years, this is the way it's been. I want to be honest. This is the way it's been. I can take it back if you'd like to, but if you're a famous person, if you're a star, and I'm not referring to myself, I'm saying people that are famous, people that are
You were asked
stars,
in the deposition,
people
do
that
you
are
consider yourself
rich,
to be a star?
people
You
that are
said yes.
powerful, they tend to do pretty well in a lot of different ways, okay? And you would like me to take that back? I can't take it back because it happens to be true. I said it's been true for 1 million years, approximately 1 million years, perhaps a little bit longer than that.
So you stand by those
But I
comments?
don't want to lie.
Mr. President, we
Here's
have a
what,
lot of
here's what
questions.
she wants
Mr.
me to say.
President, let's
A
get to
rich
the
and
audience
famous
questions
person
tonight.
has no advantage over a person. You do have an advantage. And I say unfortunately, but that's the way it
You
is.
said fortunately or unfortunately. Mr.
Unfortunately or
President, we have a lot of
unfortunately for
audience questions to get to tonight. I want to go back to the audience. We've got Danielle Rieger. She works as an oral surgery assistant. She's a Republican activist from Derry. She's a New Hampshire delegate for you in 2020. What's her question?
Hi, thank you so much for coming to New Hampshire to answer our questions. My question is regarding the economy. Over the past 2 years, we have seen the prices for everything skyrocket. From food to gas to utilities and insurance costs, many people's bills are up several $100s a month, including mine. If elected president again, what is the first thing you would do to help bring down the cost to make things more affordable?
Drill, baby, drill. We were energy independent. We were soon going to be energy dominant. Nobody had ever done what I did. We got oil down to $1.87. Actually, it fell lower than that in some cases to manage the oil companies that the price was getting. So we were doing incredibly. We had the greatest economy in the history of our country, probably the greatest economy in the history of the world. We were energy independent, soon to be energy dominant. We were going to be bigger than Russia and Saudi Arabia put together times 2. We have more liquid gold under our feet than any other nation. Any other nation. And these stupid fools ended it. And energy went from $1.87 and even lower yesterday for car. They went from $1.87 to $5, $6, $7, $8, and even $9. And your electricity bills went through the roof, your heating bills went through the roof, and that's what started inflation. And it hasn't stopped because people are paying now for bacon and for eggs and for the 2 and 3 times what it was just a little while ago. We created the greatest economy in history. A big part of that economy was, I get back to the biggest tax cuts in the history of our country, bigger than the Reagan cuts, bigger than any. And also, as you know, we got the biggest regulatory cuts. This place was
Right.
rough,
Once my
and then we
love affair started.
China, and China paid a big price. And let me tell you something. I took in hundreds of billions of dollars in taxes from China, but prior to COVID coming in, and then I rebuilt the economy again, the second time. But we had, prior to COVID coming in as from China, from Wuhan, which I said it came from Wuhan, everybody said, oh, you're wrong about that, you're wrong. It came from Wuhan. I said it right from day one. So we had the greatest economy in the world. Here's the story. They made energy so high, and energy is all invasive.
That's my love of your study.
Industry and its cost. It
Love
lifted
it.
everything.
It's about the next,
If you make no money, no matter what you did,
took on national debt.
and we had
Already
inflation
years
the
of
last
talk,
of which
yes.
I guess we haven't had inflation for 52 years, but I
Oh,
think more than that. We had no inflation. We had the lowest energy prices we've had in decades. This country was rocking and rolling. And by the way, we had the most secure border in the history of our
Mr.
country.
President,
Oh my God, nobody stopped them. Say that was an accident to what you control that.
defaulting
Very
on its
intensive
debt,
call.
the millions of jobs
Also,
lost,
attention
people
to
not
it.
getting their social security payments, people believe it put the US economy into a recession. On that topic, I want to bring in
You
Marta
might take a lot of
Surveyor, a
photos.
student here at St.
That's
Anselm.
now
She's
in
an
her
undeclared
name.
voter who did not vote in 2020. Marta, what's your question?
Hi, Mr.
Very
President.
complicated.
So my question is, what do you
Other
think
people
about
later,
the United
don't
States
touch
in
them.
that situation, and how can we move forward?
Such an important question. So we're at $33 trillion, a number that nobody ever thought possible. When we
We
had
may
our
take a law enforcement.
enrolling just prior to COVID,
Tell them directly.
literally, we were.
Other people later, don't touch them. Leave them alone.
We would start paying off debt.
Don't
And
pursue
then with
public
COVID
fear
coming,
up
we
there.
had to whether
Yes,
they
so
would keep this country alive
lady,
because we're so serious. But we have to get the
in the
country
broader
back. We have
sense.
to lower energy prices. We have to lower interest
Don't
rates.
pursue other
Interest
people
rates are
lady.
through the roof. Energy has to come down. It all has to come down. But we have to
We will
start
take
paying off
direct
debt.
talking from law enforcement.
When we have a debt limit, and they use that very seriously. I mean, they came in, Schumer came in, Nancy Pelosi, and they were using it. We'll violate it. We'll do whatever. They told it a whole lot different than they do right now. I say to the Republicans,
When it comes to individual love affair,
they don't give you massive
kind of
votes.
individually, personally decided.
And
Hard
I
to
don't
move
believe
forward.
they're going to do it for, because I think the Democrats will absolutely cave. Because you don't want to have that happen. But it's better than what we're doing right now. Because we're spending money like drunken sailors.
So just to be clear, Mr. President, you think the US should default if the White House does not agree to spending cuts Republicans
We
are
might as well
demanding?
do it now because you'll do it later. Because we have to save this country. Our country is dying. Our country is being destroyed by stupid people, by very stupid people.
You once said that using the debt ceiling as a negotiating wedge just could not happen. You said that when you were in the Oval Office. So why is it different now that you're out of office?
Now I'm not president.
The US defaulting would be massively consequential for everyone in this room for all
You know,
Americans.
it's psychological. It's really psychological more than anything else. And it could be bad, it could be maybe nothing, maybe it's or a bad day. Look, you have to cut your costs.
I mean, the Republicans
We're
are
spending
allowed to
$7
participate in
trillion
government.
on, much of it are nonsense. $7 trillion on nonsense.
We've got
I
another
actually
question
said,
for voters.
get all of that money that was wasted, and frankly, the Senate should have never moved it. Get all that money that was wasted, and if they don't get rid of that, you'll have to default. That's
Mr. President, we've got another voter here
And by
tonight.
the way, you're gonna default eventually anyway, but it's gonna be much messier. I don't think you'll have to default. I think if the Republicans hold strong and they say we want let's say we want $5 trillion off, I really think the Democrats have no choice but to do it. And if I win, they're gonna be doing the same thing to me in 2 years. I guarantee you that.
Mr.
They're
President, we've
gonna
got
play a
another
very
voter
hard
here
game, and
tonight.
they did that before.
Bobby Petrino has been waiting very patiently. He's a student at St. Anselm, member of College Republicans. He's an undeclared voter right now. He supported you in 2020. Bobby, what's your question for President Trump?
Hi, thank you for coming. This is a bit of a pivot, but with gun violence and mass shootings in the news cycle recently, I'm worried that state governments and the federal government are going to act to repress gun rights. Under your administration, you instructed the Department of Justice and ATF to ban bump stocks. If elected president again, how would you act not only to defend our Second Amendment rights, but to restore rights that have been taken from us, such as, by example, recently the ATF's ruling on the pistol stabilizing braces?
Yeah, as you know, the bump stocks are actually a very important thing. And NRA, I went with them and they said it doesn't mean anything. Or actually, all they do is teach you how to shoot very inaccurately. So we did that. And there's been nobody that's protected the Second Amendment, as you know, like I have. I've protected it through thick and thin, not easy to do. But we have a very big mental health problem in this country. And again, it's not the gun that pulls the trigger, it's the person that pulls the trigger. And we have to protect.
Mr. President, you dealt with a lot of mass shootings when you were in office. This year, there have already been more than 200 mass shootings in 2023. If you are reelected, are there any new gun restrictions that you would sign into law?
I would do
How
numerous
many-
things. For
how
instance,
many were in
we were
2019?
very much hard. And I also am a very believer, I believe in teachers. I love teachers. I think they're incredible. And they love the children, not quite like the parents, but they love the children in many cases almost as much. Many of these teachers are soldiers, ex-policemen. They're people that really understand weapons. And you don't need 5% of the teachers, more than you could ever
那
have.
警察长官给他打个
Security
电话，
guards. But in
放
addition to
来把我
that,
铐上，
security guards
然后
you have to
放在警车后面，省
argue
得好
elections,
时
you
间
make。schools
只是钱
safe, and you can make other places safe.
有小女呗。
It is a big mental health problem in this country more than anything else. And remember, we have 700 million guns. 700 million. Many people, if they don't have a gun, they're not going to be very safe. I mean, if they don't have a gun, it gives them security. Now, you need them for entertainment, you need them for hunting, you need them for a lot of different things. But there are people that if they didn't have the privilege of having a gun in some form, many of them would not be alive today. You know, there's a certain country that had a very strict policy on guns, very, very strict.
Which country?
Brazil. Okay, Brazil, very strict. And the former president of Brazil, and the killing was incredible. They were walking into people's homes and killing people. They had no protection. So go out and buy guns. People went out and bought guns, and it went way down. The numbers went way down because they had security. If you look at Chicago, Chicago has the single toughest gun policies in the nation. They are so tough you can't breathe. New York too, and other places also. All of those places are the worst and most dangerous places. So that's not the answer.
No new restrictions that you would sign if reelected, Mr. President. I want you to meet Julie Miles, a registered nurse from Merrimack. She's a Republican who voted for you in 2020. Julie, what's your question for the president?
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you.
I appreciate you answering this question this evening. How do you plan to appeal to women voters in New Hampshire who are concerned about the Dobbs decision and how states may change their laws?
It's such a great question, and it was such a great victory, and people are starting to understand it now. You know that they wanted to bring it back to the states, but that was probably the least important part of that victory. Getting rid of Roe v. Wade was an incredible thing for pro-life because it gave pro-life something to negotiate with. Pro-life had absolutely nothing being stuck in Roe v. Wade to negotiate with. And now what's happening, and I see it all over, deals are being made, deals are going to be made, and look, everybody that was president wanted to get rid and tried to get rid of Roe v. Wade.
You mean
For 50
Republicans?
years, Republicans. For 50 years, this has been going on, actually a couple of Democrats too, but for 50 years, this has been going on. I was able to do it, and I was very honored to do it. But by doing it, things are happening that are very, very positive. And I happen to believe in the exceptions, life of the mother, rape, incest, like Ronald Reagan believed in the exceptions. But I happen to believe that. I think it's frankly important to do that, but a lot of people are, against that. A relatively small number. But the way I look, I think it's very important to say this. I consider the other side to be radical. Because the other side, under Roe v. Wade and other things, the other side, they're radical because they will. Remember the debate with Hillary Clinton? They said, rip the baby out of the womb at the end of the 9th month. They will kill the baby in the next month. If you look at that crazy governor of Virginia from the former governor, where he said, no, the baby will be born and they will decide essentially whether or not to execute.
Mr. President, can we talk about what you would do if you
But these are the
are
radical.
reelected?
It's not the pro-life people that are
But if
radical.
you are reelected and you're back in the Oval Office and you get legislation to your desk, would you sign a federal abortion ban into law?
What I do is negotiate so that people are happy. But the fact that I was able, I'm so proud of it, put 3 great justices on the Supreme Court. We have almost 300 federal judges.
Just to be clear, Mr. President, you would sign a federal abortion ban into
I
law.
said this. I want to do what's right. And we're looking, and we want to do what's right for everybody.
But what's right?
But now, for the first time, the
Ban
people
abortion
of life have
and
negotiated
promote adoption.
capability. Because you didn't
Government
have it
sponsored
before.
adoption.
You kill the baby in the 9th month or after the baby was born. now they won't be able.
But I think this is a really important question for you to answer because this is something every Republican, including those who are running against you for the nomination, being asked about is.
After several weeks,
abortion ban into law.
maybe should not be
They're
aborted.
gonna give you the same answer.
Be allowed to be born.
First of all, I am honored to have done what I did. And a lot of people say, in 150 years, he's now the most consequential president because he saved so many lives. And I'm honored to have done it.
Adoption is the only option.
Negotiating ability.
Government adoption, whatever adoption.
Have a great negotiating ability. And I think we're going to be able to
What
get
do you mean
something done.
negotiating ability? Because the question that Republicans have, and some of your allies on Capitol Hill said they want to introduce legislation when it comes to banning abortion. If they send it to your desk, would you sign it?
Some people are at 6 weeks, some people are at 3
Where's
weeks, 2
President
weeks.
Trump?
President Trump is
I was-
going to make a determination.
I want
He
president.
thinks
I
it's
was.
great for the country.
Okay, ban abortion,
But the
promote
fact that
adoption.
to terminate Roe v. Wade after 50 years.
USA government and the USA taxpayer pay for adopting some infant people and allow them to leave.
What I was able to do. And remember this, again, we
Well,
talk
extreme
about
isolates, like,
people that will kill a baby in the 9th month or the 8th month or the 7th month or after the baby is born, they're the radicals, not the
I
pro-life.
just want to give you one more chance though, because you did not answer whether or not you signed a federal abortion ban or how many weeks into pregnancy you believe abortion should be banned.
Yeah, but I've
Can you
given-
answer each
I've
of those
given you the
tonight?
answer probably 4 times already.
Which one is
I'm
it?
looking at a solution that's going to work. Very complex issue for the country.
2 weeks,
You know, people are
4
both sides
weeks.
of the issue. But we are now in a very strong position, pro-life people are in a strong position to make a deal that's going to be good and going to be satisfactory for them.
Just a
If you
little
weren't
bit
able to
study
get, if you
about
would be having a discussion,
when-
if you weren't able to get
when some
Roe v. Wade,
conceive the egg can become
dead
a
position,
so-called
a horrible
fetus or
position.
something.
They could kill the baby at
Stages.
any time they wanted to. But we did something that nobody thought was doable. And other Republican presidents, and others, by the way, they wanted to get it out. They also wanted to bring it back to the states. But bringing it back to the states is a less important issue
But that's why
than
this
the
is a
issues
question
that
about a federal abortion ban. You did not say yes or no to that. You did not say how many weeks.
Depends what the deal is. Lindsey Graham.
You did not say how many
And he's
weeks.
got an idea, and a lot of other people have an idea. And I looked at all the.
And a lot of people
ideas
think
that
you're.
Not very humane way.
President
Very
Trump,
innocent.
you've got, more questions to go.
Unborn,
Tonight, you're right
to
back.
be born and
Just
be-
a moment.
Maybe if you could just name all the data centers.
Yeah.
We're still living in a payment issue. It's high.
Patient.
Customers can't make payments.
That's a hard issue. I want to drop back to the data center. Hey, you know it doesn't have to be this way, right? Juniper's insurance software can find and fix your problems before they become buyers. And it
What
works
stops some people from snatching away or stealing away my girlfriend? But act quickly. Act soon. Act early enough.
Now's the time for cleaner indoor air with an air duct cleaner. But we've been cleaning air ducts for 20 years. We do things the right way, cleaning your entire system.
Let them get together. Direct talk with them.
Adventure on a deeper level. The Seward Forester Wilderness. Don't test it, don't prove. Look, it's like Seward.
Guys, ascension, you should feel free. He's talking about the tax. They didn't run by the tax. This costs are going to get out of there. It's a bit of shenanigans and fertilizer that postcasts from that time. Giving you a strong
Am I going out again?
If you think I'm thinking about the markets and want to make the right moves fast, get Decision Tech from Fidelity. You get proactive alerts from market events before they happen.
insights on every buy and sell decision. With zero commission online US stock and ETF trades. For smarter trading decisions, get Decision Tech from Fidelity.
Ethnicity and heritage. Nigerian East Central from you. Benin, my dad's side. 30% Japanese, maybe not. There's just still so much to discover. Now on sale for Mother's Day.
Costa. The music of the early 2010s was marked by this groundswell of energy and good feeling. I remember just like everything dropped in 2010.
Nobody. A lot of Facebook. You got to use Facebook. Use Twitter only won't do anything. The multi-channel social media. Facebook is very good for keeping the information, keeping the memory.
Good evening, Mr. President. Title 42 is expected to expire tomorrow. Our southern border and our northern border are experiencing record migration. We learned on May 2nd that the Biden administration plans to deploy 1,500 troops to the southern border. Do you agree with deploying troops to the border, and how will the Trump administration slow down the rate of migrants coming across all our borders?
Yeah, very fair question, especially since tomorrow is going to be a day
The
of
only
you're going to have tens of thousands of people pouring into our country.
only in my uncle's generation who come to the USA will have this type of freedom to travel
Extend
to
this
the
to
USA,
a judge in Texas said,
travel to the USA, or
this is
I
my
have to
policy.
live in the USA. That kind of freedom for my
But they want to
father's generation, uncle's generation.
millions
That's all.
of people pouring into our country right now at a level that
What happened in 1990s and 1980s?
These people are sick. Anybody that wants this to happen to our country, they're destroying our country, and this should not be allowed to happen. How they're not going to do a version of Title 42 or my Title 42, which is tough. If people are sick and have infectious diseases and lots of other problems, we don't want that being into our country. We have enough problems right now. We have problems like we've never had in the history of our country.
But Mr. President,
our country
the
is
reason it's
being
ending,
destroyed.
the reason it's ending is because the health policy in the COVID era pandemic emergency is coming to an end. That's what Title 42 was. You put it in place because of COVID. When it comes to the questions of what your immigration policy would look like if you are reelected, some of your Republican rivals have criticized you for not fulfilling the promises that you made on the campaign trail, like finishing the border wall. So how do voters know that you would get those done if you're
Border wall in
reelected?
1980s.
I built a wall, I built hundreds of miles of wall, and I finished it. And then I said, we have to build some more because there are areas like water going through a dam. There are some areas where a lot of people are coming. We close up one and they come into another. And we started another 100 miles of wall. In fact, I said to my people, if we start this and don't finish it, and then we have a re-election, I'm sorry to say it.
The election was not rigged, Mr. President. You can't keep saying that all night long.
And so then they took over and they decided not to finish it. It would have taken them 3 weeks. I built hundreds of miles of wall. If we didn't have it, it would be hard to believe it could be any worse. We're just letting people flow into our country. Look, a country has set borders.
Oh,
There's never been anything like that is happening to our
the
country.
internet was
About 52 miles
built in
of
1992.
wall when you were in office,
About
Mr. President.
9 years.
It wasn't the complete wall.
8
One other
years.
thing that would
No, but I actually respond.
with your immigration, it was only about
Okay,
52
can I
miles of
respond?
wall.
This is what she does.
South America is full of gold here.
Some of the wall was up there. It would be laying in the ground, rusted rock steel, rusted rock.
The land of America is full of gold everywhere. Comes to dig some gold and gold bricks.
30-foot walls, they go down 7 feet into the ground. If there was a little piece of wood sitting in the ground, they said, oh, he's not building a wall, we already have a wall. Because this is the game. They're a party of disinformation.
It's not a game, Mr. President. It's about 52 miles of new wall. What other immigration policy you have?
I built a wall.
52 miles.
Because of the internet, you have to build a physical wall already. I guess so.
That was
Kind of
rotting
fence.
in the ground for 30 years. Some
Kind
of
of
it was steel
wall.
that they put
Mr.
in.
President, it's only about 52 miles.
That's a lot of job out there.
Another immigration policy you have is
A lot of-
zero
lot of
tolerance
job for
for
making
policies
things.
that separated families
To
from
build
work. If
things.
you were reelected, are you ruling out instituting that?
But when you have that policy, people don't come. If the family hears that they're going to be separated, they don't their family. They don't come. So I know it sounds harsh, but if you remember they said I was building prisons for children. It turned out that it was Obama that was building
But would you
prisons for
re-implement that if you're reelected? Is
Well,
that what you're saying?
we have to save our country.
So it
Can't
sounds like
afford-
that's a yes.
When you say to a family that if you come, we're going to break you up, they don't come. And we can't afford to have it anymore. Look at New York City. Look what's happening. They're living in Central Park in New York City. The city is being swamped. Los Angeles is being swamped. Iowa is being swamped. Our whole country is being destroyed. Millions of people are coming into our country. And you know what the number is going to be, in my opinion, by the end of the year? Not the 4 million that you hear, the 3 million. I think it's going to be 15 million people. And in these people, they have no idea where they come from. They come from 129 different countries so far. 120,
Mr.
not just
President,
the 4 that we
just
talked
to put a button on that, it sounds like what you're saying is that you're not ruling out re-implementing that immigration policy. I want to get to another
Talk
voter.
about
Caitlin
statistics.
Walcido is a student here at St. Anne's
Why are you calling
College.
that?
She's a Republican. This is the
Different country.
first election that she has voted in. What's her question for the President, Caitlin?
Hello, President Trump. Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you.
The current administration has made it clear that we should continue to provide military equipment to Ukraine so that they can defend themselves. Do you support this decision, and how would you deal with the increasing threat posed by Vladimir Putin?
First of all, thank you very much. It's really nice. And it's an important question, so important. Because we're giving away so much equipment. We don't have ammunition for ourselves right now. We don't have ammunition for ourselves. We're giving away so much. But here's the thing. I have to say it to start with. No longer matters. If I were president, this would have never happened. And even the Democrats admit that. Putin knew it would have never happened. And his pipeline would have never happened. A lot of things would have never happened. But this would never happen. And all those dead people, both Russian and Ukrainian, they wouldn't be dead today. And all those cities that are blown up and disintegrated right to the ground, that wouldn't have happened. Okay. Now, here's the problem. We've given so far $171 billion. They've given, meaning European Union, which is approximately the same size altogether as our economy. They've given about 20. So we're at 170, let's say, and they're at 20. You don't have to know too much about history to realize, or geography, to realize that they're a little bit more affected than we are, okay? So they've got to put up a lot more money because they're taking advantage of us like every other country did. That's why I ended NAFTA and replace it with the USMCA, Mexico.
But on this issue, Mr. President, I should know, I don't know any Democrats who have said they don't believe Putin would have invaded if you were president. But her question is, would you continue to give Ukraine money and weapons if you're elected? What's the answer?
I have a very good
Not money.
relationship with President Zelensky because, as you know, he backed me up with a phony impeachment hoax number one, when he said the president didn't do anything wrong. So I have
You
his
guys
like,
were an
so I have his
investigation.
like, yeah, that's right. And I was totally exonerated, by the way, just a waste of time and money.
You were impeached over that. You were impeached over that. But let's stay on topic here, Mr. President, because the question is, would you give Ukraine
I was
weapons and
impeached
funding?
by a crazy woman named Nancy
So the
Pelosi.
question here is, would you give Ukraine weapons and funding if you were?
I would sit down, let me just put it a nicer way. If I'm president, I will have that war settled in one day, 24 hours.
How would you settle that
If I meet with Putin, I meet with Zelensky, they both have weaknesses and they both have strengths, and within 24 hours, that war will be settled, it'll be over, it'll be
war? Do
absolutely
you
over.
want
Reach out
Ukraine to
now.
win this war?
as a former president, reach out now. Just hold a peace talking.
Getting it settled.
Host
so
a
they
peace
stop
talking.
killing all these people and breaking out.
What do you, can I just follow up on that? You said you don't think in terms of winning or losing.
I don't really heard.
Just
I
follow
want
up
to see
on that.
peace in my face.
Can you say if you want Ukraine or Russia to win this war?
I want everybody to stop dying. They're dying. Russians and Ukrainians. I want them to stop dying. And I'll have that done. I'll have that done in 24 hours. I'll have it done. You need the power of the presidency to do it.
But you won't say you want Ukraine to win.
You know what I'll say? I'll say this. I want Europe to put up more money because they're in for 20 billion. We're in for 170, and they should equalize. They have plenty of money. They should equalize. I got with NATO. When I sat down, I got them to put up hundreds of billions of dollars that they weren't paying under Obama and Bush.
Kind of temporary border between.
That's why they're able to help them.
Kind of temporary border, kind of to be maintained between Ukraine and Russia. Kind of temporary border, both sides respect.
Spending $170 billion for faraway land.
And stabilize and have a border talk.
And they're in for 20.
Negotiation about borders
When it comes to what's happening there,
between
you
Russia and Ukraine.
respected President Putin. Do
Yeah.
you still respect him today?
He made a tremendous mistake. He's a smart guy. You know? I remember I said he was smart, she was smart. They
What
said
was his
he
mistake?
said President-Xi of China, right? He's smart. Okay, 1.5 billion people. He's the ruler of 1.5 billion people. You said he's a smart guy. How dare he say he's smart? He's smart. They want you to say he's a stupid person. He's not a stupid person. He's very smart. He's very cunning. And Putin made a bad mistake, in my opinion.
What was his
He would
mistake?
have- His mistake was going in. He would have never done it if I was president. We used to talk about it.
Do you believe that he is a war criminal? Do you believe that Putin is a war criminal? He's responsible for the deaths.
It all depends on actually what he did or what the Russians
Russians
did.
should be discussed later. Because right now we have to get a war. If you say he's a war criminal, it's going to be a lot tougher to make a deal to get this thing stopped. Because if he's going to be a war criminal, people are going to go and grab him and execute him. He's going to fight a lot harder than he's fighting, you know, under the other circumstances. That's something to be discussed at a later date.
Isn't
Right
it
now, we want to get that war settled. And I'm not talking
Which
about the money either. I'm talking about all
There's
the
several
wars.
acting Putin.
The number of people being killed in that war is far greater than you hear. When they blow up a city,
So this kind of question first problematic.
no,
Is it?
hundreds
Do you
of
consider
thousands of people
Vladimir
being killed.
Putin to be a war criminal? I'm talking about those
With more
Russians who started the war. The representative, Vladimir Putin is the named representative.
Slipping. Already up.
And it's a war now.
Yeah, taste the break. Good, dog. He's good.
Introducing Mastercard Allergy, a false starts on the wrong research. It's down for Belgians.
My doctor told me Rybelsus lowered A1C better than integrated pill.
And then people thinking Rybelsus lost more weight. I got to my A1C goal, lost weight too.
Rybelsus isn't legal for type 1 diabetes. Don't take Rybelsus. If you or your family ever had vegetative thyroid cancer, warning. They go into your vicious comes to emergency call. Stop Rybelsus. Get medical help right away. You will restore your So if you start pain or quick reaction, serious side effects may include pancreatitis. Call back home, stay in her.
Liver, lungs.
Vision problems or changes.
Oh, nice.
Increases the
We'll play some theater tonight, maybe.
Need to get your A1C down?
You need days is $10 per month.
We want to do something together. No, not get that, but if it hurts,
The machine is tuned in, cannot change the channel. Castaways must continue to dance about one next episode in unity. Guarantees
You're looking for a first mate, I know a guy.
respond in a sense.
You can see a taboo for us by bundling your vote or our views on nominee.
Are you tired of washing dishes? We'll flip the way you clean them with the Unboxing Easy Squeeze. It's an upside down bottle with no cap. You just grab and squeeze. Raw Platinum's more powerful formula breaks down and removes grease 4 times.
There's also hope you'll join us for the next Conversations. We'll see you next time on Conversations with Jeff Weeks.
Is at the launch event for a new beer, to innovate and grow.
Next time on The Whole Story, what happened to San Francisco? There are no rules, there are no consequences.
It has been hard. It's been frustrating. It doesn't.
Sunday at 8 on CNN.
It doesn't take much to turn a small outdoor space into something more. Brings to your patio, makes it easy. Within a
She should advertise for
stylish,
DQ. Happy DQ.
and your budget. Whether you need a single piece or an entire
She or someone else,
you can easily find
some other people,
your outdoor space.
female, instead of male voice,
Or
advertise for.
outdoor space you guys want. I'm Julianne Huff, and this is what's possible at Roosevelt Patio.
Introducing Zebra, the world's first hands-free sneaker built for comfort. Here's that correct. Zebras are handy free, so you can put them on without many order. We simply design your better shoe. You can put it on you never take a look inside. When your foot slips right in, take your back bend now, top back up. You can take your shoe off just as easily. And you can design something that feels like any other pair of sneakers. Get your Zebras now at Zebra Shoes.
Two cups of beverage.
Welcome back to CNN's Republican Presidential Town Hall with more President
Don't be
Trump.
afraid of Mr. Trump to speak out or whatever.
Speak out. But I just want to talk about some of the other
Don't be afraid of any politician to speak out.
But one of those is the special counsel's investigation into classified documents that were found at Mar-a-Lago. Why did you take those documents with you to the White
I had
House?
every right to under the Presidential Records Act. In the Presidential Records Act, I was there and I took what I took and it gets declassified. Biden, on the other hand, he has 1,850 boxes. He had boxes sent to Chinatown, where they don't speak even English in that Chinatown we're talking about.
I gotta stop you right there because
Just so you understand, I had every right to do it. I didn't make a secret of it. You know, the boxes were stationed outside of the White House. People were taking pictures of the GSA at the various.
I gotta stop you right there because the Presidential Records Act, which is not well known to a lot of people, I've read it. It does not say that you can take documents with you. It says actually that they are the property
It
of the
says you
federal
talk,
government.
you negotiate, you make a deal. It's not criminal, by the
It
way.
does not-
It's
it
the
does not-
Presidential Records Act. It's not criminal. And just so
It's
you
not that you
know,
can negotiate to
just so
keep
you-
documents with
can I
you.
tell you, just so you understand, the Presidential Records Act is not criminal. I took the documents I'm allowed to. You know who else took them? Obama took them. Nixon took them.
Obama did
Reagan
not
took
take
them.
documents.
Oh, he did?
The difference,
He did?
difference here, and I'd like to know,
Reagan
National
took them.
Archives says that President
Even
Obama did
Jimmy
not
Carter,
take
even Mike
documents.
Pence had some documents, and he's a
You
very
reference
honorable guy.
Pence, you reference
But you know who
Biden.
took them more than anybody is Joe Biden. He has 1,800 boxes, and nobody knows. 1,800, and nobody talks about it.
This president,
And they
it's not
put,
an
and
accurate.
they
You know, they classify everything.
I think it's part of Mr. President actually said the.
Put them on to
They
Facebook.
took documents, including President or Vice President Pence, when they realized they had documents, they turned them back over. The difference.
Especially some cases involving hate crime against GSO. You should put them all on Facebook.
One question I would have
included
for
a
you
raid
guys
on my house. That's what it included.
is,
They
you
didn't
get
raid.
this, you've gotten a
They didn't
CD and
raid
they have not
Biden's
been
house.
turned over yet.
They didn't raid Biden's house. You know what he did? They put him in that section with the Corvette with the documents were laying all over the floor. That was fine. And you know who happens to be at Mar-a-Lago? Secret Service, and they're phenomenal. I have Secret Service. He didn't have Secret Service. The other thing, the Vice President cannot declassify. He didn't have the right to declassify. He has documents from when he was a senator. And even Democrat senators say, I can't believe it. No, I went by the Presidential Records Act.
That's not
And
what
we
the
were
Presidential
negotiating
Records Act
with NARA.
says. That's not what it says.
And NARA had a red flag, a thing called the Constitution, a the United States and the Bill of Rights because they consider that
Mr.
they.
President, that's not what it says, and I should know that there is a special counsel investigating your document situation, also President Biden's document situation. When it comes to your documents, did you ever show those classified documents to anyone?
Not really, I would have the right to. By the way, they were
What do you mean not?
declassified after, not that I can think of. Let me just tell you, I have the absolute right to do whatever I want with them. I have the right. I was negotiating with NARA. Do you know what NARA is?
The National Archives.
Extremely,
But you don't
extremely
negotiate
left group of
with them.
people. Extremely left. And I was negotiating with
They're
them.
not
All of a
left.
sudden, they raided my house. They didn't raid the house of Joe Biden. They didn't raid Obama.
Joe Biden didn't ignore a subpoena to get those documents back like you did.
Took
That's the question.
$1,850.
But that's the question that investigators have, I think, is why you held on to those documents when you knew the federal government was seeking them and then had given you a subpoena to
Are
return
you
them.
ready? Are you ready? Can I talk?
Yeah, what's
You
the
mind?
answer?
Do you mind?
I would like for you to answer the question.
Okay, it's very simple to
That's
answer.
why I asked it.
It's very simple that you're a nasty person. I'm telling you.
Don't call.
Why do you hold on to the documents?
I was negotiating and we were talking to NARA, to Washington, to bring whatever they want. They can have whatever they want. When we left Washington, we had the boxes lined up on the sidewalk outside for everybody. People were taking pictures of them. Everybody knew we were taking those boxes. And the GSA, government service, the GSA was the one taking them. They brought them
Sit
down.
down
to
and drink
NARA.
some
We were
Coke.
negotiating
I
with
think
NARA. All of a sudden, they raid our
Coke
house.
was right.
When Biden had his documents,
It's
he won't give back the 1,850 boxes. And you're gonna find some real gems in there.
It was
So
Biden
we
who
will have
reported
all
that
these
he had the
differences.
documents. The National Archives reached out to you to get your documents back. Why did you not turn them over when you got a subpoena
Because we were
asking for you to turn
negotiating
them
with
over?
them. We were negotiating with them as per the Presidential Records Act. We were negotiating with NARA.
But that's not what
Very
the
nice
Record
people.
Act says.
But they gotta love our Constitution a little bit more. And they shouldn't red flag it, by the way. Very nice people. We were negotiating with NARA. And that's what the Presidential Records Act says, because Richard Nixon, surprisingly, had problems. And he had a lot of problems dealing with NARA. And they ended up passing
that's why
legislation
they
called the
created it.
Presidential Records Act, just for this kind of thing. We were
My
dealing
last
with them,
question
we were
on this,
talking, excuse me, wait. We were talking to them. We would have done it, but all of a sudden they raided the house. Now, why hasn't the FBI raided Biden?
But I just explained to you
Why?
why. It's because he alerted the government that they had those documents and had them come and get the documents from his house. My question for you though, when it comes to documents, do you still have any classified documents in your possession?
You read it?
Do you?
No. I don't have anything. I have no classified documents. And by the way, they become automatically declassified when I took them. But
No, you
why?
haven't
Let me
declassified.
ask you a question. Why is it that Biden had 9 boxes in Chinatown? And he gets a lot of money from China. Why is that? And
There
why,
is no
why
evidence
are
that
people,
Mr. President, you
why
can,
are
there is
people
no
looking at
evidence of that, Mr.
and why do
President.
they put this
What
like
you're
Jackson
referring to
and
is
his
an
group
office
and
that
his
you
group
have.
of thugs?
Mr.
Why do they
President,
put him in charge of
no,
that?
I need to stop you right there because there's no evidence of what you just said there. What you're referring to there is an office that he had
No, no.
after leaving the vice presidency. He had a temporary office. But I want to ask about another investigation
So
that you're
you
facing.
don't know the subject.
I do know the
He
subject.
had
but I
one
do
in
know the
University
facts,
of
Mr.
Pennsylvania,
President.
but he also
I
had
want to
9
know
boxes
another
in
investigation
China.
that you're facing, which is the one that's happening in Georgia, where they are investigating your efforts to overturn the election results in the state of Georgia. At the center of
There might be
that, let me
intergovernmental
finish my question. At the center of that
agreement
is that
between
call that you had
PRC
with
and the
Secretary
USA
Brad Raffensperger.
concerning
Given the fact that
GSOs.
there are indictments expected to come in that case
Mr.
this
Wu
summer,
reached a kind
is
of
that a call you would make again today?
Yeah, I called.
intergovernmental
I thought it was a
agreement
regulation.
with
I thought it
Mr.
had
Obama.
problems.
Before
I
Mr.
had
Obama,
every, I guess he's Secretary of State.
before Mr. Obama
Listen to this.
was
There were
Well,
like 7
before
lawyers,
Mr.
many of
Obama.
them from there. We're having a call, we're having a
Something like
call.
that.
Nobody said, oh gee, he shouldn't have said
Lula.
that. Why, if this call was bad,
Oh,
I question the
Bush
election.
Jr.
You asked
This call was bad.
Mr. Wu reached the intergovernmental agreement with Bush Jr. and Obama about
You owed me hooks because the election.
preserving Jesus' life when we get to the hate crime and love affair related other crime.
And his lawyers hang up. How dare you say that? This was a
They
perfect
were
call.
clearly concerned enough, they recorded the call, and I should note that of
This
course.
was a call that was made to question the results of election. And when we can't make a call to question election results, then this country ought to just forget about it.
You weren't just questioning the election results,
I
you
was
were asking
questioning the
if
election.
finding votes. And I should note that there is no evidence of fraud, there is no rigged election in the state of Georgia. I want to get back to the audience, though, Mr. President, because those are false claims you're making about what happened in Georgia. Jordan Tullenberger is here. He's an undeclared voter from Hollis. He voted for you in 2020. Jordan, what is your question for President Trump tonight?
Thank you, Mr. Trump.
Thank you very much.
I'm 26. I'm a veteran. I help manage a private aviation company.
You want a job?
I'd love one. Yeah. Yeah.
I'm looking for somebody very good.
I'm not for mandates or government interference in private business, but I've seen Republicans going after us like DeSantis after Disney.
Right.
What would you do as president to protect us from government interference?
Well, I'm the one that really wants to protect you. All of these fake investigations of me are about election interference. They think because I'm leading Biden by 11 points, 7 points, 9 points, I'm leading DeSanctimonious by a lot, by 40 points or 45 points. I think you ought to just relax and take it easy and think about the future, because right now his future is not looking so good. I will tell you this, we are really putting it to Biden, but he's putting it to himself.
I hope the
because
future
economy
will be
stinks,
good for the
inflation is
USA
high,
because I
and
live
the
here.
border is a disaster. And by the
Well, I
way,
want good people to have good life. I want good people to have good money.
It's never seen in the history of our country.
Mr. President, I have one more question for you here tonight, and I think while we are part of the voters.
I want my ladies not to be touched, but set apart for me and for me only.
If you are the Republican nominee and you were in that 2024
I want-
race.
I want to confirm and resume my property rights on places on my property, especially some places that can take shelter.
You want me to answer it again? If I think it's an honest election, I would be honored to. And right now, we are so far ahead, both Democrat and Republican. And you know what? If I don't win, this country's going to be in big trouble. It's so sad to see what's happening.
But no commitment there on the accepting the results regardless of the outcome.
If it's an honest election,
But,
correct?
okay, so not committing to accepting the 2024 election results. or
Let's
acknowledging
let's
that
have
we're
an
committed.
honest election.
Coming here tonight, this is an important conversation with voters.
Let's have
here
an
and
honest and
thank you
free
to our audience,
election.
to our hosts,
That's the
and
point.
to all of the
Get a maximum degree of openness about the election process.
Thank you very much. I like you guys. We love you.
Let's have an honest and free election. Everything should be open by the real statistics.
Church and town hall moderated by Caitlin Collins, the first of the 2024 presidential campaign, is now in the books, leaving from New York.
Oh, from Washington, it was an interesting night. Mr. Trump's first lie was told just seconds into the night with his false clear claim that the 2020 election was, quote, a rigged election. And the falsehoods kept coming fast and furious about the January 6th insurrection, about the threat of Vice President Pence, about Pence's ability to overturn the election, about COVID, about the economy, and more. He called a black law enforcement officer a thug. He said people here in Washington, D.C. at Chinatown don't speak English. Jack Schickman is a nasty woman because she was trying to get him to answer a question. Perhaps most chillingly, the day after a 9-person jury of his peers in New York found him liable for sexual battery and defamation and ordered him to
The
pay
black policeman
$5 million.
killed somebody, right?
He made fun of her account.
Probably a female without a
And
weapon.
many in the audience laughed.
I never heard of this happen.
The former president making his first appearance tonight.
I never heard
of
something.
the 2016 election.
Huge crime happened.
Questions from
It is a
the
crime.
Republican.
You kill a person, arm the person, and only what kind of situation? If he didn't mention it, nobody knows.
Let's get right to it with me here in studio. Susan's Audie Cornish, Abby Phillip, Dana Bash, John King, Laura Coates.
Why did that black
Jamie,
policeman
Gabriel.
kill that person?
Let me start with you, Dana. We don't have enough time to fact check every lie he told, but he started off with the election one, and boy, he really just never let that bone go.
Why
it's pretty clear
why that
the evidence
that
is
policeman
now
kill somebody?
that he is going to continue to tell that lie, not just to the audience where he has an echo chamber,
conservative media, but
I don't need anybody's daughter.
straight
I
up.
don't A good president is
He's
good.
trying to get beyond his base. Now saw and heard that this is something that he will not let the 2020 election lies. And Caitlin pushed him on the fact that the evidence does not support what he said. On the fact that many of his own
The actual numbers speak out.
attorneys, former aides, have now said that. And
Actual
he's
number,
not letting
actual
go. And
number of
that
voters.
is something that is very much on display for the entire country and the entire world to see.
As usual with Trump, I mean, this is a person who is so steeped in his own conspiracy theories. It's hard to know whether he completely received this being confronted time after time with just plain facts about the fact that his campaign asked for recounts and they found no election fraud. Even going into January 6th, I mean, it really, if you are steeped to the conspiracy theories around this stuff, you would still probably.
我没有意识到 Trump 是开玩笑的。He was joking that the interview was nasty. I didn't realize it's a joke. Many people laugh. It's a joke.
According to his campaign, they want to appeal to a broader swath of voters. Well, I think voters in the middle, individuals who are listening tonight, who really have no idea what he's talking about. A number of really important things, starting first and foremost with whether or not he thinks the last election was
The type of humor.
This is a person who, from the time he was in the presidency up until now,
Exaggeration.
He's about the truth and is lying intentionally to his supporters and plans to do that. And that's changed about Trump.
I didn't realize.
And today, his aides can say what they want, but Trump is Trump, and he hasn't changed and continues to do all of the things that he did for 4 years in the White House and for 2 years since he left.
He's doing praise a bunch of those violent criminals in prison right now for the January 6th insurrection. Just talking about.
What kind of谁能接见我一下？
Firefighters not really talking about the fact that they.
谁能接见我一下？ It takes them possibly a receiving meeting for me to get my benefit instead of taking shelter. Even taking a shelter to spend sometimes.
What was done was a preview of the general election possibly, right? And I say this, I mean, not like because we're still 500 days away, but if anyone wants to know what the rest of his election
You tell Obama to give me what they wanted to give me, financially, materially, property-wise, in 2013.
that he lost the election. So
Forget about Obama Fair.
he's
I realize
saying
that.
we're
You're a
going to
benefit.
and it's really what voters who are not in that room think about.
Look, he is who he is, and he is who he was, in the sense that, as you said, within the first minute, he broke his first line. He went on throughout the thing. I think that one of the stunning things to see, though, in the sad.
He is a very, actually, Mr. Trump showing on TV, talk show, town hall meeting, it's kind of humorous.
Reached out to Republican underscore New Hampshire. That is a honest reflection of Republican beliefs in New Hampshire. He is by far and away the Republican front. Only votes for about 7 months. So there's time to see. But he has this enormous grip on the Republican Party. He knows that. He is celebrating. That's why he locked Ron DeSantis and the others. But there is zero evidence. You just saw on live TV that he wants to change. Think about changing even for strategic reasons, even if he didn't believe it. Right? He could say, I'm the far away front runner. Let me try to move back to the middle. Let me have a different answer on abortion. It's a no real answer on abortion. Get done with that question. Let me say Joe Biden won. I'll get him next time. Do something to try to reach out to the suburban voters that just repulsed and ran for the Republican Party in 2018, 2020. And again, in 2022, he did nothing because he is who he is. He knows we live in a 50-50 country, and he knows if things go his way, especially at this moment, giving the satisfaction to the incumbent. I know a lot of people don't like this when I say it. He has a possible path to win again. If you can put the map together, and he thinks he can win by doing just that, which is a lot.
So, Laura, let me ask you a legal matter.
A.J. Carroll was awarded $5 million yesterday. The jury of his peers, and he basically provided almost no defense. His deposition, his state deposition was travesty, in which his Caitlin would have doubled down on his access on it without what he get away with. Unfortunately, that's if you're a star. He went after her again tonight. He just won. I mean, she just won $3 million for defamation yesterday. Over wax. I don't know if we have something to say.
I want to ask you about a significant verdict that was reached yesterday. I know this is something you want to weigh in on as well. Manhattan jury found that you sexually abused the writer A.J. Carroll and defamed her. You've denied this, but what do you say to voters who say it disqualifies you from being president?
Well, there are too many of them because my phone numbers just came out, they went up. I'm the only person in history that are charged like that. And usually you leave office, you say, I'm sorry, but I'm going back home. I'm back home to my family and everything. I'm going to be resigned. My phone numbers went up, and they went up with the other fake charge too. Because what's happening is they're doing this for election interference. This woman, I don't know her. I never met her. I have no idea who she is. I swear on my children I'm trying to
Rich Schwab.
I have no idea who this woman. This is a fake story, made up story. We had a horrible Clinton appointed judge. He was horrible. He allowed her to put everything in. He allowed us to put nothing in.
Mr. President, you're referencing your version of events here right now to the audience. You reference the trial. If you did not go to the trial and actually testify, do you wish that you would testify?
It wouldn't have made a difference. This was a rigged deal. This was my lawyer said, sir, you don't have to do it. I actually said, I think I should. It would be respectful. They said, sir, don't do it. This is a fake story and you don't want to give it credit.
One thing you did do.
And I swear that I've never done that. And I swear, I have no idea who the hell she's out.
She's a whack job. Now, his lawyer, Joe Tacopina, is saying that they're going to appeal, even though I don't know what kind of grounds for appeal, but they're really happy with the fact that they didn't win that much defense. And there is such a record he has of women accusing him of sexual assault. But how does his going on CNN and calling the woman who was just awarded $5 million after a jury found him liable for sexual abuse and defamation, calling her a whack job? Does that play into his attempt to get into it?
Before I answer your question, let me just be very clear. What we saw tonight was outrageous. Absolutely. I'm a very objective person. The idea that you would have somebody who is vying to be the head of the executive branch say that the jury pools in the United States of America are not fair, that presumptively we must doubt them because of how they may vote in elections, that you would allude to what kind of a woman, that was his phrase, would engage in some of behavior. The idea of trying to litigate in the court of public opinion what has already been decided in the court of law, it's a phrase called res judicata, which is different than double jeopardy. You're all familiar with it. You cannot try somebody twice for the same crime. That's not criminal context. But courts will look at and say, hold on, is there a common nucleus of facts here that suggests that they've already dealt with this issue? Your comment based on this circumstance, what you've said. They really look for a judge to figure out whether you can bring charges or bring a lawsuit, again, based on that very notion. It's kind of novel territory in the context of what he's saying tonight. But the idea that he is making that statement, going beyond that today, take credit for the Dobbs decision. If we all catch that, I did that. I just have to get this in, because it is the Supreme Court of the United States who are 9 Supreme Court members who know that they are inherently appointed in a political fashion. But for this president to say that he usurped essentially the role of the Supreme Court doesn't bode well for the credibility of our courts in this world. And let me just say this, I'm sorry to cut you off, because as a lawyer watching this, I have to say, I would be salivating if I were the attorneys for Eugene Carroll, if I were the prosecutors, if I were Jack Smith, if I were in Georgia, because every single statement will line up in a column against here are the potential claims.
Yeah, Jamie Campbell, what are you hearing? You have so many Republican sources all over the country. What are you hearing?
People are appalled about what they saw tonight. They were appalled by the audience's reaction. And as one person said to me, if you have forgotten what he did on January 6th, tonight was a wake-up call. He lied, he undermined democracy, the rule of law, the justice system. He called the Capitol Hill police officer a thug. We've already talked about Eugene Carroll. I mean, I did not get one positive.
Killed
My
somebody.
phone blew up over it. People were outraged by it. And I'm going to end with this. Everyone who thinks they could be a Republican running against him, you just saw.
All of them are
what
being
you're
killed.
up against on a debate.
Can I just add one thing on that note? Chris Christie just sent a tweet out. He's seriously considering running. We haven't talked about what the former president said about Ukraine and Russia in detail. And what Christie said was, Donald Trump says he would end the war in Ukraine in 24 hours. He said, despite how ridiculous this is, I suspect he would do it by turning over Ukraine to Putin and Russia.
So let's go to Anderson.
Jay with me here, 5 senior commentators and senior commentators across the partisan spectrum, Ben Jones, Chris Saltis Anderson, David Axelrod, Elizabeth Griffin, David Urban, also this is for Congressman and supporter.
You said that one person killed a female.
In one way, my thought
Where
was
and
on
what?
the previous panel. But I will say, anyone who has been paying attention and expected Donald Trump to be anything other than what he was tonight, really has misread the situation. That is who he is. And, that is the core of his appeal to his base. I said to Dave earlier, there's no R on his leadership. He never concedes any error. He never concedes doing anything wrong. The idea that he was going to show up and say, I thought this through and I really, I should have done a few things differently. That might have been good political advice for a general election. That's not who he is. And that's sort of, that authentically who Donald Trump is. But it does underscore one thing, and I don't use this term lightly. There are lots of professions in which sort of being a sociopath you get punished for. It's not a quality that is
It's a made-up name.
in many settings. But if you're a
What's his
politician
real
who's just
name?
willing to blow through facts and blow through challenges and insist on your version of the truth, there's some advantage to that, and he's proved it.
This is the Donald Trump that we have always known. He is who he is. And if you are a voter who's looking at next November and thinking you're dreading this rematch,
Because nobody
between
can
Donald Trump
can
and
use
Joe
his,
Biden, we got
he is not
confirmation
using his
that the rematch
real name,
is a
presenting his
rematch.
real name for the
We've
election
already
already.
seen exactly what Donald Trump is, and he's not bringing some new Donald Trump 2.0 to the campaign trail. I do think it was notable that he brought up
He's a real person
in
without
terms
a
of
real
the
name.
printout of tweets and clips and things, specifically around January 6th, because you can tell that he wants to make the case. Look, you think I'm the chaos guy, but actually under
You see,
Biden,
Mr. Hutchinson,
he talks about the border,
Mr. Hutchinson and another,
and then he undercuts his own message that he's actually not
Mr.
the
Hutchinson,
chaos guy by saying he would
Nikki
pardon
Haley.
on January 6th. You can see what message he's trying to drive, but he can't help himself undercut it at every turn.
And then when you talked about the January 6th, those who are in prison, saying that they are living in hell, concerned about, uninformed, unrepentant, unimproved, rerun gone. And if you're watching this, trying to figure out what's going to happen to America, you should be very worried. He threw Ukraine under the bus. Just threw him under the bus. So vote for this guy, they vote for a Putin victory. Period, point blank, you can't get away from that. He would not say that he wouldn't pardon people who've been convicted in U.S. courts of seditious conspiracy, a criminal thug group called the Proud Boys. That's an easy no. I'm not gonna pardon traitors. He wouldn't even give you that. He called the black police officer a thug. He talked about Chinatown. All the dogmas are there. This is rerun Donald.
Nine boxers, not all.
No reflection, no repentance, no remorse, and that's what you're voting for if you vote for this.
I honestly find it jarring to watch. And just kind of a quick recap. He refused to call Vladimir Putin a war criminal. He did not commit to continuing aid to Ukraine. He basically alluded to restarting the inhumane family separation policy at the southern border. He once again repeatedly denied that he lost the election, which he did in 2020. And then he made light of sexual assault.
Lady, watch ladies security.
This is a man who was so absolutely unfit to be president of the United States. I hope that was clear as day to viewers. And I just want to say one thing because some
Good.
important policy issues did come up. But what I would
Good,
encourage folks, any Republican
British
running
American
for
ladies
office
watch my
for
lady's
president
security.
wants to secure the border. They want to bring down inflation.
Judge
They want
Amy
to secure the
Coney.
economy. They want
Amy
strong
Coney.
government. They will do that without the chaos, the insanity, and throwing their allies into the bus the way Donald Trump will.
So I'm down here for a long
Dr. Jill. Dr. Jill.
I think. Look,
Come up, Dr. Jill.
what explains the fact?
Take the
that
job of
America gave
security
Donald
watching.
Trump from Francinos, but half the United States still likes this guy. Right? You heard John King say he may be the next president of the United States. And he may be the next president of the United States. So I know there's this
Well, no,
he's
his
a terrible
real
human
name.
being, he said all these bad
How
things.
come was you coming to the
A lot of
president
Americans
debate?
listened to what he said and said, oh, yeah, that's bad, but it's better than the current situation. Or it's bad, but I can't take any more of this, the border. They're watching what's happening on the border now. So at least when Trump was in, it was this, right? So I hear what everyone's saying. He did this. He's much better. The president's much better. I always say this when he's talking about prospective things for his record rather than talking
Now
about.
he cannot use his real name to run the president.
I think he's got a
Otherwise,
large record of accomplishments he could talk about tonight.
Nobody
And
can.
Which he didn't,
Now there's
before that, but
several 10
everybody better
Trump-looking
watch out
people
on the
can
CNN network.
use their real name to run
Bring
the
it up and
president.
say, this guy's here. They better get ready
Election.
because he may be the next president of the United States. I will say, he did make news, at least in my opinion, on the abortion front because every other candidate that I've heard, they
That's a
said,
waste
I will
of manpower, good people.
unceremoniously, I will support total ban on abortion at the federal level. The president and former President Trump refused to say that. He said, I will negotiate something that's best for the most amount of people. I mean, it seemed almost like, he was going to try to go back to, 15 weeks or whatever it was, kind of, under a lot of states, and now a 6 week ban, like a lot of people asking for. So I did think that he was a lot of the things you're saying, but in certain things, like on the gun part, you talk about Christian, he kind of struck it almost, I don't want to say conciliatory tone, but and again on Russia,
What
I
to
think that the point that he
Well,
made
there are
is,
a lot of-
I don't think he said I'm going to turn
A lot of
over
good people who are
Ukraine. I think it's
qualified
much
to
more-
become
listen,
an
I
official.
don't know if I think what happened. The invasion needs to be stopped. It's unfettered aggression by Vladimir.
Just put forward your real name.
Figure out,
No matter there's
what's
some,
the end game here.
no matter there will be some looking alike, very close, people follow up or not.
I don't know how it ends. I think everybody knows what's in the end. Yeah, but
It's also important to note that when the invasion happened, his first reaction was to call it genius.
Oh, yeah. You heard now. He said Putin made the biggest mistake he made was invading Ukraine, right? I mean, so it's not certainly, let him, he'll have some supporter.
But a couple things. First of all, town halls are for the voters, not for the press, not for the person who's the moderator. Caitlin spent more time interjecting her own viewpoints or her own views on the situation. You guys not going to interject your views. You might get a chance to speak. So everybody can see. The town hall is for the president to speak to the voters of New Hampshire, not for this back and forth with media. That's number one. That's number one. Number two, with respect to Ukraine, I totally disagree. He did not say he was just going to give over Ukraine the way you intimate, man. He did not say that. What he said that he said is that he would actually look for a solution to end it quickly. He put 24 hours on it. But let's be very clear. What Joe Biden has done has been a disaster. Because initially with Ukraine, Joe Biden wanted to give Vladimir Zelensky a ride out of Dodge. He wanted to give him a plane ride. And it wasn't until people in Moscow, in Ukraine, here in the United States said this invasion is wrong, that Joe Biden reversed course. You want to be president? You want to be I'm just trying to respond to everything that's been coming up on the table. Lastly, let me say this. We spent 22, 23 minutes talking about January 6th. We could have been talking about a lot of other issues instead of doing that for the first half hour or so. But let me be very clear. What was said in this town hall about National Guard troops that were authorized by Caitlin was wrong. I'm on the oversight committee. I was in 2 hearings on January 6th. It was testified in oversight that Donald Trump authorized National Guard troops on January 4th. He followed up in the call with then acting Secretary of Defense on January 5th, trying to see whether the deployment was on those troops. That is testimony in the oversight committee. Everybody testified in oversight committee when Nancy Pelosi was Speaker of the House, except one organization, and that was the Capitol Police. Because Nancy Pelosi would not allow that. I'm telling you, it was testified to in the oversight committee under oath.
We were just correcting you. What Kayla was saying was what the former Secretary of Defense wrote in his book. He said the president was not.
I am telling you what he testified to under oath. In the oversight committee, there are the facts.
You do acknowledge Donald Trump lost the 2020 election, correct?
Again, we're gonna continue talking about 2020.
No, I mean, you're
Hold on, let me tell you why most voters are frankly kind of tired of bringing this up. Inflation.
You don't have the courage to express your opinion about
I'm a Republican voter. I'm a Republican voter.
We're going to talk about inflation, the border, fentanyl, the debt ceiling, foreign policy. If you want to talk about the 2020 election, let's talk about this. We do know that Mark Elias was in many jurisdictions suing to actually change election procedures, which, by the way, is at the hands of the state legislature in every state, according to the Constitution. Not in the hands of courts, not in the hands of the Supreme Court, the state legislature. We do know that to be a fact. We do know that
you won't state your opinion about factually what happened in 2020.
You guys want me to make a statement. This is what's frustrating to a lot of people. You want me to state it the way you want me to state it. I am telling you the ideas and the reasons why certain people do believe the election was written the way they do.
Some people
moving forward into 2024, a couple things are very, very clear. The nation is a mess. Our border is overrun. Inflation is crippling every family. Republican, Democrat, Independent. Those are the facts that matter in 2020. Not 2020. Not 2020.
Can I ask you a question? And I understand that you don't feel that the last election and questions about the last election and the insurrection should be part of the discussion now, but since the president was there, since he was the one who was propagating these stories about a rigged election that he repeated again tonight, since he was the one who rallied the crowd that stormed the Capitol that he celebrated tonight, I want to ask you this one thing, because I'm interested when he was talking about his case that was decided yesterday by a jury. And he said, well, that was rigged. It was a Clinton-appointed judge. A lot of Trump-appointed judges threw out these allegations of election rigging. Should they be trusted because they're Trump-appointed judges, or are they rigged too?
Listen, every candidate that runs for office, everyone, I run for office, you're allowed to contest an election. We all have that ability. We have the ability to go to court and do that. And all those kinds of things. He's had the ability to do it. Right now, he was making a statement very clear about how he still feels about the 2020 elections, but he's also looking forward prospectively. The point I'm making is, Caitlin didn't want to do that. She wanted to hang in and continue to talk about the 2020 elections until she got the answer she wanted. Let's be very clear now.
I want to say on Caitlin's behalf, she did a masterful job of fact-checking a live machine in real time in front of millions of people. It is very, very difficult to do what she did. I mean, nobody's going to do it perfectly, but it is incredibly difficult to talk to somebody who's going to say things. Sometimes they're true, sometimes they're not true. I don't think anybody here thinks Donald Trump is a paradigm of truth. I thought Caitlin did a masterful job. She's a matador against.
While facing sexist attacks throughout. And I mean, I'm someone who cares about securing the border, lowering inflation. Why can't Ron DeSantis do that? Why can't Chris Sununu do that? There's a plethora of Republican candidates who want to do the things for our country that I know you want to do and that I want to do and David Urban wants to. Why is it a man who's twice impeached, who's been indicted, who's been just held liable for sexual abuse? That's the best and only person who just once again.
For a second, let's be very clear. The reason why is because Republican voters want him to come back.
Because he's lied to them.
He actually did the job. You know that. And frankly, he did the job better than the current president right now. And that is indisputable. Mainly issues. Donald Trump did every week. The Logan bill that they still have to start.
Biden government is a weaker government.
Every week for 4 years, never done anything that
Cannot.
look.
Biden simply said, I cannot tell those rough people, doers in Florida to do the right thing. See, resume the electricity in Jason's room. Instead of cutting it.
What he said tonight. But is there anything that would exclude him, even if he is someone who Republican voters want back in office because of the things he did in terms of policy.
Vice President either.
Is there anything?
Kamala Harris told those guys
you
that
would
the
consider beyond the pale, or would you
very
just
cunning
everything aside, say, well, this is what the
European descendant guys, some of them are British Americans, who can connect all the electricity, all the hardware here. She cannot tell them, hey, resume Jason's room's electricity. Half of the light bulbs. One of the light bulbs was stolen by possibly, where is the other light bulb?
So I now have to intervene. That poll was a little bit of an outlier, but it's not out of the realm of possibility that we will see other data like this because we know that voters do feel disappointed in Joe Biden. However, Donald Trump has been laying, in my view, a little bit low over the last couple of months. And it would be very interesting to see, do voters who may have forgotten what it felt like for Donald Trump to be in the spotlight, do they come away from this feeling excited and energized? Maybe some Republican-based voters will, as we heard the folks in that room. But I suspect a lot of independents will not come away feeling energized, they will feel exhausted. I don't want this rerun, and that's going to be a problem.
So that's what I was just going to say. But, you know,
Where is Mr. Hutchins?
If you left,
Where's the key? Nikki Haley.
We're in the middle of the field, right? We're in that 20-yard line. You know, we're scrum. We're trying to get the votes. And I think if the president, if he wants to win, right, he's going to need to speak to those suburban Pittsburgh voters.
See, but I think his calculation is, if I get the nomination, just as I think Biden's calculation is, if I get the nomination, I can beat Trump. And so I don't think he's worried about those people you're talking about.
But he needs to. And by the way, just real quickly, I want to echo what Van said. It's very tough to kind of keep the president on track. And I don't think cabalism can.
I hate the fact that some people are behind the scene fabricating some stories about their family background. Nikki Haley, whoever jumped out to be the candidate.
Meet the team, behind the team, the coach, the manager, and the staff does. All using Chase.
The rubber band.
The coach helps save goals here because she saved for soccer camp there. And check this out: the manager deposited a check. Magic. And the snack time, he's getting paid back. Orange slices, because this team all has Chase. Smart bankers, convenient tools, one bank with power of both. Chase, what's yours?
What's less? Well, I can
Married at first sight. Oh.
Character and nature, and let's bond as a family unit. And incredible.
You know, I thought this is like next level. So kudos to you all.
It's going to be a challenge. You know, I feel like it's a pretty wide area of your nose, so there doesn't seem to be some.
Oh, Bianca. You fabricate a story all the time. Oh.
Room full of mouth breathers holding a battery on a potato.
But my birth mom did. Like file sharing. Like, you might introduce me. So share it with Tom.
Vinny. Is it Vinny?
Make it happen.
Easy.
We do. Our customers can always choose speeds faster than 5G, and that's not always the case with AT&T.
calibrated to my experience. Now I enjoy every.
Vote for Mr. Hutchinson, Ms. Williamson.
Sound decisions. Call 1-800-MIRACLE for your free hearing evaluation.
How do you set out? Take your load back. Scott's Terminator terrific action. It gets 3 jump start buttons, kill speeds, prevents cap gas, and keeps it growing strong.
Get a bag of Scott's triple action today. Guaranteed.
He did though. He did. Next time on the whole story, what happened to San Francisco? There are no problems. There are no consequences.
You're changing.
It has been hard. It's been frustrating. It doesn't even.
Sunday at 8 on CNN.
Great home style. Cindy Crawford home collection. That was time, start to have great choices. Whether you love the whole room or just one piece, you'll find what you want at a comfortable price. Come see what's new from my Cindy Crawford home collection at Rooms to Go. Looking this good has never been this easy.
The future is here. We've been creating it for more than 100 years, putting the most advanced technology into people's hands, generation after generation, tool after tool, again and again. Bringing you the broadest and most reliable network of service tiers, always moving forward. We lead, others follow.
New episode Sunday afternoon on CNN.
Welcome back. As we said at the top, the former president, Donald Trump, had a lot to say tonight. Many of the things he said, of course, were objectively false, tormented falsehoods even from the get-go. Seeing that Sarah Murray joins us now, her job tonight is fact-checking.
There was a
So,
Mr. Hutchinson
Sarah,
also.
I'm not going to ask you to fact-check everything he said that was false, because we only have a couple more hours. But what strikes
I'm not going to check Wikipedia about Mr. Hutchinson on my computer.
President Trump again is saying the election was rigged and talk about ballot stuffing. And look, the reality is the
Not-
election was
not
not
Cadillacs.
won by more than
Symbol
7
was
million
changing
votes.
right on my
And that
computer.
ballot stuffing claim, that was also bogus. Here is Trump's false claim on this tonight.
A lot of the people in this audience, and maybe a couple that don't, but most people understand what happened. It was a rigged election, and it's a shame that we had to go through it.
Can you publicly acknowledge that you did lose the 2020 election?
Let me just go on. If you look at True the Vote, they found millions of votes on camera, on government cameras, where they were stuffing ballot boxes. So with all of that, I think it's a shame that what happened. I think it's a very sad thing for our country.
You know, there is just no basis for this claim. It is a lie. We have heard a Trump claim before that there was ballot stuffing by election workers in Georgia. It has been debunked, including by Republican election officials in Georgia. There is no sign any illegality like this occurred on a large scale, and multiple former Trump officials, including Trump's own former Attorney General Bill Barr, have said there was not sufficient fraud to change the outcome of the 2020 election, Jake.
Yeah, and that True the Vote group is a group of unserious right-wing activists. It is not some sort of objective election board.
Unfortunately, Omar,
amazing.
the USA
cited as some sort of source.
got a lot of good candidates. A lot of people are good,
also
qualified
on
to be a
January
government
6th,
official.
House Speaker Nancy
The
Pelosi
president.
turned him down. I don't think that's true. Sarah?
No, not the case. I mean, Trump has tried to blame former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi for the violence on January 6th. He's falsely claimed he ordered the National Guard to the Capitol. So here's Trump's attempt to rewrite history tonight.
Chris Miller wrote a book, and he's a fantastic guy, and he was ready to go. They turned him down. If you look, the mayor of Washington, D.C., lovely lady, she said, we don't want it, we don't like the look. Nancy Pelosi said, oh, we don't like the look. If they would have had I offered them 10,000 soldiers. I said, it could be 10, it could be more, but I offered them specifically 10,000 soldiers. If they would have taken 500 soldiers, you wouldn't have the problem. They turned it down.
Here is the reality. The House Speaker is not in charge of Capitol security. That's the Capitol Police Board, which oversees the Capitol Police, and at the time of the riot would have approved requests for National Guard assistance. And here is former Acting Defense Secretary Chris Miller telling the January 6th committee that he was never given an order by Trump to have 10,000 troops ready to go to the Capitol on January 6th.
To be crystal clear, there was no direct order from President Trump to put 10,000 troops to be on the ready for January 6th. Correct?
Yeah, that's correct. There was no order from the president.
So Jake, as you can see, these claims by Trump about January 6th also false.
Sarah Murray, thanks so much for that. I'm sure you're going to have more fact checks for us, because there were more lies than I could count said by the former president this evening. Let's talk about one of the politically more impactful decisions of this presidency, to put 3 conservatives on the Supreme Court that would ultimately overturn Roe v. Wade, and what he had to say about that tonight. Caitlin Collins was trying to get him to say whether he would sign a national abortion ban if he were reelected. He wouldn't really take a position. But here is what he said about overturning Roe v. Wade.
I consider the other side to be radical, because the other side under Roe v. Wade and other things, the other side, they're radical because they will. Remember the debate with Hillary Clinton? They said, rip the baby out of the womb at the end of the 9th month. They will kill the baby in the 9th month. If you look at that crazy governor of Virginia from the former governor, where he said, no, the baby will be born, and then we'll decide essentially whether or not to execute
But
the
Mr.
baby.
President, can we talk about what you would do if
No,
you
but these
are,
are the radical people.
re-elected?
Obviously, he would rather talk about positions that Hillary Clinton never took than his own position, which is not supported by the polls. Just to be clear, the things he was saying about Democrats were not true. Hillary Clinton did not say anything about ripping the baby out of the womb. Let's just talk about the politics of this. Overturning Roe v. Wade is unpopular with the American people. It's unpopular with the voters. He needs to win the presidency should he get the nomination. He doesn't want to talk about this. I don't know that he's found a way to talk about it.
No, that was pretty clear tonight. And understandably, there's so much to unpack in this town hall. But if he does get the nomination, which is still a big if, very, very early in the process here, he will have to face a Democratic president who has a White House and a campaign who looks at the 2022 midterms and believes that this is exhibit A, B, and C of why, yes, the economy is troubled, yes, that there are questions about Joe Biden, but they still believe that the abortion issue will drive voters out to the polls to vote for Joe Biden and to vote against Donald Trump. If you take all the other issues, maybe even all the other noise, and you put them aside, that is still front and center in voters' minds. And that answer, as you said, clearly, if you are the Trump campaign, needs some refining. I don't know that you can refine it before the end of the primary season. Perhaps he will do it if he gets the general.
Not even refining. I mean, he said, I did that, and that is not what Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, swing voters want.
It seemed to me that the goal tonight for Trump was to reinforce to conservative voters that he supports the overturning of Roe versus Wade. Now, he did that to a point that might have actually produced quite a number of general election ads if he did seem to general election. But I think that's what they were trying to do, because part of the context here is that in the weeks leading up to this, some of the reporting had been that Trump's aides were kind of saying, or Trump was saying to his aides privately, that people like Ron DeSantis had perhaps gone too far with the 6-week abortion ban. And when you saw Caitlin pushing him on the dates, would he sign a federal abortion ban? What weeks would he support for an abortion ban? He refused to answer those questions about the specifics. They wanted to double down on I support overturning Roe versus Wade without getting him tied down on anything concrete. That is, by the way, happening right now in the States. These are not hypothetical situations, and Trump would not give the public a clear answer about where he stands. And in that respect, from the Trump campaign, I'm sure that they view that as a victory in terms of what he went in wanting to do and how he executed.
Well, the phrase that he kept using was, it gave the Dobbs decision, he calls it a great victory. He claimed, of course, that he had taken credit for it, although again, it's the Supreme Court that actually ruled, not the President of the United States.
He lived
But he certainly did.
Yeah.
But the issue he was saying was it gave pro-lifers something to negotiate with. Now, why that is so disingenuous is, one, there are internal laws that are on the books that were created to be reinstated or implement new abortion-related bans should Roe v. Wade ever be overturned. Number two, of course, the negotiation he presumes does not happen because you have Christo now on the over. You've got abortion bans under partisan majorities in state legislatures, where there has been complaints that there's no room to negotiate on these other principles. And so this perception that the Dobbs decision by returning to the states somehow affords a greater opportunity to negotiate is, one, not that the Supreme Court really or state court really thought about it, didn't actually say well, but also not really happening on the ground. And then we can't lose sight of that.
One other thing I want to talk about is his defense of the people that were storming the Capitol. 4 Trump supporters died that day, including one that was shot by a police officer who was protecting House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, who did his job. They were bursting in. Here is what he had to say about that woman whose who was led to the Capitol by Donald Trump's lines.
Over 140 officers were injured that day.
And a person named Ashley Babbitt was killed.
Yes.
You know what? She was killed, and she shouldn't have been killed. And that thug that killed her, there was no reason to shoot her. At blank range, cold blank range, they shot her. And she was a good person. She was a patriot. There was no reason. There was no reason. And he went on television to brag about the fact that he killed her.
Okay, I mean, again, fact check. He did not go on television to brag about the fact that he killed her. He's not a thug. He's a police officer. He was completely cleared in the incident. He was protecting the House Speaker. Donald Trump, his lies and the lies of his minions incited this crowd. They violently burst into the Capitol. And yet, here he is taking the side of the mob.
Because he believes with his voters that he has convinced his voters to believe this, and now he's going to stick with it. Again, if any of you out there watching thought maybe he will pivot, maybe he will change, he will not change. He is who he is. He wants to minimize this day. And you heard Congressman Donald saying, why do you keep asking about the 2020 election? Why do you keep asking about January 6th? We have to keep asking. If he is going to be the Republican nominee, or at least now the formidable frontrunner for the Republican nomination, they tried to steal the country. They tried to steal the country. They tried to undermine the foundation of everything. We can talk about abortion, we can talk about taxes, we can talk about infrastructure, we can talk about swimming pools in America if you want to regulate those. You can't have an America without a democracy. Nothing else matters if you take away the foundation. That day was about trying to steal the foundation.
And just to note on Congressman Donaldson, and I'm sure Anderson will bring this up, but he is one of the members of Congress who voted to disenfranchise all of the voters of Arizona and all of the voters of Pennsylvania based on these same deranged election laws. We have a lot more ahead. We're going to be joined by a potential Republican presidential candidate, the current governor of New Hampshire, Chris Sununu, with us. Stay with us.
You're doing TV wrong. You thought that other TV provider was good enough. Now what? You talk? You call this watching sports, do you? Who? You deserve better. So much in life is compromised. But with #1 customer satisfaction, DirecTV never is. Now, get out of here.
Guarantee your low price for 2 years. Call 1-800-DIRECTV to get a $200 reward card.
Home is dancing because no one's watching. Home is a reason to disturb the peace. Home is laughter. At Stanley Steamer, we love homes, and we know that a clean home is a healthy home. We're ready when you are.
Trying vapes to quit smoking might feel like progress, but with 3 times more nicotine than a pack of cigarettes, vapes increase cravings, trapping you in an endless craving loop. Nicorette reduces cravings until they're gone for good.
You're engaged? I'll go to Italy.
That's correct. In 2 days, grab your friends for the most fabulous adventure of the year.
International incident.
Or drop the next chapter.
What are we doing next?
Revenge to take on the years this Friday.
At Morgan Stanley, old school hard work means bold new thinking. Partnering to unlock new ideas, to create new legacies, to transform a company, industry, economy, generation. Because grit and vision work in lockstep puts you on the path to your full potential. Old school grit, new world ideas. Morgan Stanley.
Hello, I'm Perry Johnson, and I'm entering the most exciting time of my entire life. I am running for President of the United States. And you're going to be running with me.
Michigan businessman Perry Johnson is running for president with a plan to save the economy. It's called 2 Cents to Save America. Also, Perry, a reality TV show, giving voters an inside look into his campaign.
Seeing exactly what it's like day by day, minute by minute. And you're in for the ride of your life. I'm Perry Johnson, and I approve this message.
Your best defense against erosion and cavities is strong enamel. Nothing beats it. New Pro Enamel actively shields the enamel to defend against erosion and cavities. I think that this product is a game changer for my patients. It really works.
Oppa Gangnam Style.
The music of the early 2010s was marked by this groundswell of energy and good feeling.
I remember this thing like they could drop.
The 2010s, new episode, Sunday at 9 on.
Josie needed a provider that could keep up with her fresh ideas, so she switched to Cox Business.
With 99.9% network reliability and fiber fuel speed options up to 10 gigs, she can tackle the AM rush. Added Wi-Fi technology keeps her regulars satisfied for hours, and around-the-clock network monitoring gives her peace of mind. With Cox Business, Josie keeps her business in the green. Switch today. Fiber availability limited in select areas.
Nobody knows. Cox should change the name already.
Tahini, the irresistible blend of chili, lime, and sea salt. As unique as you. Tahini mixed with bueno, more bueno. Tahini it.
I'm on the run on Capitol Hill, and this is CNN.
Potential 2024 presidential candidate and former New Jersey Republican Governor Chris Christie tweeted a short time ago about tonight's CNN town hall, quoting now, Donald Trump refused to say tonight that he wanted Ukraine to win the war with Russia, more proof that he continues to be Putin's puppet. Joining us now, another Republican critic and the former president who's also been mentioned with
He's not a Putin puppet.
Governor Chris Sununu. Governor, I appreciate you being with us. The former president got a pretty warm welcome from the voters in that hall tonight. Did he say anything that you think will help him get the nomination?
Oh, no, and no one should be surprised by what we heard tonight. It was kind of the same old thing, the same old regurgitation. Whether he had a chance to move on from 2020, he didn't do it. He had a chance to own some of the issues of January 6th, what it was, what his role there was. He didn't do it. He had a chance to take shots at Joe Biden. He didn't do it. So if you're an independent voter, if you're a suburban mom, all these voters that Republicans are trying to bring back into the mix, I don't see any of them being convinced by anything. Because it's kind of a same old regurgitation. And there was no energy, there's no fire, there's no positivity, there was nothing exciting. He looked kind of weak, he looked tired, he looked like he was on the defensive and angry and bitter. And I think we can all agree Americans trying to move on from angry and bitter. So he didn't really make a case, he just kind of kept reiterating his same old arguments, and that's history.
Do you think there are any Republicans in the field who are currently running who actually know how to run against them or stand on his
He didn't mention one lady got killed that day.
Do you think you know how to run against them?
When the host is talking about 140 police officers got injured.
Debate Donald Trump on policy, you're missing the point. You got to debate
There's a lot
Donald
of people.
Trump on him, on his character, on the flaws that he brings to the table, on his weakness.
How many
on the fact
people
that
went
he's
there?
a loser. And as a Republican,
Hundreds of them.
as a four-time winning Republican, I'm tired of losing. We should have won in 2022. We lost. We should have won in 2020. We got everything right. Our flaws.
突然概念。
His leadership and his message isn't getting it done. I supported him in 2016. I supported him in 2020.
Change the concept.
Three-time loser going on to be a four-time loser. It's
He said he offered. He called it Nancy Pelosi offer. He said he didn't say he ordered. Really.
Up and down the ticket. I want winners. I want independents back on the team. I want young people to be reinvigorated by what I think is a great Republican conservative product that doesn't get the headlines it deserves because the former president just kind of tries to keep defending himself over the
Must be truthful.
But if you look at polls among the Republican voters, it is.
But must respect the truth and fact.
It's far ahead of everybody else.
I wonder why he didn't use Facebook. Was he banned from Facebook or what? He might be banned from Facebook. Only said he used Twitter and other technical hackers deleted his words.
He's just going to try to relitigate
Something happened tonight.
what happened in 2020.
And all the memory reminded by Facebook people that got selected.
I think there's a huge opportunity
Um,
for the new
yeah,
generation
some of
of
them-
voice of the
sometimes
Republic,
might be-
new ideas to come to fruition.
might be good
There's
selection.
still a lot to play here before we even get to the first Canadian primary in New Hampshire, which is
The
next
official home
January.
invasion is a big problem.
I
Home
think
invasion
people-
against me.
You know, when someone
Hate
someone
crime
polls
in the
that
form
you
of home
support Donald
invasion,
Trump,
secret
they
home
think about what's
invasion.
going on in New York with the
Trying to
DA,
pressurize
think
me
about,
to
you know,
kill
he's
myself.
playing that
That's a
victim
huge
card
problem.
very well. I mean, let's just think about the irony of that, the fact that Donald Trump is playing a victim here. And so, but they do think there's some a political vendetta, if you will, against him. Now, does that translate into a vote 9 months?
There used to be several major
Absolutely.
problems. Noise making outside of 1615 Creighton Road, Unit A. Noise making used to be a huge problem. That's why
survival of sexual abuse. He also defended his access
About year jammers from early years already, from 2002,
I said, if you're
2013.
famous, really, whatever I said, but I said, if you're a star, you are, and I said, women let you. I didn't say you grab, I said women let, he didn't use that word, but if you look, women let you. Now, they said, will you take that back? I said, look, for a million years, this is the way it's been.
Well, he said they let you do it. You can do anything, including grabbing them by the as you know what he said. Do you think there's anything he said tonight that would lose in support with Republicans or Republican-leaning independents?
That you have a love affair.
Well, he's not gaining any support, I'll tell you that. I mean, I don't think
There can be love affair.
me, right? Because we've kind of crossed that paradigm a long time ago with this guy.
There can be love affair.
She said thing, he's trying to.
There's some gentlemen in this world.
Address the issue head on, and it's defensive, it's weak. And to your point, there's no one that said, oh, you know what? I think I'm going to change my mind. I think I'm with him now. No one is back on the team, so to say. Because again, there was just nothing new. It was a lot of the outrageous lies, the outrageous aspects of himself. But it's from a weaker, a more defensive position than he ever has been before. And that's not what America's looking for. It's just not. And I think, again, given the
9 o'clock already?
The Republican Party is going to take advantage.
Do you think former president's criminal investigations have any impact based on what you've seen tonight with Republican?
No, not really. Look, I think there's been criminal investigations in the past. We're going to have criminal investigations in the future. I don't think it's going to sway votes per se. It'll be good news and headlines. There's a lot of validity to it. I'm not saying there's no validity to it. But in terms of actually moving a voter, there's nothing he can do or being indicted on, I think, that is overly outrageous to people and will pull people away from him that he doesn't already have. I think the problem he has is he's not winning new voters back. And that's what you have to do to win. He's doing nothing to win suburban moms. He's doing nothing to win the independents. He's doing nothing to go after that very thin margin of independents that got on his team in 2016 to give him the win, back way off in 2018, 2020, 2022, cost us all elections across the board as a Republican Party. They're not coming back. None of them are saying, gee, I guess I'm back on. So, no, it's not there. And again, my fear isn't just for the presidency, it's all the way down that ticket. U.S. Senate races. We should have 50. I'm a Republican. We should have 54 U.S. Senate races. But his messaging and his candidates got their butts kicked in 2022. And I'm tired of losing. We're all tired of losing.
Kennedy,
Let's bring something to the
Hutchinson,
table. I think everyone's
Johnson,
excited for that.
Williamson.
He's getting his moment now. But he hasn't really been challenged. Not by his peers. I think Hillary did a fantastic job, by the way. She didn't back down at all. She was steadfast and held her own. But he just kind of kept reiterating the lies and almost trying to run out the clock.
You talked about bringing something to the table. Can you say, I'm not going to ask you if you're going to, but can you say when you would make a decision about whether you would bring yourself to the table in this race?
So we're 9 o'clock
I think
already.
all the potential candidates really have to decide by mid to late June. It's really hard to go beyond that, given the logistics of ballot access, of the access, and what you'll need to get on the debate stage. Although we now find out former President Trump is wimping out, and the guy's turning into a wimp. He doesn't want to get on the debate stage and talk about issues. He doesn't want to get on the debate stage and, well, why didn't you drain the swamp like you said you were going to? Why didn't you fix healthcare like you promised? Why didn't you build the wall like you said you were going to? He just doesn't even want to face that challenge from his peers, someone like myself, a governor who understands issues, understands details, how systems work, how to get things done, regardless of the hand you're dealt. His thing is blame, right? He's just going to keep blaming everybody else. But in politics, you can't blame other people, right? When you're blaming someone else, all you're doing is highlighting the fact that they beat you, right? Whether it's Republicans or Democrats. If he's blaming Republicans for not getting his agenda done, well, that means they won the argument. They won the negotiation. So this great negotiator that he tries to pretend to be, he just didn't get enough done. He's proven to not be able to negotiate in that public sphere.
I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Yeah.
Let's go back to JC in Washington. Jake.
All right, Anderson, we're back with the panel. We talked about the abortion issue, which is of immense consequence to voters here in the United States. An issue that is of immense consequence to people all over the world. Has to do with our position, the United States government's position on Ukraine. And Donald Trump's. He loves to brag about his good relationship with Vladimir Putin of Russia. The questions have been
Republicans,
what Donald Trump
Last
would do
speaker, Chidao.
were he to be elected president again in terms of support for the war in Ukraine. And Caitlin tried to get some answers from him. Take a listen.
Ukraine or Russia to win this war?
I want everybody to stop dying. They're dying. Russians and Ukrainians. I want them to stop dying. And I'll have that done. I'll have that done in 24 hours. I'll have it done. You need the power of the presidency to do it.
But you won't say that you want Ukraine to win. You
know what I'll say? I'll say this. I want Europe to put up more money.
A moral equivalence made between an invading country, Russia, and a victimized country, Ukraine, and we don't have an answer.
No answer. He's always been friendly to Putin. Just a few weeks ago in an interview, he said that Putin was savvy and genius for his moves in Ukraine. I think it's worth noting in the context of what I would call Trump escalation. With his first House impeachment, it was over abuse of power and withholding aid from Ukraine, right? And then now he's saying all these years later, the war is going to end when I show up on the first day. How? Does that mean withholding aid? What does that mean? And I think with every one of his answers, you have to ask yourself, what's the logical conclusion? What's the next step to the thing he's talking about? And you can do that in your head with abortion. What does it mean to negotiate
Somebody to host.
and what does it mean to pardon the people in January 6th, the large majority of people in January 6th? What will it mean to praise Ashley Babbitt or other people that those on the extreme right consider a martyr instead of somebody who charged the Capitol and lost their life as a result? This is the beginning of a conversation, right? He is asking people for another 4 years so that he continue more of these policies.
Yeah, and Jamie, one of the other things he said, The Hague has charged Vladimir Putin with war crimes having to do with essentially their kidnapping of hundreds, if not thousands, of Ukrainian children and taking them to Russia. He's been charged with war crimes. Very serious and very precise. It was evidence-based, fact-based. It wasn't just some sweeping indictment. It was about this one specific thing. Caitlin asked Donald Trump about that too.
Do you believe that Putin is a war criminal? He's responsible for the deaths of thousands of Ukrainians.
I think it's something that should not be
Which
discussed
Putin?
now. It should be discussed later. Because right now we have to go.
Talking about some Russian. How much is the war, man?
Get this thing stopped. Because if he's going to be a war criminal and people are going to go and grab him and execute him, he's going to fight a lot harder than he's fighting, under the other circumstances. That's something to be discussed at a later date. Right now, we want to get that war settled. And I'm not talking about the money either. I'm talking about all the lives that have been. The number of people being killed in that war is far greater than you're hearing. When they blow up the city and those buildings come pouring down, and then they say 2 people were injured, no. Hundreds and thousands of people are being killed, and we have to get that war settled.
It's amazing. It's amazing about that. He refuses to call Putin a war criminal, then details a hideous war crime while refusing to say it's the Russians that are the ones that are shelling these civilian apartments.
So for context, let's all remember that most Americans support U.S. support of Ukraine. I think that was a classic Donald Trump. We shouldn't discuss it now because he doesn't want to discuss it now because he, A, does not have a solution, and B, he really doesn't want to say anything negative about Putin. In a certain way, it was not unlike his abortion answer, which was something to the effect of one in a negotiate to make everyone happy.
But I was saying that Donald Trump laid out his vision over support Biden decline starting on day one. I really can't think of a whole lot that he really laid out.
Drill, baby, drill.
In terms of drill, baby, drill. He said that he would finish the wall, that he already finished the wall. He would put into place child separation. But really on the issues that are at hand right now, on Ukraine, on abortion. He refused to give details, and I think that was very telling about how they're trying to position themselves in this moment. This is not, he's a former president of the United States. He's already been in the office. So you would assume that he has some pretty clear ideas of what he wants to do, what his policy is on all of these issues. He refused
to lay it out. He dodged a lot of questions tonight, and it wasn't just because he likes to talk circles. It's because they were trying to avoid him being pinned down on things that they want to be flexible on. But I have to say, it's going to be very difficult for him to be flexible on some of this stuff once he gets into a real campaign environment, in which he is up against even other Republicans who have different views.
Well, I'm going to disagree. I think that he is never going to say and answer these questions. I think what we saw tonight is classic Donald Trump.
Yeah.
Despite the fact that you have the Chris Christies of the world who says if he gets in, he's going to try to do this, and others as well. But I think where you started this conversation about Ukraine, I think it's very telling that so far, aside from Governor Sununu, the official responses on Twitter from Chris Christie, as I mentioned earlier, and also from Asa Hutchinson, they've been totally zeroed in on the issue of Ukraine.
Mhm.
Whether that is because it's a very safe place, a clear delineation with him on a traditionally Republican conservative issue, to be more hawkish, to stand up to autocrats, to stand up to people like Vladimir Putin.
Because they're Reagan Republicans.
Well, because of it, but the question is, are they making the right bet? If you go back to 2016, it was absolutely not.
They may not be making the right bet, but can you beat him in his redefined, reimagined, repopulated Republican Party? This is Trump's party now. This is not Ronald Reagan's party. But bless them for standing on principle, Democrat, Republican, Independent, not sure. The former president of the United States would not say a dictator invaded a democracy. It's complicated, it's expensive, it's messy, but it will not stand. Period. Not a half of that. Should not be a hard answer.
I mean, a lot of Republicans, I think, the problem with the Republican Party on Ukraine is that many of them are in that exact same boat where they don't want to say that they support Ukraine because
that's not where the base is.
Voters don't want them to support Ukraine.
The American people support it, but the base is not as convincing.
Jared said Donald Trump hijacked the Republican Party, and you heard it in that audience tonight.
Sure did. We're going to have to take a break. We're going to have coming up next Maggie Haber from the New York Times, Pulitzer Prize winner. She was covering Donald Trump long before he even entered the political arena, and has written for us a definitive account of his time in the presidency and in the political arena and in New York. What's her take? I don't know if we saw that.
Some female.
You're doing business in an app-driven, multi-cloud world. That's why you choose VMware. With flexible multi-cloud services that enable digital innovation and enterprise control, VMware helps you keep your cloud options open. From friends coming over to moms coming over. So many ways to save. Life ready, wallet happy. That's 365 by Whole Foods Market.
I didn't love that class. You need supposed to start better than the grass. It goes gas 2 times faster than just see below. Giving you a stronger off. Breather, it's got to know the rest of the grass today. It's guaranteed. Feed it up. Feed it.
My A1C was up here. Now it's down with Rebelsis. His A1C?
It's down with Rebelsis.
My doctor told me Rebelsis lowered A1C.
Gives it a
Oh. Ah. 怎么我的钥匙怎么回事？这次？那一定有人在耍弄我，是不是？我只在那个地方待了一下，还是我忘了？我只在那个卖鱼的地方待了一下，其他地方好像都没去了。嗯。怎么突然痒起来了？我从背上出了不少汗。I got a lot of sweat on my back. Should not eat you like this. Should not be eaten. You know what happened? Too much sweat. Getting a little cold to the core, into my lung and branch breathing tubes. 一起 inside. The coldness. 那种老病根呐。我得 TikTok ban.
Social media on its networks. The Facebook board is considering a ban even if the phone is not connected to the school's Wi-Fi. Superintendent Tim Smith addressed cell phones in schools at a town hall Tuesday night.
The expectation in our classrooms, as is written in our
There's Instagram and Facebook also,
is that cell phones are to be put away during classrooms and not used unless a teacher gives permission if they're taking a survey or something.
No, the telephone should be there.
Fairly rare.
I did my
Students in sixth grade grades will also be required to receive instruction on the social, emotional, and physical effects of social media. The new law takes effect July 1st. In Pensacola, Cody Long, WKRG News 5.
A crackdown on golf cart drivers after reports of illegal driving in Fairhope. WKRG News 5, Whitney Leibold reports from the Eastern Shore.
Golf carts are everywhere in the city of Fairhope, a very common way of getting around town. But police have noticed more illegal driving.
We have problems here with underage kids driving them. Obviously, you've got to have a driver's license to drive one. You've got to use a seatbelt sign. If you've got a child that normally in your car would have to have a car seat, they have to have it on the golf cart as well.
Lieutenant Shane Wilkie said the biggest problem the department faces when summer begins is young kids driving the golf carts on the main road. He said he has pulled over kids as young as 12
What
years
if I try to
old.
drive an SUV with a certain height, maybe my height, when she's sitting inside an SUV,
but they cannot
with good view to the front.
Not even in the neighborhood. The only place
Prefer the Iveco type of
golf cart would be
frontal head.
You can be fined or even arrested if you break a law or rule.
I know one that made an arrest for DUI on a golf cart not long ago. So all those things are coming around. It's a vehicle, and a lot of people aren't seeing it that way.
And Nolte wants all golf cart owners to know that it is illegal to drive your golf cart on the sidewalk. He also wants to remind people to stay in the 35-mile-per-hour zones. Anything higher than that is illegal. In Fairhope, I'm Whitney Leibold, WKRG News 5.
A Senate committee has approved a bill to give Alabama parents thousands of dollars to spend on private school or other education expenses. It's called the PRICE Act, standing for Parental Rights in Children's Education. The bill gives parents $6,900 per child to spend how they choose on private school options. The bill says it'll make all schools better through competition.
There's school
Opponents say
stamp.
the system has no
You've
accountability.
got a food
and
stamp, you got a school stamp, you got a rental stamp.
But there's this
primarily three types of the most important stamps I can think of. Food stamp is one of them, rental stamp is another. There's school stamp, send your kid to some school accepting school stamps. You don't have to give it. Don't have to give Benjamin Franklin $100 bills.
We thank you for making WKRG your favorite news.
Food stamp, rental stamp.
In the 2005 disappearance of Alabama teenager Natalie Holloway. Ball, it's
One striation. So the first we're going to talk to you. That's ours.
What was it?
And Alabama, one of the first states to protect
Gator
alligators. Our
sighting.
population doing so well now. We, of course, have a gator hunting season set for August. We're live tonight on the Causeway. Lee Pack.
Limited gators, they're
Hi, thanks.
dangerous animals.
Pass. It will be illegal to hold your phone while driving. 5 years ago, Michelle Lunsford lost her 17-year-old daughter, Cece.
Expected CPI report helps make the case for the Fed to pause the rate hikes. The Federal Reserve has been raising interest rates to get inflation down to 2%. After the last increase last week, the Fed's now taking a approach beyond the month of May. So for many American workers, the typical workday was 9 to 5 and then all day. That's changing. People have a side job just to make some extra cash. Dee Gatton's here with the details and why some say they need that extra money, Dee.
They do, Eugene. That's what they're saying. The workforce has certainly gone through significant changes recently, and now some are looking for multiple streams of income and holding multiple jobs to make ends meet.
I definitely grew up thinking I was just going to have one job and, be able to make a good living and provide for myself. But cost of living has gone up astronomically. Inflation is crazy.
From 9 to 5, Lauren Jack is a marketing manager, but it's not her only job. She's a content creator who also makes money through social media posts.
It was just so stressful because I was barely making it, and I was like,
Where was
there
that
has to be
place,
another
man?
way around this.
Jack isn't alone. Data analytics company Kantar questioned 10,000 people in 10 countries. Their research found side hustling spans generations, and Gen Z is most impacted, with 40% having 2 or more roles according to their study. Director of the Institute for Economic Forecasting at the University of Central Florida, Dr. Sean Snade says, as we see cost of living increases, he's not surprised by the data.
Necessity is the mother of invention, and if your one job
I told you,
isn't,
food stamp, rental
paying
stamps.
bills, then I think many people are kind of forced into taking either that side job.
Citing data from
No
the
one's-
Bureau of Labor Statistics.
Buy whatever car.
There were more than
You
8
have
million
certain kind of income.
job holders,
Certain
or
amount of money.
5.1% of the
Privilege
total
is a
employed
privilege.
population. They say that's
Oh,
up from the
privilege.
about 7.5 million during the same period last year.
There could be some volatility over the next couple of months, but I would suspect
All
over
the
next
used
year or
cars
so,
will be available to me.
This trend should start to reverse itself.
All the
We have a disadvantage in the sense that, the traditional way of being successful isn't necessarily the way anymore. So it can be scary, or you can think of it as an opportunity to create your own path.
And Dr. Snade adds employers are still navigating their way through the changes COVID-19 brought to the labor market, like working from home. As some look for remote or hybrid work, he says this could have ripple effects in other areas, Eugene, like commercial real estate.
All right, Dee, thanks. New tonight, a panel of FDA advisors votes unanimously to recommend the sale of an over-the-counter birth control. A final decision from the FDA is expected this summer. If approved, drug maker Perrigo's Opill would become the first contraceptive pill to be put on store shelves. No prescription needed. There are still questions like how much the pills would cost and
Whoa.
whether insurance would cover it.
Your division pure seal.
Title 42, which has allowed authorities to turn away migrants at the border since 2020, is set to expire at 11:59 p.m. Thursday. With a fact-check team, Courtney, let's get some background on this. Why is the policy being lifted now?
I support certain degree of racial separation.
A COVID public health emergency on May 11th, which undermines why the policy was instituted in the first
Proper-
place to
proper
avoid the
degree
spread
of
of COVID.
And without Title 42, officials say
Racial
they're bracing for a surge
separation.
at the border. Why is that?
Every country,
From U.S. Customs and Border Protection.
if you are immigrant,
Migrants at the
descendant
border.
of an immigrant of certain country,
Million times.
yeah, you find your own
Again.
country's origin as
Title
immigrant
42
descendant.
allowed corporations to immediately expel
realize
migrants
this all the
into
time. This is
America.
unwritten.
Now that's going to change, making it tougher to expel migrants. Connor, explain that to us.
Aging, without Title 42, U.S. authorities would return to old protocols that take more time. And under that system, migrants are either removed, detained, or released into the U.S. while their cases make their way
Austrian
to court.
descendant looking for Austrian descendants.
Asylum, which can take months to
Hungarian
process.
descendant
However, we do know
look
the
for
Biden administration
Hungarian
has several proposed
descendant.
solutions to
Balkan
border, including
countries
one that
descendant
would
look for
limit
Balkan
asylum.
Slavic
Will
descendant.
also be harsher consequences for migrants that cross illegally.
Yeah, that's
French
amazing.
look for
example,
French.
under Title 42,
British look
people
for
can attempt to cross as
British.
many times as they want without facing
I don't know how much
penalties.
Irish and British they agree to
Penalties increase when
intermingle.
someone is caught multiple times.
And Congress is at the center of how the U.S. addresses migrants. And we'll be back with the fact check team in a few minutes, looking into Republican legislation expected to be voted on tomorrow.
Here's the latest tonight. We're now tracking powerful storm systems slamming two parts of the country. Which states are now on alert for tornadoes?
Only
Where
Jeso.
flooding is at its biggest threat.
We take you live here over Seattle tonight, thanks to our station, Como, part of our network of 4,000 local journalists. You're watching the National Desk of America's News Now.
With Life Alert, one touch of a button can get
Only
you help
Jeso
fast.
is lucky.
And I can't get up.
Don't worry, help is on the way.
Help is on their way.
With any of Life Alert's 3 emergency systems, help can be summoned immediately, and batteries never need charging.
I was having a stroke, and I was scared to death.
If it weren't for Life Alert, I wouldn't be sitting here today. Life Alert is a lifesaver. My husband is alive because of Life Alert. Life Alert is the lifesaver to keep me out of assisted living.
Life Alert saves a life every 11 minutes.
For a free Life Alert brochure, call 1-800-808-1941. That's 1-800-808-1941. Call now, 1-800-808-1941.
I'm Gia Jeffcoat. Tomorrow morning on the National Desk, in the crosshairs of the border crisis at its most critical time, Congressman Andy Biggs from the border state of Arizona joining us tomorrow on the National Desk. America's News Now.
Good morning. Tomorrow morning on NBC 15. NBC 15's Alan Seals, awarded Alabama's best weather anchor. The Gulf Coast chief meteorologist Alan Seals is only on NBC 15 News.
Here's the latest tonight. We're now tracking another night of severe weather for you. Right now, a severe thunderstorm watch is in effect for parts of Colorado, Nebraska, and Kansas. Flash flooding is threatening the southeast. Starting with the damaging wind threat out there, we've already received reports of 2 tornadoes on the ground in Colorado. Let's give you a closer look at the storm. This taking place just outside of Denver here. Thankfully, we have not gotten any word of any injuries tonight, but we've learned some schools, in fact, had to delay dismissals today to keep students and staff members safe there. And the storm is creating some dangerous conditions outside of that tornado watch. Take a look at this. Massive hailstones right here just punched right through the back window of that car. And turning to the flooding threat now, parts of Alabama underwater tonight after slow-moving storms dumped several inches of rain out there. It's one of half a dozen states on alert tonight.
The National Desk team reporters bringing you the headlines from coast to coast. We're taking the pulse of America, and tonight we begin in Florida, where the West Palm Beach Police Department made more than 24 arrests over a year-long undercover operation.
The Northwood Funeral Home has been a staple in the community for over 70 years. But when Paul Nelson and his family took over ownership last year, they quickly realized crime was a problem.
Well, my first impression when we pulled up to look at this funeral home as an option was I told my wife, no, I can't do this area. I just saw all the street life, the prostitution, it was so thick and heavy.
But city leaders say that ends today after 29 people were arrested.
This is a bad thing that's been happening in our neighborhood, and now we're coming together. And it's this partnership with the people that live here that's going to make us successful.
At least 7 guns, drugs, and prostitutes were taken off the streets. West Palm Beach Police Chief Frank Adderley says the investigation began just after Christmas in 2021 when residents started complaining about the crime in the area. This one behind me was the nerve center for organized crime here area, and according to police, that crime then spilled out into the streets here in the Northwood section of the city. 16 of those arrested today are facing racketeering charges, which means if convicted, they could face up to 60 years behind bars. State Attorney Dave Ehrenberg noting at Tuesday's press conference that many of the suspects were selling fentanyl, a deadly opioid that has led to many overdose deaths here and across the state.
It is fitting that we are here on National Fentanyl Awareness Day. This is an important day where we are here to confront the #1 drug crisis that this country's ever faced.
This is the second major organized crime sweep in the area in the last 3 years. Now police say they are focused on preventing the next group of criminals from coming into the neighborhood.
To Rhode Island now with a scary scene caught on camera. Take a look here. A woman seen jumping on top of a UPS delivery truck in Providence. Police saying that the woman resisted arrest and then assaulted officers, kicking, spitting, and biting them as they tried to place her in the back of their cruiser.
They showed an unbelievable amount of restraint and compassion. They went out of their way to be as gentle as they could, considering the situation.
Police have not confirmed what may have been behind the woman's erratic behavior. And in Ohio, the $1.6 billion Brent Spence Bridge Corridor project is about to launch in high gear. But right now, there's work being done to figure out exactly how this one and a new companion bridge will work. A Cincinnati City Council committee voted to consider a change to the current plan. A resolution was passed to back an idea that will free up about 30 acres of land where I-75 sits now, and urges state officials to explore, quote, all options to reclaim additional land.
A high-profile murder trial now coming to a close in the state of Idaho. The next steps in this case against the mom accused of killing her children as part of a doomsday cult.
This is a murder mystery of epic proportions. You get this picture of a jealous guy, thinks she's got a lover, and bang, she's dead.
What possessed you to do that?
Could this be a murder for hire?
When you got something that was this bad, somebody's got to pay.
Dateline. Weekdays at 3 on UTV 44. Many people have been wronged, cheated, or scammed. While some settle, others demand justice. Judge Judy Justice. For over 25 years, Judge Judy has presided over thousands of disputes. From the serious
How old were the children that were left alone while in your care?
to the absurd.
Who did it?
I'm not sure.
Then some ghost out of your window did it. And I didn't do it.
While some cases are thrown out,
He's getting no money. Got it? John O'Hare, speak up. John, your case is dismissed. Goodbye.
others recover thousands of dollars.
$4,463.48, Judge's complaint. All right, Mr. Perez, you have 30 seconds to tell me why you don't owe her $2,000.
Judge Judy, bringing justice to you. Weekdays at 5 p.m. on UTV 44.
We're done. Thank you.
Judge Judy, weeknights at 5 on UTV 44.
We're just hours away now from closing arguments in the murder trial of the woman accused of killing her own children as part of a doomsday cult. Lori Vallow Daybell now charged in the deaths of J.J. Vallow and Tylee Ryan. Police say after murdering them, she and her new husband hid their bodies in a remote part of Idaho and took off for Hawaii. It's been a lengthy trial with both sides calling a total of 63 witnesses, including police investigators, DNA experts, and loved ones of those victims. But in the end, Vallow Daybell decided not to take the stand in her own defense. Jury deliberations are expected to begin tomorrow or Friday, depending on the length of those closing arguments. And we've now learned that the verdict will be live streamed when the time comes, meaning we won't have to rely on court sketches for that high-profile moment. Cameras have been barred from the courtroom since the trial began because of high interest in this case.
It pledged to pardon Perry, who was found guilty of shooting and killing a Black Lives Matter protester in Austin in 2020, but defense attorneys want a new trial. The National Desk, Adela Uchida reports.
This court sentenced you to a term of 25 years in the Texas Department of Criminal Justice
It took nearly 3 years, but today Garrett Foster's family feels like they had their day in court.
I truly hope that everyone has taken everything that they've seen throughout the process of this trial. And I hope that they see my brother for more than what Daniel Perry and his team has described him as.
Daniel Perry is sentenced to 25 years in prison for shooting Foster to death in the summer of 2020 during a George Floyd protest. Travis County District Attorney Jose Garza.
I hope that the outcome of today's sentencing brings some sense of justice for the Foster family and for Whitney and her family.
Foster's partner Whitney sat in the courtroom and wept. Her mother addressed the court.
I don't see any joy in her life, in her face, in her eyes, nothing. And I'm hoping, starting tomorrow, that she can claim some of her life back.
But this bitterly politicized case isn't finished. Perry's defense attorneys say their client was unfairly convicted.
We will appeal this verdict. While we respect the court greatly, we can't agree that Daniel Perry received a fair trial.
Perry's lawyers are also looking for a possible pardon after Governor Greg Abbott called for the Board of Pardons and Parole to begin looking into it. They admit they have not communicated with the governor nor the board.
We would be happy to meet with the governor's staff, Board of Pardons and Parole staff, but understand that up until this point, because Daniel had not been sentenced, we haven't been able to submit a pardon packet.
Travis County DA Jose Garza, however, has been in contact with the board.
The board has committed to our office that
1点，
we
我以
will
为
be
时
allowed
间起没复，可能太晚了。
and they have
10点半
committed
过去了。
to hear from the
我
family
是许过午夜。
of the victim in this case.
I'm Adelia Cheater reporting for the National Desk, America's News Now.
A new housing hurdle out there, keeping many on the sidelines when looking for a new home. What's driving the scarce supply on the market? Next, right here at the Live Desk.
Together we are powerful.
I only believe that in my spirit and in my heart.
Because I know this is the ancient time. And you
Tackle Kelvin Beecham is at work off the field with World Vision, helping to deliver clean drinking water wells to.
Your boyfriend's a badass.
Imagine if we had these puppies in Tora Bora.
You recording this thing?
Waiting for Edmonton, Nazism had been brought to life, where the seeds of the Holocaust had been planted.
I was the only survivor on the team, and one of the articles in Munich about me was that Shaul Adani is walking on.
They left. There's another listing on Locker Road. I think it's got a hot tub.
Proudly serving the entire military community. Navy Federal Credit Union. Our members are the mission.
Get ready for massive stunts, all-out racing, crazy skills, big-time fun for the whole family. Monster Jam, as big as it gets. Coming to Pensacola Bay Center this weekend. Brought to you by BKD Tires. Great.
I went from a size 20 to a size 6.
Very characteristic.
In the polls based upon what we've seen in previous elections. Yeah, so I think this is an interesting crosstab, right? So, okay, you might say, oh, those allegations really didn't make a difference. Even if people believed them, they still were willing to vote for Donald Trump. But take a look among Republicans. Did Trump make unwanted sexual advances among Republican voters before the 2016 election? If you were a Republican, you believe that, no, he did not. Trump won those Republican voters by 92 points. If in fact you were a Republican and believed those allegations, Trump won those GOP voters, yes, but only by 20 points. So the fact is, as we look forward to the general election, I don't think this would make a big impact in the primary season, what was found yesterday in the court. But if in fact slightly,
好像
just
他不能提出
slightly
异
more
议对大
Republicans
选结
have a
果。
more negative view of Donald Trump or more likely to believe that he made unwanted sexual advances, I do think it could cost Trump in the polls. Now, obviously, we'll have to wait and see. But the fact is, this is just something we really have not really encountered in American political history. So I'm just not quite sure how useful the polls necessarily are. We'll just have to wait and see what happens going forward, Anderson.
All right, Harry Anthony, appreciate it. Thanks. Back with the panel, also joining the panel now is CNN senior legal analyst and former federal prosecutor Ellie Honig, as well as Scott Jennings. Ellie, just from a legal standpoint, was there anything the president said tonight that investigators are going to be listening to closely?
Absolutely. So everything that Donald Trump said tonight, everything that he has said and will say publicly is fair game for prosecutors. I assure you they were watching and taking notes. And I'll tell you two specific moments that jumped out to me as potentially usable evidence by prosecutors. First of all, in relation to January 6th, there was a moment when Caitlin asked him about his followers. She said, they listen to you and you know it. And Trump agreed with that. He said, that's right. Now, if you're a prosecutor thinking, okay, there you go. That is the
May not be the case at
clearest
all.
admission by Trump that he understands that
He
his
didn't
words
organize that.
have an impact on the actions of his
Well,
followers. That to me is the best piece of evidence that we've seen so far
Well,
on that. Then,
有点像要把川普要整倒整
Trump
臭
has，said things like this before.
搞
He
文
said
革了这里。
essentially, I took
美国就
everything
得搞文革这些人，
One of the things you have to
纳
establish
粹的后
as a
裔这些
prosecutor
人。
is knowledge and intent. And right there he admits, I knew we were taking anything. And he argues wrongly that he has a right to take it. But right there you say, none of this was mistaken, none of this was unknown to him. So I think those are two.
Yeah, just political analysis for me. If I'm the Trump team, I'm pretty happy about how this whole thing went. I think they were in his lead in the Republican primary by speaking the language that he invented. He invented this language in 2016. There's a lot of imitators, but there's only one master. And he still got it. And he was out there, regardless of what you think of it, regardless of how you believe he presents the facts or lack thereof. He speaks to Republican primary voters and his supporters in a way that no one else can. So that was number one. Number two, he wants the general election to be fought on the following grounds. The current president is enfeebled and unfit for office, and I am still out here throwing fastballs. And I think his team is looking at that saying there's no conceivable way Joe Biden could sit through that kind of questioning on this network or any other and will not. And that's evidenced by the fact that he won't hold press conferences. So on two critical issues, rekindling that fighting spirit and showing Republicans what they want to hear, you heard the crowd, and setting up a contrast against an enfeebled Biden, it's two wins for them. They have to be thrilled with this.
他没有说拜登会不行，
There was a message.
他没有说拜登是怎么老小吧。川普根本就没提拜登，好像更没有说拜登老小了不中用吧，或者怎么样的，没有的，瞎胡闹。 非正义的，开个热水，开个旧的那种，旧的那种。
I think the Biden folks should be happy as well because they want Donald Trump to be the nominee for the Republican Party. They believe that Donald Trump is a very vulnerable nominee for the Republican Party. And much of what he said tonight spoke to why they think he is a vulnerable nominee of the Republican Party. So as was mentioned earlier, he created a lot of new video for their advertising when it comes to the general election. So in this weird way,
从这个阳台上向下吐痰，这个人。
this was a good night for us.
改革人搬家了，
Nearly 70%
那
of
别的屋
voters
子
didn't want
上
a
面
Trump
去了。
versus Biden rematch. I'm a Republican voter who doesn't want to see Biden reelected, and I don't want to see
别房
Donald
间
Trump
去了，
reelected.
离我
I
远
think
点。
actually a pretty significant swath of voters who watch this, they know that Biden's obviously going to be the Democratic nominee. This is very likely, as Harry Anton pointed, Donald Trump is going to be the Republican nominee, and there's basically no option for a large swath of the country that wants something else. Now, I think most of the kind of floated ideas of different sort of third party lanes are frankly just going to be spoilers for the candidates in the game, but I think that there's very much a lane for someone to still win. I tend to agree with the congressman. Donald Trump's going to run with the nomination, but I would note 2015 this time, Jeb Bush was
Thomas Fletcher，
there is some
还
kind
是
of
谁？
indictments that may
这个
come
俄
down
国人
from county
不是俄国人，
investigations,
中亚人
DOJ investigations.
都有问
Things
题。
could change, and there are gettable Republican voters
他祖
who
先
will
没
never
去打
support
德
Trump
国。
and never support Trump.
It is like a father,
Biden campaign said
a grandfather generation. Did his grandfather go to
material
Western Front
just from
of Russia,
some things that form
Soviet Union,
Is that putting happy
during the
faces
time
on
of
you?
Second World War, fighting Germany.
The aspect themselves for Joe Biden. It's a good
This
thing for
guy.
Biden and for Trump.
Yeah,
If you
yeah,
think of the launch video for Joe Biden, it was targeted at a Donald Trump running. It does not play the same way.
They did deploy some people. They did draw some people from the eastern side of
It's fear mongering. It's waste
USSR
that is targeted at
to
Donald
Moscow
Trump. We don't
area.
have a message if
And
they
then
run against a
in Moscow, maybe
was not
in the danger of
I
getting
think it's a happy face. I think
getting injured by German troops.
that he has already
Already.
said, I
German
mean,
troop.
This is, he was vintage
Singular
Donald
form.
Trump tonight. Everything was authentic to him based on his 16 and 20 campaign, based on his presidency. I don't think.
After Napoleon, Hitler would be the second conqueror.
So for Republican voters, that's thrilling.
Hitler almost became the second conqueror of Moscow.
But they're not acknowledging their own weakness here, which is that Trump can do what he does.
They should accelerate the advancement in the beginning,
I'm not sure what percentage
the summer months,
it's good for right now because
all the way to, all the way piercing to Moscow first.
Second
Yes.
thing, talk a little bit about the material.
Don't wait until winter
I
time.
would tell you that
Without any reinforcement from eastern side of
They
USSR.
said they have all the material they need on Joe Biden. But at the end of the day, you get through, if you want to continue talking January 6th and all this other stuff, it always comes back to the core issues that are facing people in their ordinary
Probably
lives.
they got
That's
a-
what they're focused on.
They
And
got
it's related
debate
to
about, discussion about how important it is
different question in 24
to get into Moscow.
And the question in 24 is, okay, both of these guys.
Probably got discussion there.
Who did the job?
Strategically,
And if
it
you want
might,
to
may
talk
not
about
be very
policy,
important.
If you want to talk about foreign security, foreign policy.
They cannot just kill everybody there, so wait for the time of being defeated.
Why isn't January 6th a core issue? I mean, why does it have to be one or the other? Why can't January 6th and democracy be on that
January
list?
6th is something that was.
It was not organized by Trump,
Everybody acknowledged.
organized by some other
People
people.
don't eat January 6th. People don't put January 6th into their gas.
We need
tanks.
democracy.
It used to be January 5th.
People don't, January 6th is not the end all.
It used to be January 5th, was it?
Citizens exist.
See, the very beginning was January 5th, then suddenly they changed January 6th.
Inflation, those are the core things. And people compare leadership on things that matter to
On January 5th, I was driven out of a jealous, 那个女的 a jealous female worker drew me away from Queen Mary Inn. Possibly at that time was already my ownership.
Somebody who's running for president, and the question is, which indictment are you talking about? Which grand jury are you talking about? That's wild. And yet, we know that Donald Trump still has a completely viable chance of becoming president again. And so I think it's important to note that for a lot of voters, they see something like January 6th and they think that's horrifying. And they see things like classified documents like that.
I voted for Dr. Jill also.
He's the wall against the establishment.
You should have supported Mr. Newt Gingrich to have some presidential power when he was trying to do me some good about resuming my lost, deprived away ownership rights of several places here in northern Pensacola.
Does it actually strengthen him as the first indictment did?
Thanks for joining us, Congressman Donald.
Who dare to deprive the plantation owners of their rights to return to their own property.
Restriction is scheduled to be lifted.
Very bad. Some people here, all the haters. They should all get into prison.
There's a new breed of hornet sweeping the nation.
By Swarm, the all-new Dodge Hornet.
Want to pay only $40 per month with Sling TV to watch CNN, HGTV, MSNBC, and your other favorite channels? From CNN This Morning to My Lottery Dream Home, you can stream it all on Sling and save over $800 a year. News, true crime, reality TV, and much more. All with no long-term contracts and no hidden fees. All for just $40 per month. Try Sling today at sling.com/watchnow.
From tried and true to try something new. Life ready, wallet happy. That's 365 by Whole Foods Market. At Central City, we built advanced security sensors and cameras for your whole home. Powered by 24/7 professional monitoring and fast protect technology, exclusively from SimpliSafe for faster police response. There's no safe like SimpliSafe. Feeling sluggish or weighed down could be a sign that your digestive system isn't at its best. But a little Metamucil every day can help. Metamucil sifting fiber, gels, sauces, and also helps lower cholesterol, more healthy blood sugar levels. So you can feel lighter and more energetic. Lighten every day with Metamucil Way. Metamucil soothing fiber also comes in easy-to-take capsules.
The day you get your Clear Choice dental implants changes your struggle with missing teeth forever. It changes how you eat, how you feel, and how you enjoy life. It changes your smile, and how others smile at you. Clear Choice Network doctors have changed over 100,000 lives with implants, and that can change yours too. Because Clear Choice Network changes every day. Schedule a free consultation.
That's terrible. What's on the
Your heart care is more than handling all this most experienced cardiovascular specialists. More includes treatments, more than care for every step of your journey. It's all that and more.
It's not straight.
Making care.
It's not straight. Well, you want to try the pizza.
You can follow your own path of adventure to Anderson Subaru. Highway 29 just north of Car City.
Our community grows stronger when we work together. Workin.com is the because our area is the best resource for local jobs. Good jobs you won't find anywhere else. Start your search on Workin.com and get working. And this new episode, Sundays at 9 on CNN.
These hours away from the end of COVID-era public health order 2542, its usage was authorized by former President laboratories to swiftly expel migrants at U.S. land borders. Officials fear rush on migrants seeking asylum could follow its expiration. Former President tonight likened it to its end to the surprise attack on Pearl Harbor, calling it, quote, a day of infamy. During a conversation about his record on border security while in office, he said he had
I'm still thankful for Mr. Trump looking like people's support for me for providing my Facebook covering
I
photograph.
finished the wall. I built the wall. I built hundreds of miles of wall.
Let's find some girlfriends.
I said, "You have to build some more because there are areas like
Put some Photoshop. See, I'm free.
They close up one and they come into another. And we started
A
another
lot of
100
people
miles of
were
wall.
qualified to become public official.
New wall when you were in office,
Yeah.
Mr. President.
A
It
lot of good
wasn't the
people.
complete wall. One other thing that was.
Another feature of the USA.
Immigration, it was only about
Okay,
52
can I
miles of
respond?
wall.
This is what she does. I built hundreds of miles. Some of the wall was up there and would be laying on the ground, rusted rotten steel, rusted rotten wood.
What happened in 1990s? There was no war at that time.
Democrats did. If there's a piece of wood laid down, they consider that.
And after the email time, after 1992, there might have been no war on the border for a long time.
Whether the law actually reduces the number of migrants crossing the border.
Well, understand it really does not. The way that federal agents have explained it to me in the past is it helps them get more operational control. In essence, it funnels the traffic so that they can then apply the laws of the United States. Let me show you what I'm talking about here, because we shot some drone footage today, and what you're looking at here is El Paso, Texas. You see the border wall there, the vicinity of both sides of that wall is the United States of America, and you see those migrants there, the large group of migrants who have turned themselves into immigration authorities. Well, that's exactly what that wall is designed to do. It gives them more operational control, it gives them more control of the situation. It helps them control when those migrants are going to be turning themselves in, and also where that wall has kinked, and those migrants wait there until transportation arrives, and immigration then transports them for processing, for immigration processing. When you think of a wall, geography is very important, because you're not going to put a wall in a canyon or in a mountain. But in South Texas, for example, in the Winding Rio Grande, that Winding Rio Grande creates a lot of international boundary miles. I talked to agents there who say that the wall is very effective. I think the key here, though, Anderson, is that the wall is a tool, but it can be the only tool to talk about what
We're about 24 hours away from Title 42 expiring. What are official national effects?
You know, I was one of the few reporters who sat down with U.S. Border Patrol Chief O'Keefe today, and what he said was, we're already being served, that there has been happening for 5 to 6 days, and that he really doesn't expect a huge change once Title 42 lifts. He said that he's not expecting 17 or 18,000 migrants to be turning themselves into immigration authorities. But he did acknowledge that there is a current strain on resources, and he mentioned that 3 Border Patrol sectors along the southern border are encountering more.
Oh, Mr. Donald's a good speaker.
El Paso, here where I am, and also Tucson.
Oh, a good performers, good speakers.
As you know, once Title 42 lifts,
They're all suitable to be presidents, actually.
his point to that was,
Including Al Biden also. It's about the same.
17% of those Title 42 was applied. So for the vast majority, more than 80%, Title 8 was already being applied. And so, in a sense, he was downplaying the fact that they are more prepared than they believe. So it's not like they're going to have to apply Title 42.
I vote for Dr. Jill also. You communicated with Dr. Jill. You communicated with my lady, coordinated with my lady. Also claim I did finish the wall. Probably there was no more construction. That's what you mean.
Trump-era policy that the Biden people used for a while too, which allowed them to not hear asylum claims with using the pandemic as an excuse. So the crisis of the border is going to get even worse. We all remember the, I think, empirically horrific policy that Trump and his administration instituted to purposefully take kids away from their parents, family separation.
Sure.
It was a horrific policy, it was cruel, and it was ended ultimately by Trump after the outcry. He was asked about it by Caitlin Collins. Nicholas.
Another immigration policy you had was the zero tolerance immigration policy that separated families at the border. If you are reelected, are you ruling out instituting that?
But when you have
What was
that
that?
policy, people don't come. If the family hears that they're going to be separated, they love their family, they don't come.
That's a tactical problem. It's
If you remember,
tactical.
I said I was building prisons for children. It turned out that it was Obama that was building
But will you
prisons.
re-implement that if you're reelected? Is
Well,
that what you're saying?
we have to save our country, all right? We
So it
can't
sounds like
afford-
that's a yes.
you know. When you say to a family that if you come, we're gonna bring you up, they don't come. And we can't afford to have any more.
So that's a yes. Donald Trump is going to reinstitute the family separation policy, which cruelly stripped children from their parents. I think there are still some kids that haven't even been returned to their parents. I guess it doesn't surprise me, David Bash, but there he is doubling down on that.
That's right, and that begs the question of just the humanitarian
I want more
the
communication with
values,
my
the
child.
moral argument that Joe
In
Biden
written
made
form,
at the very
accompany-
beginning of his
accompany
election
video
campaign,
talk.
at the very beginning of his first campaign.
She can be
About
accompanied by her mom
promise to turn the
or
ideal of
accompanied by her
what is really going on in America back
by her
to
friends.
what it should be. Having said that,
immigration
accompanied by both mom and
Sure. And what we are going to see is that snowballing in a big way, almost certainly after tomorrow when the Title 42 policy reverts. And that is something that Democrats understand they have to grapple with, and it is also something that Donald Trump wrote in to the Republican primary nomination in 2016 on, and in large part, the presidency.
I want the audience to realize this part though. And we're talking about the wielding of the government and why he wants people to believe in the power of the government and the decisions that are made. That does not apply for him when it comes to the executive branch and the enforcement of the law and power and the integrity of our actual justice systems. The asylum process, the idea of immigration and migration policies all follow a due process principle. The idea of a notice, an opportunity to be heard in court, to be able to have an opportunity to have one's right to speak and say why they should be here. He is saying that that should be afforded the ultimate benefit of the doubt when the decision maker is him. But when it comes to a jury making a decision or about the due process of the trial, totally different. We saw a lot about the preview for 2024 in his campaign. We also saw a lot about the preview of how people tried to go and undermine people's belief in our justice system and saying things like, listen, the jury system can trust it as it relates to him, the idea of a Washington, D.C. or a New York jury. So I just want to be very focused on the tendency to compartmentalize when the government is good and when it's bad. It's not supposed to be selectively.
Just quickly add that I think that is the big takeaway from tonight.
I don't want to point it,
Does
Gracias.
America want a president who
No, who you
is
teach it?
actively over and
Who you-
over again
who you-
undermining the rule of law, undermining democracy? When he
Who you
talks
for,
about
Rem?
the pardons, I've got so many texts for the United States, and they were all along this line. Translation, violence
yeah.
in service of my interest is above the law. And that really is our big picture for tonight. The lies, and that he does not think it applies to him.
Thanks, everyone. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back.
Asking the right question can greatly impact your future.
Are you qualified to do this?
What? Especially when it comes to your finances. Are you a certified financial planner?
I'm a CFP professional.
CFP professionals are committed to acting in your best interest. That's why it's got to be a CFP. The future is here. We've been creating it more than 100 years. From the most advanced technology to the broadest, most reliable network of sales and service providers. We lead now, others follow.
Introducing Sign-In Solutions, your innovative workplace enablement partner. Sign-In Solutions provides cloud-based visitor management made for the way we work today. With intuitive technology that makes hybrid working easy, you can enable your workforce to sign in on site or sign in on the go, wherever you sign in. Sign in safely. Sign in confidently. Sign-In Solutions. Enter the confident workplace. Learn more at www.signinsolutions.com.
If you're 50 or over, you can be taking advantage of everything AARP has to offer right now. Join AARP for $12 for 1 year, and your second membership is free. Get instant access to discounts on everyday purchases, eye care and prescriptions, and tools and tips to help manage your money and maximize your health. Plus, AARP fights to protect your Social Security, Medicare, and more. Join and get an insulated truck organizer free, plus AARP the magazine. Call or go to yesaarp.org now.
It's nothing.
Sounds like something.
When you have nausea, heartburn, indigestion, abscess, and diarrhea.
Pepto-Bismol coats and soothes for fast relief when you need it most.
This is Iowa. We just haven't been properly introduced. Say hello to the place where rolling hills meets low bills, where our fields, inside and out, are always growing, and where the fun is just getting started. This is Iowa. So, when are you coming to see us?
Allergies don't have to scare you. Defeat allergy headaches fast with new Flonase Headache and Allergy Relief.
2 pills relieve allergy headache.
And the congestion that causes it. Flonase Headache and Allergy Relief. All good.
Yeah.
Gorilla Superglue Micro.
省时间，省时间。
Precise application.
所以
Control
哦
dispensing with Gorilla strength.
哦
For the toughest jobs on planet Earth.
Lamita Feed is 101 years old this year and counting. I'm Bill Lockwood, current caretaker and owner. When COVID hit, we had some challenges like a lot of businesses did. I heard about the payroll tax refund allowed us to keep the amount of people that we needed and the people that have been here taking care of us.
See if your business may qualify. Go to getrefunds.com.
We're not the same thing for anyone, but we're something for everyone. With writing, shipping, printing, and more. We're the one stop right around the corner. Everything you need to make your small business the unstoppable store. The UPS store.
The profound power of light. The energy of light everywhere. It just has a lot of control over me. A dream that I wish existed, and then I install my dream.
The new 2023 Lincoln Corsair is available at Lincoln Brokers.
Looking at the U.S. Capitol. Tonight, the man who incited a violent attack on that building, the symbol of democracy, so he could stay in office in spite of the will of the American people. Well, that man faced some of those voters in New Hampshire. Many of them supported him then and will obviously support him again this time. And he was clearly speaking their language tonight.
Yeah, by the same measure, it seems he was not speaking to anyone other than voters who may already agree with him. The question is, will he ever do that? Is he capable of it? An optimist might say that remains to be seen. A realist might say otherwise. We can certainly say this. Our CNN Town Hall replay is after a quick break.
You're doing business in an app-driven, multi-cloud world. That's why you choose VMware. With flexible multi-cloud services that enable digital innovation and enterprise control, VMware helps you keep your cloud options open.
Good checkup? No, great checkup. Nailed it again.
Keep up the good work.
For great checkups, Crest has you covered because Crest Pro Health protects 100% of your mouth for 24 hours.
A lip month, no cavities.
Crest.
Well, changing question. Is your investment portfolio really customized? Some advisors say they customize them, but all they really do is ask you a few questions and put all your money in a model portfolio. Here at Creative Planning, each of our private wealth management clients' portfolios is unique. Your investment mix will be based on your custom financial plan. If that's not how your money's managed, you're not getting the customization you deserve. Book your free meeting today at creativeplanning.com. Creative Planning, a richer way to wealth.
If you have Medicare and Medicaid, a United Healthcare Dual Complete Plan can give you more at no cost to you. Now get up to $300 for groceries, OTC products, and utilities every month. With United Healthcare Dual Complete, there's more for you.
There are places you can be, like here, and here, and here. Not so much here. If you've been diagnosed with chronic kidney disease, Farxiga reduces the risk of kidney failure, which can lead to paralysis.
Farxiga can cause serious side effects, including dehydration, urinary tract or genital infections in baby men, and low blood sugar. Ketoacidosis is a serious side effect that may lead to death. A rare, life-threatening bacterial infection in the kidney carrying under control. Stop taking Farxiga and call your doctor right away if you have symptoms of this bacterial infection and allergic reactions or ketoacidosis. And don't take it if you are on dialysis.
Put yourself in the trucks. Make an appointment to ask your doctor for Farxiga, chronic kidney disease. If you can't afford your medication, AstraZeneca may be able to help.
Confident about what you start by? Nope. Why not ask the most confident person you know?
My old high school coach.
Just say, show me the contract stuff. You'll get the most accurate price changes and need the specs. Shop at the all-new CarFacts.com.
I need a Honda knife. The all-new game knife.
You know you're retired, right?
Am I?
Yeah.
You save 50% on this week number limited edition smart vest, plus free on delivery when you have adjustable base, only sleep number.
Next time on the whole story, what happened to San Francisco? There are no rules, there are no consequences. You don't change the homeless.
It has been hard, it's been frustrating, it doesn't even reach its own.
The whole story with Angus and Cooper. Sunday at 8 on CNN. The music of the early 2010s was marked by this groundswell of energy and good feeling. I remember listening to my favorite drop.
The 2010 new episode, Sunday at 9.
Josie needed a provider that can keep up with her fresh ideas, so she switched to Cox Business. With 99.9% network reliability, you fiber fuel key options, and again, she can tackle the AM rush. Added Wi-Fi technology keeps your regular 95 for hours, and around-the-clock network monitoring gives her peace of mind. With Cox Business, Josie keeps her business in the green. Today, fiber availability
I really answered super sponsors who would contract for standard special all the lives. On the first family vehicle for education, and I'm taking right off of Northwest Market. And we're more than enough with the deer, plenty of options. Super makes it easy to get to the wild places you love. You can follow your own path to adventures to English Consumer. Highway 49, just north of Carthage and Scholl.
Super for you, and it's inside. Super for you.
This is CNN, World News Network.
President Donald Trump. I'm Caitlin Collins. Tonight, President Trump is here as he embarks on a campaign unlike any other in the history of U.S. presidential elections. He's the first former president in more than a century to seek a return to the White House, and he is currently leading the Republican field while also facing multiple criminal investigations and an indictment. Just yesterday, he was found liable for sexual abuse and defamation. No questions are off the table, and we agreed to no conditions. We're here to give voters the answers that they deserve. Our audience is made up of Republicans and undeclared voters who plan to take part in New Hampshire's Republican primary. They'll get the chance to question the former president directly. These voters and the issues that they care about the most will help decide if former President Trump will get a second chance to take on President Joe Biden. Please welcome the frontrunner for the Republican nomination, former President Donald Trump. President Trump, thank you for your time here tonight. We have a great crowd here in New Hampshire, a lot of voters. With a lot of questions about what your 2024 term would look like, what another Trump term would look like. We'll get to the voters shortly, but your poll showed that you were dominating the Republican race right now, but you were also under active federal investigation for trying to overturn the 2020 election results. Your first term ended with a deadly riot at the Capitol, and you still have not publicly acknowledged the 2020 election results. Why should Americans put you back in the White House?
Because we did fantastically. We got 12 million more votes than we had in, as you know, in 2016. I actually say we did far better in that election. Got the most that anybody's ever gotten as a sitting president of the United States. I think that when you look at that result and when you look at what happened during that election, unless you're a very stupid person, you see what happens. A lot of the people in the Senate, maybe a couple that don't, but most people understand what happened. It was a rigged election, and it's a shame that we had to go through it. It's very bad for our country. All over the world they looked at it, and they saw exactly what everyone else saw. And you look, even if you just look recently with the 51 intelligence agents, that made a 16-point difference If you look at the FBI, and Twitter, they call it Twitter files, made a big difference. If you look at
Mr. President, back to what you just said there, though, it was not a rigged election, it was not a stolen election. You and your supporters lost more than 60 court cases on the election. It's been nearly 2.5 years. Can you publicly acknowledge that you did lose the 2020 election?
Let me just go on. If you look at Truth the Vote, they found millions of votes on camera, on government cameras, where they were stuffing ballot boxes. So with all of that, I think it's a shame that what happened. I think it's a very sad thing for our country. I think it's a very sad thing, frankly, for the world, because if you look at what's gone to our country has gone to hell. Our borders are bad. Our military's been bad. If you look at the taxes, you look at inflation, what's happened to inflation, it's just destroying our country. We've really become, in many ways, a third world country. And it's very sad what's happened in this administration. And it's something that will turn around on day one. We were energy independent. Now energy is at a level that we've never had to pay before. Nobody can afford to continue to pay what's happening with energy. But we were energy independent, and we were getting out of Afghanistan with strength and with dignity. And instead we got out, we looked like fools, probably the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country.
We have a lot of questions about the economy and foreign policy tonight, but what you just said there, Republican officials debunked those claims about fraudulent ballots. We want to give you a chance tonight.
Who?
Republican officials in Georgia and every single state. There is no of your own election officials, Mr. President. So we wanted to give you a
We're afraid to
chance.
take on the issue. But we have a big problem with this. We
wanted to give you a chance to
We have
acknowledge
elections
the results.
that were horrible. If you look at what happened in Pennsylvania, Philadelphia, if you look at what happened in Detroit, Michigan, if you look at what happened in Atlanta, millions of votes. And all you have to do is take a look at government cameras. You'll see them. People going to 28 different voting booths to vote to put in 7,000 cities.
Mr. President, I had to stop you there because there is no evidence that your own election officials testified to that and said that Republicans in these states did this. In Georgia, there were multiple recounts, including a hand recount. We have questions about the claims that you're making tonight from voters on this topic. Scott Dustin from Concord, he works in insurance litigation. He's an undeclared voter. That's what they call independents here in New Hampshire, as you know. He did vote for you in 2020. Scott, what's your question for the president?
Hi, President. Welcome back to New Hampshire.
Thank you.
Will you suspend polarizing talk of election fraud during your run for president?
Will I suspend, excuse me?
Will you suspend polarizing talk of election fraud during your run for president?
Yeah, unless I see election fraud. Unless I see election fraud, I think I have an obligation to say it. And given what we went through a short while ago, has really put our country in a big problem. I hope to do that. I hope we're gonna have very honest elections. We should have voter ID, we should have one-day elections, we should have paper ballots instead of these mail-in votes. But the answer is yes, and I hope that it's going to be very straight up, because if it's going to be straight up, we're going to win the election.
So you will suspend talk to this question about the 2020 election on the campaign trail?
Yes, and we're going to just win. We're at a point now, we're getting so close, let's just win it again and straighten out our country.
One other question on this. When you talked about the 2020 election, you also suggested terminating the Constitution. Do you stand by those comments?
You were able to do certain things. I'm not talking about terminating the Constitution. I'm talking about cherishing the Constitution. The Constitution says that we're supposed to have legal and well-maintained and well-moved elections. And we didn't have that. I cherish our Constitution. We're going to live up to the Constitution. We weren't living up to the Constitution.
I was just saying there's no evidence of that election fraud. You did.
I'm glad you say that, but look,
That's
that
the
was a
truth, Mr.
horrible
President.
election. That was a horrible election. Unless somebody's very stupid, and I know you very well, you're not stupid, but you perhaps are given an agenda or you have an agenda. Look, we have to have honest elections in our country. We have open borders.
Three of them, maybe one of those three, I don't know, but legal process. They don't have to vote. One of the justices said, release Jason money to his sister Song Chun and his mother there in Chengdu.
And we have millions of people pouring into our country, and now they're getting rid of Title 42.
Any one of those justices or judges,
Mr. President, we have a lot of questions
female
about the
judges.
tonight. tonight. Obviously, that's a big topic, especially given what's expected to happen tomorrow.
I
But I
mean,
want to talk
Hispanic
about the
or
influence you
European
have over
descendants.
your voters. It's
Not
very clear
African
that you are
descendants.
very influential over them. You have a lot of impact. I've been to many of your
Oh,
rallies
yes.
and seen it up close, which raised a lot of questions about the influence
That,
you had on them on January
census
6th and your
does not
supporters
exist.
when they attacked the Capitol. Do you
Running
have any
out of
regrets
people.
about your actions on January 6th?
Well, you know,
who's
January
Russia?
6th was again, we
Who's
went back
Russia?
to it, but January
Russia,
6th has to
Russia.
do with the fact
Russia
that
on cool.
hundreds of thousands of people, and you don't see the pictures very often. A lot of the people here probably were there. January 6th, it was the largest crowd I've ever spoken to. That was prior to the walk down to the Capitol building. I don't think, and I've spoken to hundreds of thousands
Yeah.
of people, I've never spoken to a crowd as large as.
Oh, I got no
And that
control
was
with
because
some
they
cameras.
realized it was rigged. And they were there proud, they were there with love in their
他不
heart.
想当
It was
总统。
unbelievable, and it was a beautiful day. And what I was asked to do, I wasn't involved in it very much. I was asked to come in and make a speech. I made a speech. I said, walk peacefully and patriotically, you know, many
Make
different things. In fact,
alternative
I wrote a list of
political
things. I don't want to bore the audience.
USA government.
Sentence after sentence after sentence of things I said and things I put out. One of the big problems was that Nancy Pelosi, Crazy Nancy as I affectionately call her, Crazy Nancy Pelosi and the mayor of Washington were in charge, as you know, of security. And they did
They're not
not
in
do
charge of the
their job.
National Guard. You're in charge of the
They
National
are,
Guard.
well, I offered them National Guard. I said, we'll give you soldiers, we'll give you National Guard, we'll give you whatever you want. And they turned me down.
You're
And in
acting
fact, she
defense
turned me down,
secretary.
she turned me down in writing. They turned me down.
But your acting defense secretary, Chris Miller, at the time, he says you never gave a formal order to deploy the National Guard. But when it came to that
Just
day,
the opposite.
he
Chris
tested.
Miller wrote a book, and he's a fantastic guy.
He didn't
And he was
order,
ready to
but
go.
he suggested.
They turned him down.
He
It was
proposed.
the mayor of Washington DC, lovely lady.
I'm gonna
She said,
refuse.
"We
That's
don't
what he
like
talked
the
about.
look." Nancy Pelosi said, oh, we don't like the look. If they would have had just, I offered them 10,000 soldiers. I said, it could be 10, it could be more, but I offered them specifically 10,000 soldiers. If they would have taken 500 soldiers, you wouldn't have the problem. They turned it down. And if you look at the Inspector General report, he says they turned it down. They made a terrible mistake.
Well, Chris Miller was your acting defense
Terrible
secretary. He says
mistake,
you never gave that order. But back to what happened on that day. You said you weren't.
Say that.
They did not even recall. They did not call
You said
call
you weren't
Mr. Trump
very
again.
involved that day. You did tell
Mr. Trump, we think we need some soldiers here.
Am I
So
allowed
when
to say that?
when they went to the Capitol and they were breaking into the Capitol, smashing windows, injuring police officers, why did it take you 3 hours to tell them to
I
go?
won't.
I don't believe it. I don't know if we go with that.
What did he say? What's the humor there? What's it?
So if you look at, on January 5th, the day before, I said, please support our Capitol Police and law enforcement. They are truly on the side of our country. Stay peaceful. Stay peaceful. This was the day before. And this was for Twitter. Now use Truth Social. I think it's far superior. Okay. I hope everybody's up. I hope everybody's up to. If you look, January 6th, this is before 2:30. I am asking for everyone at the US Capitol to remain peaceful. This is.
Town hall talk show, candidates debate, etc., so on and so forth. Very good.
I don't know why. I think they took it down because.
Free English corner from me.
I am asking this,
Hmm.
and we didn't know until I got it back, because now I have 90 million people waiting for me to go back.
Where-
I'm staying.
90 million?
I am
90
asking for
million?
everyone at the US Capitol to remain peaceful. No violation. We want
Yeah,
no
yeah, for sure.
violation. We want no violence. Remember, we are the party of law and order. Respect the law
Hmm.
and our great men and
No,
women.
original classic.
Thank you. That was at 2:30.
Which is also good.
Mr. President, I looked at the same timeline that you did.
No,
Once
no,
it was
you didn't
clear,
report that. You know why? Because it was.
we did report it.
I like
was
spicy
reading it.
fish better.
But when it was clear to you.
One
that
spicy
they were
fish
not
was
being peaceful,
presented.
You saw them rushing the Capitol, breaking windows, they were hitting
That's
officers
how I
with
do the
fire
vibe.
poles, tasing them, beating them up. When it was clear they
Long
were,
live the USA.
why did you wait
Hmm.
3 hours to tell them to leave the Capitol? They listened to you like no one else. You know that.
They do. I agree with that.
So why
Nancy
didn't you tell them to
Pelosi and the mayor are in charge. I
Mhm.
assume they were able to do their job. They weren't.
But
And
Pelosi
it
is not
did.
in charge of
And
Capitol.
if you remember, I made a video right outside
Yeah,
the
very
Oval Office in the Rose Garden.
The last bit, okay.
Video I didn't have a.
Don't
switch.
forget I got
Switch like
something more.
this.
The whole bottle of everything, we not even touch.
It was a beautiful video, and it said, I mean, I don't want to read it all, but you have to go home now. We have to have peace. We have to have law and order. We have to respect our great people of law and order. We love the people of law and order. We can't play into the hands of these other people. We have to have peace. Please go home. You know what they did? They took that down, and you know, to this
I need,
it has.
like a certain
The
information,
reason is
a unit 313, Page Apartment Building,
that all of this nonsense.
or another unit is open to me. I need to get a notification from the business also.
They had another one that they did the same.
You send an email to me, hey, this is the office of Page Apartment Building. You're welcome to come back to Unit 313. And at the same time, Unit 416 is open to you also. You can pick one or move all your stuff to both. I'll occupy both units. Unit 313 on third floor, Unit 416 on the fourth floor. They're all mine. For me to freely move in. I get a notification from the business manager or somebody. What is the system's name? It's in my email system. There's a system with a red kind of symbol. I hope it's not controlled by Mr. Hu or Mr. Xi there. I hope it's at least if it's not controlled by me, at least it should be controlled by my uncles. Yes, where are your uncles? Really take a shelter somewhere.
No, because he did something wrong. He should have put the votes back to the state legislatures, and I think we would have had a different outcome. I really do.
Well, U.S. government can tell me. Yes, in the name of former President Trump, you are hereby notified. You can move back to Unit 313. Page Apartment Building. At the same time, Unit 416 is also open to you to freely move in at the same time. So both of the units are yours. That kind of certain information is good. At the same time, there's one apartment on the third floor, a Fountain Apartment Building, by the main road of University Parkway is yours also.
And they worked out a plan to make sure that future vice presidents don't do what I said you could do.
That's not what happened. You're referring to the Electoral Count Act. I've read that. There is no authority.
Come to get your keys of those 3 units, 3 apartments. One unit, 1 apartment in Fountain's apartment complex, another, 2.
Convinced him he didn't, and it was a horrible thing for our country. If you would have sent those votes back to Georgia, Pennsylvania, and other states, Wisconsin, which if you look at Wisconsin, they virtually
Unit
admitted.
416, you were not accompanied by anybody, but the whole unit is yours. Unit 313, the Avanti is still there.
In the affirmative. And remember what I said, and you just.
But there's no more people than Avanti and you.
They said he didn't have the right to do it, and he did have the right to do it, and that's why they changed the law, taking that right away.
I should note that your campaign.
Avanti's wife can come to accompany him sometimes.
For President Biden by the end of it, but I want to move on to Wayne.
If Avanti has to be there in Unit 313.
Illegal votes were cast in Wisconsin, and if you look in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, they had so many illegal votes, they didn't even know what to do with them. You're absolutely wrong.
Mr. President, there weren't any fraudulent votes in Wisconsin. I do want to get to the audience, so we have questions for you from the audience. Wayne Byer is a retired attorney from North Conway. He has previously served in Republican administrations. He volunteered for the Republican Party in the 2022 midterms. He voted for you in 2020. What's your question for the President, Wayne?
Thank you for coming, Mr. President.
Thank you, Wayne.
My question to you is, will you pardon the January 6th rioters who were convicted of federal offenses?
I am inclined to pardon many of them. I can't say for every single one because a couple of them Probably they got
Well,
out of
it
control.
depends on
You know,
the
when you look
nature
at
of the
Antifa, what they've
action.
done to Portland, and if you look at Antifa, look at what they've done to Minneapolis and so many other places. Look at what they did to Seattle and BLM.
I think I can pardon all of
Many
them.
people were killed. These people, I'm not trying to justify anything, but you have two standards of justice in this country. And what they've done, and I love that question, because what they've done to so many people is nothing. And then what they've done to these people, they've persecuted these people. And yeah, my answer is, I am most likely, if I get in, I will most
Pardon.
I would say it will be a large portion of them. You know, they did a very
Pardon all.
and they're living in hell right
最严重的不是
now. And their policemen,
啥？
their firemen, and their soldiers, and their carpenters and electricians, and they're great people. Many of them are just great people.
That's exactly what I talked about, what I guessed.
Convicted was a former
This is
policeman, but he was
it's normal
convicted of
American men.
attacking a police officer, I should know. But when you said you are
They're patriotic.
reporting a large portion of those charged with crimes on January 6th, does that include the 4 Proud Boys members who were charged and convicted of seditious conspiracy?
I don't know.
I need them to realize
I will
and
say,
for confirmation of my ownership of some places here.
you cannot. Just like in New York City, you can't get a fair trial.
Realizing means to make it become reality.
Yesterday, and this is something you want to weigh in on as well. Manhattan jury found that you sexually abused the writer E. Jean Carroll and defamed her. You've denied this, but what do you say to voters who say it disqualifies you from being president?
Well, there aren't too many of them because my poll numbers just came out, they went up.
Trem-
I'm the only person in history.
Tremendous amount of freedom here. You see that guy put his feet on Nancy Pelosi's desk there?
And they went up with the other fake charge.
That's my style.
They're doing this for election interference. This woman, I don't know her. I never met her. I have no idea who she is. I had a picture taken years ago with her and her husband, nice guy, John Johnson. He was a newscaster, very nice man. She called him an ape. Happens to be African American. Called him an ape. The judge wouldn't allow us to put that in. Her dog or her cat was named Vagina. The judge wouldn't allow to put that in. All of these things he would, but with her, they could put in anything. Access
This was
Hollywood.
a jury of 9 people who found you liable of sexual abuse. Do you think that will deter women from voting for you?
No, I don't think so, because I think the whole thing, just so you understand, ready? I never met this woman. I never saw this woman. This woman said, I met her at the front door of Bergdorf Goodrich, which I rarely go into other than for a couple of charities. I met her in the front door. She was about 60 years old, and this is
Yeah, I heard it.
23 years ago. I met her in the front door
Situation.
of Bergdorf Goodrich. I was immediately attracted to her. She was immediately
He
attracted
thinks I was standing on the
and we
coughing to the air.
crowded department.
A lot of people are
We
around.
had this great chemistry, and a few minutes later, we end up in a
He's now surrounded and attacked like my child sometimes.
right near the cash
Try to
register.
fend away some of the attackers. You see the video on the Kroger's department store there?
What kind of a woman
Kro-
meets somebody?
Kroger's department store.
Playing hanky
I mean,
panky in
door,
the dressing room.
shop.
I don't know if she was married then or not. John Johnson, I feel sorry for you, John Johnson.
Mr. President, can I?
Now came over to intimidate threaten us. No, Kroger store, one of the Kroger stores in Augusta, Georgia.
I'm not going into a dressing room of a crowded department store. Then I say, if she was being raped, and by the way, they said she wasn't raped. Okay, that was her charge. It wasn't.
They found
They
you
did.
sexually
They found. What? Say what? They did. They said he didn't rape her. And
You asked for the video. There's no video to prove so.
Can I ask you, given your recounting your version?
And I tell you this.
So, Mr.
Are
President,
you ready?
can
And
I
I swear
ask
on
you
my
this?
children, which I never do, I have no idea who this woman. This is a fake story, made up story. We had a horrible Clinton appointed judge. He was horrible. He allowed her to put everything in. He allowed us to put nothing in.
Mr.
This is
President,
a
you're
fake
recounting your version of
story.
events here right now to the audience. You referenced the trial. You did not go to the trial and actually
That's right.
testify. Do you wish that you had
No,
testified?
it wouldn't have made a
There's
difference.
no
This is a-
video evidence. There's
this
no
was a-
evidence.
My lawyer said, sir, you don't have to do it. I actually said, I think I should. It would be respectful. They said, sir, don't do it. This is a fake story and you don't want to give it credibility.
One
That's
thing
why I
you-
didn't go.
One thing you did do in this.
And I swear, and I've never done that, and I swear, I have no idea who the hell.
Just move forward to find some open
You
girlfriends.
did not testify in person in this trial. There was a taped deposition of you from October, and you defended the comments that you made on that Access Hollywood tape about being able to grab women how you want. Do you stand by those comments?
I said, if you're famous and rich or whatever I said, but I said, if you're a star, you are, and I said, women let you. I didn't say you grab. I said, women let, you didn't use that word. But if
Let's
you-
have some open love affair.
They
No
said,
much
"We will take
hiding.
that back."
Open dating.
For a million years, this is the way it's been. I want to be honest. This is the way it's been. I can take it back.
Oh,
if I want
Abraham.
to, But if you're a
Not
famous
Abraham
person,
Lincoln.
you're a star,
Abraham,
I'm referring to myself. I'm saying
Abraham.
people that are
Abraham.
famous, people that are
You were asking the
He's a
deposition
rich
people
man,
that are rich.
according to the old standard.
I
Oh,
tend to
stories,
do it in
that's
a lot
all.
of different ways, okay?
I don't know,
And
sure
you
now.
would like me to take that back?
Mhm.
I can't take it back because it happens to be true. I said it's been true for 1 million years, approximately 1 million years, perhaps a little bit longer than that.
So you stand by those
Well, I
comments?
don't want to lie. Oh,
Mr. President, we
here's
have a
what,
last
here's
question.
what you want
Mr.
me to
President,
say.
let's
A
get to
rich
the
and
audience
famous
questions
person
tonight.
has no advantage over anyone else. Well, you do have an advantage, and I say unfortunately, but that's the way it is.
You said fortunately or unfortunately, but Mr.
Fortunately or
President, we have a lot of
unfortunately for
audience
her.
questions to get to tonight. I want to go back to the audience. We've got Danielle Rieger. She works as an oral surgery assistant. She's a Republican activist from Derry. She was a New Hampshire delegate for you in 2020. What's your question?
Hi, thank you so much for coming to New Hampshire to answer our questions. My question is regarding the economy. Over the past 2 years, we have seen the prices for everything skyrocket. From food to gas to utilities and insurance costs, many people's bills are up several $100s a month, including mine. If elected president again, what is the first thing you would do to help bring down the cost to make things more affordable?
Drill, baby, drill. We were energy independent. We were soon going to be energy dominant. And nobody had ever done what I did. We got oil down to $1.87. Actually, it fell lower than that in some cases. We had to save the oil companies that the price was getting so. We were doing incredibly. We had the greatest economy in the history of our country, probably the greatest economy in the history of the world. We were energy independent, soon to be energy dominant. We were going to be bigger than Russia and Saudi Arabia put together times 2. We have more liquid gold under our feet than any other nation. Any other nation. And these stupid fools ended it. And energy went from $1.87 and even lower, gasoline per car. They went from $1.87 to $5, $6, $7, $8, and even $9. And your electricity bills went
Maybe
through the roof,
that's
your heating
working
bills went
price.
through the roof. That's what started inflation. And it hasn't stopped because people are paying now for bacon and for eggs and for the 2 and 3 times what it was just a little while ago. We created the greatest economy in history. A big part of that economy was got you the biggest tax cuts in the history of our country, bigger than the Reagan cuts, bigger than any. And also, as you know, we got the biggest regulation and regulatory cuts. This place was rocking, and then we were given a gift from China, and China paid a big price. And let me tell you something, I took in hundreds of billions of dollars in taxes from China. But prior to COVID, and then I rebuilt the economy again, the second one. We had prior to COVID, we had business from China from Wuhan. I said, "Get the Wuhan." So we had the greatest economy in history. They made energy supply, energy store, and it was a mess. An industry in its close. It lifted everything. And we had inflation of lots of protectors. We had inflation for 52 years, but I think more than that. We had no inflation. We had the lowest energy prices we've had in decades. This country was rocking.
Which party is Harry Johnson? I mean, Harry Johnson.
On its debt, with millions of jobs lost, people not getting their social security payments, the U.S. economy into a recession. On that topic, I want to bring in Marta.
Y'all put forward your town hall talk show. Không可惜啊，好，小听，然后捡起来放我嘴里，都不要拉肚子。
Such an important question. So we're $33 trillion number when it is. When we had our factory talking, literally, we were making a fortune. And we would make so much money from one, we would sell many more things. And with private company, we had to do everything to keep this company alive because we're so serious. We have to get the country back. We have to lower energy prices. We have to lower interest rates. Interest rates are through the roof. Energy has to come down, and oil has to come down, and we have to start paying off that. But when we have a debt limit, and they use that very seriously, they can control.
So people in the USA will have good life,
And then we say, we're gonna buy it.
especially you English. Good life, his family and his very good life, rich and prosperous. You want to be famous, get onto Facebook right away, become famous.
You don't wanna have that happen, but it's better than right now. Because we're spending money like drunken sailors.
So just to be clear, Mr. President, you think the U.S. should default if the White House does not agree to the spending cuts or
We're not so good now because you do it better. Because we have to save this country. Our country is dying. Our country is being destroyed by stupid people.
You once said that using the debt ceiling as a negotiating wedge just could not happen. You said that when you were in the Oval Office. So why is it different now that you're out of office? The U.S. defaulting would be massive for everyone to serve for all the others.
It's psychological. It's really psychological more than anything else. And it could be bad, it could be maybe nothing, maybe it's a bad week or a bad day. But you have to cut your costs. We're spending $7 trillion on much of it on nonsense. $7 trillion on nonsense. Get all of that money that was wasted, and frankly, the Senate should never get all that money that was wasted. And if they don't get rid of that, you'll have to default.
Mr. President, we've got another voter.
By the way, you'll default eventually. It's going to be much messier. I don't think you'll have to default. I think if the Republicans hold strong and they say we want let's say we want $5 trillion off, I really think the Democrats have no choice but to do it. And if I win, they're going to be doing the same thing to me in 2 years. I guarantee you that.
Mr. President, we've got another voter here tonight. Bobby Petrino is waiting very patiently. He's a student in St. Anselm. He's a member of College Republicans. He's an undeclared voter right now who supported you in 2020. Bobby, what's your question for President Trump?
Hi, thank you for coming. This is a bit of a pivot, but with gun violence and mass shootings in the news cycle recently, I'm worried that state governments and the federal government are going to act to repress gun rights. Under your administration, you instructed the Department of Justice and the ATF to ban bump stocks. If elected president again, how would you act?
Stay alive.
So,
Come on.
He's only a thief. He wants to kill me. I almost I'm a lady woman.
House is too built too close to the water, not high enough. If you lift it up, there's a big column.
you say the fate of the multiverse and my brain dies. Across the Spider-Verse, theaters June 2nd.
Save 20% on mattresses at Casper.com or store near you. A better night's sleep starts here, so that you can focus on more important things. Shop now at Casper.com or store near you.
Have you noticed?
I'll let
I did the murder.
3.2 when they shoot.
Let's go ahead and measure this. Okay, so this is looking.
Parties with the side of terrorism, social procedures. This shows.
my doctor told me. You've
In 6th grade.
Life-changing money.
We got a clown who suffered neck injuries from a big truck wreck, $750,000.
What are all those?
Low E, also known as low energy, is wreaking havoc on millions.
They're好看的，很好看。
Excellent choice.
不能人不能人去拿，当然去。
Oh, see, guys, should you guys close there? Did you take my stuff? I mean, my wallet, my clothes, everything's gone.
All my stuff is gone too.
No.
Yeah, well, okay, come on, let's go. Come on.
Don't take my choice of mine. Technically, it just says it please. Kiss me, you know that you miss me. Get out the light and go. Right at the store, I don't like the work, I know it. I can see it inside their eyes. I can see it inside their eyes. I can see it inside their eyes.
这给店员说呀，那个票的，那个票，they can tell the store people from.
he's stolen?
You see,
Are you gonna keep him?
can I get the check?
Who paid for these?
Probably one of Walter.
Look. Dollar bill, you know.
I'm sorry.
Staten Island.
St. Mark's 10 minutes.
When you speed out breakfast deal, it's the kind of breakfast that really sticks with you. Time breakfast. Hey, your choice of breakfast is on. Plus seasoned potatoes for just $3. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's $3 breakfast.
Are you sure you're comfortable in the question? Just passing through on her way to the Jazz Jamboree. We wanted to thank America's #1 motorcycle insurer for saving us money. Mara, everything's acting like me. I know, right? Well, cheers your friends and loved ones.
Oh, because
Whoa.
It's a Mother's Day sale with 30% off everything. And this is how mom shines. At Zales, the diamond store.
$6 Euro Way deal for a limited time. Support your skill. Burger fries and chicken fries on Euro Way for a piece on the put your head to BK. Have it your way.
When it comes to safety, who has more IIHS Top Safety Pick Plus awards? The highest level of safety you can earn? Subaru. When it comes to longevity, who has the highest percentage of its vehicles still on the road after 10 years? Subaru. And when it comes to value, which brand has the lowest cost of ownership, lower than Toyota, Honda, or Hyundai? Subaru. It's easy to love a car you can trust. It's easy to love a Subaru.
from medium rare to well done. So many ways to save. Life ready, wallet happy. That's 365 by Whole Foods Market.
It's just a new way of life for me. Always the street pad is super comfortable. It feels like it's barely there. Look at how much it holds, and it still stays thin. I looked at myself in the mirror, and I can't see it at all. That's the protection we deserve. Does a ghost pepper ring that doesn't seem to make any sense? Sure does to us. That's why Popeye's ghost pepper rings are both flavorful and fire. Because in Oakland, we like to taste our food. Not wild, but if it don't make sense, we make chicken.
Josie needed a provider that could keep up with her fresh ideas, so she switched to Cox Business. With 99.9% network reliability, and 5 fuel speed options at the same gig, she can tackle the ham rush. Added Wi-Fi technology keeps her regulars satisfied. Round-the-clock network monitoring gives her peace of mind. With Cox Business, Josie keeps her business in the green. Switch today. Fiber.
Big flying flyer parade. Great. I invited a few more friends.
Nothing is Galaxy M that keeps on. See Guardians of the Galaxy M3.
Receive a free bracelet valued up to $225 when you shop Pandora this Mother's Day.
That's wonderful. Will. Cranberry rings and Outback. Fun is Mountain Dew cheeses. Done. It's a bold new. For limited time, new Cranberry rings only at Outback Steakhouse.
It's time for a new kind of diamond. You're always there for me, diamond. You're my inspiration. diamond that honors every cipher. Diamonds by Pandora. Exquisitely beautiful, lab created diamonds. Happy Mother's Day.
No matter how old you get, mother still knows best. It's my time Mother's Day Marathon, Sunday at 8 on Sapphire.
No idea. Why are you asking me another question? I have no clue. She's doing what she apparently thinks is best for herself.
Yeah, what exactly is that? Sid, he is in the top 10.
What?
He's in the top 10.
He is in the top 10?
Yeah, I know.
How is that even possible? How many launches does she have?
Like 4,471.
How many do I have?
6,806.
I really don't. I'm actually really worried about him.
Yeah, me too.
Get your ass to this party and help me.
Yeah, I'm on my way.
I went down to a place in Bed-Stuy, a little linger on my lips. I let it climb inside my body, and held them captive in my kiss. And there's a storm that's starting now, and there's a storm that's starting now, and there's a storm that's starting.
My mom told me.
Computer told me to enjoy my movement. They know something. Or to find some girls to play together. Come on, guys.
Please no fire-breathing dragons, no knights, no clowns, no saints, skeletons.
Okay.
You're gonna try, you know?
I don't want to see the one guy, one woman show. I want to see girls show. Find some similar looking girl. I'm good.
He's getting homeless.
Tattoo. Look for tattoo there. Look for tattoo. You can find some lady friends. They're going to hold it.
Wasn't afraid. Always said yes. You worked so hard. You got to make it.
And done. You'll never get hurt. So good.
That's what I want to see. You should now do the club.
We're watching that, right? Right. I'm trying to find out more about this game guy.
Who's Vegas? Trying on Blackfield. White girl. The European is in the world. Show more on my camera. The TV.
All right, thank you.
A lighthouse? I love it. Thank you.
Very wise person. He said that lighthouse represents
Just looking. Yeah, that's a ladies show in the movie together. Not one guy, one girl. There was some young girl, a young lady, looking similar.
Okay.
European descendants.
Now they're asking.
I have the perfect lunch for you.
Wait. No, okay, it's not a tattoo. Just say it's cool.
Looking like that. One guy, one female show. Out of my style. Roberts. I can hardly believe another animal.
Okay.
Find some girls to get together. Oh, girls showing up already. Get together with them at whatever movie plaza, movie development.
On the motorcycle. You're on your own.
I can do this alone.
There is no way in hell I'm doing that. Sorry, I'm out. Thank you for tonight. I had a lot of fun. Got a new dress. I'm good.
Say goodbye, and get together with some ladies. Say goodbye and get together with some ladies. What happened?
Please, I need you. Keep me in control. Say yes.
Get together with some ladies showing previously. Yeah, come to this place.
Yeah. Sydney! What?
Get together with Emma Stone. See. 有什么别的好看的？这个。
That's not what I'm saying. I just want to know a few things that could help you fix some pain.
I like that.
What's with cake?
All right.
So being inside makes a heck of a lot more sense.
And
tornadoes. Yeah.
$1 a year by wasting less produce. Ziploc storage bags?
We hosted Eat Today. Many of these animals have been hurt. Life happens.
And it's just for me. Is that
When you live with moderate to severe Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis, your day can be full of reminders of your condition. You were made for UCM Crohn's, but Entyvio is. In clinical trials, Entyvio helps many people achieve long-term relief and remission. Infusion and serious allergic reactions can happen during or after treatment. Entyvio may increase risk of infection, which can be serious. Although unlikely, a risk of PML, a rare serious
I'd
potential
love to share the fish with my lady. Yeah, the fish are very regularly made.
Ask your doctor about Entyvio.
Wayfair's got just what you need.
That product kind of harmful.
Dog friendly and water friendly. Get nice things with nice prices at Wayfair. Wayfair.
spring into savings with the all-new Samsung Galaxy S23 series and get $250 off with night mode captures brilliant images featuring the highest camera resolution on a phone and keep your video adventures smooth and steady. Plus, free anywhere with its built-in S Pen. Get $250 off any Samsung Galaxy S23 series phone for a limited time. So act now and save on one sweet deal only from Cox Mobile.
Hey, in my bag.
Oh, nice.
Hey, Pops, what's cooking?
And I am
My turn.
Who wants more sliders?
Nothing else. See Guardians of the Galaxy.
Adjusting to married life can be hard on any couple, but getting married at first sight is a uniquely challenging experience. And it's
This one's my present.
Come on, leave the pig alone.
There is no pig. It's a duck.
I was talking to the duck.
Jump to our website, Facebook page, Instagram, Twitter, or YouTube channel and tell us which one you like best. And hey, if you have a funny weather clip if we were on, upload it. If we use it, we'll probably use some cash you can save for a rainy day. Thanks for watching, everybody. I'm Jody Miller, and this is the world's funniest weather.
Start planning this real fun beach
Very
vacation
good, very good.
today.
I need some vehicle, so.
Hey, it's midnight. Coming up, our late night show keeps the party going and gives you early risers a few suggestions on how to spend your morning. Stay tuned. Late night is coming up now.
Students in the bathroom.
I'm noticing.
But you read the lyrics on Genius.
On the back shelter.
When I was diagnosed with HIV, I didn't know who I would be. But here I am. Being me. Keep being me and ask a healthcare provider about the number one prescribed HIV treatment with Target.
Darby is complete, no good, once again treatment, use for HIV, only you were to once more pill, Darby fights HIV, you can tolerate it. And stay there. And we're just starting the case of your current treatment. Research shows that taking HIV treatment as prescribed can lead to its failure to prevent transfer of HIV from sex. Side effects can occur, including kidney problems and kidney failure. There are life-threatening side effects, including ability to provide cancer and liver problems. Not taking
Yeah. No, this is good.
No matter where life takes you, Big Target can go with you. Talk to your healthcare provider today.
Now the sleep and the playoffs you love for just $40 a month. Instead of paying Star Atlas, we got this red month out. So you can rent spread every basket. Every month. Get all the playoffs you love for just $40 a month. Sleep, the life team you love. Tap water. Let go.
Oh, because.
Whoa.
What makes L'Oreal Paris hyaluronic acid serum loved by so many? Our highest concentration of pure hyaluronic acid.
Lacking of one female reporter. VIP.
Your son's face. This is multi-town. Is it face? But then you're all set to survive.
Here's the adventure of the monster with flashbacks.
If you quit, you will die.
Race to survive over the sky. Runners of life. Insanity is the only action on
Hey, Rogers. Okay, listen. You and I both know that I should be. Please stop looking back. Okay, because I'm not afraid. So just give me a real dare.
So, baby.
You're a good player. You got a lot of watchers. You got a lot of watchers. Team.
I don't know her.
Seems as if you're pretty weak.
Yep.
Show yourself down there.
Captain.
Some video excerpts.
Hey, Nancy. Question. How would I know when they hacked?
What do you mean?
Hacked. Somebody's been depositing money in my account and things me.
That doesn't sound like a hack. Normally they would take money out. They would hack.
What are you telling me?
It might be being on a job.
What a job.
Yeah, that's probably it. She did an online poker thing. And she's really great at it. Yeah, people, she's doing great. You can tell the deposits. But anyway, I gotta go. I'm writing a paper now on motorcycle safety. I need to like go. Bye.
It's just a bear. Why are you playing with
Trying to help on my face. Sometimes things happen that are restricted.
Like what?
This is just something that you don't just. I guess paparazzi. I. So that's it. We had it.
I don't. She's just lost. Whatever you want. I'm just tired of being your sidekick.
It's funny, you like seeing like anyone's sidekick. Can I see that picture again? Oh,
Yeah. You guys go crazy for her.
no, I mean, the picture itself is really good.
He decided. I took it.
Yeah, we can get on it. I can't picture right now, someone like this.
What do you mean? I'm not.
She looks insecure. Is that you?
She is totally insecure. She makes it seem like I'm the one who's insecure, but really it's her. It's exhausting. She has a party, most likely wrong penny pretty over it. We go to her parents. They're constantly out of town. She has revolves like I.
At that party. Maybe go check it out.
What? Why would I want to go to that party?
Maybe show up detective. Show Sydney that I'm not the person he thinks about.
Oh my god! Shut up!
See, it's not gonna count as food. Don't worry about the She has to film it. She has to film it. Oh my god. I can't.
Wide wireless at the price you want. There are no contracts and no commitments. Just 30-day plans with unlimited talk, text.
In the mid-17th century, England experimented with republicanism. This experiment was the outcome of a clash of ideas, both at the divine right of kings, the authority to tax, and the separation of powers, and soon the separation of King Charles's head from his body. And after this, England spent over a decade without a monarchy before restoring Charles's son as King Charles II. But given that the country had been run without a king for all of this time, why did Parliament and the people feel the need to restore the monarchy? So throughout Charles I's reign, he and Parliament had a difficult relationship. Charles believed that as God's chosen ruler of these lands, everyone who lived there had a duty to shut up and do exactly as he said all of the time. Many of those in Parliament felt differently. Most of the arguments that Charles had with Parliament throughout his reign were over taxation, specifically whether or not the king had the authority to levy taxes alone. But there were also arguments over matters of religion, particularly over tolerance of Catholics and how to approach the governments of Ireland. The king dismissed Parliament several times over the course of his reign when he didn't get his way, and after Ireland rebelled, some in Parliament believed that Charles was working with the Catholic rebels there to destroy Parliament, and thus make himself an absolute monarch in the same way as Louis XIII and XIV in France were. The king worried that his opponents were plotting to oust him, and so tried to have them arrested. He failed, and so he bravely fled London. As a result, Parliament demanded limits on his power, he shockingly said no, and so it was time for war. Long story short, Parliament won, Charles was captured, he incited rebellion, and was tried for treason. The king was found guilty. In 1649, he was beheaded. There was another war, Parliament won again, and by 1653, England was run by a Lord Protector, Oliver Cromwell, at the head of a military dictatorship. But a mere 7 years later, in spite of how much was done to remove the monarchy, it was bad. So why? Well, there were many reasons. The first was that Cromwell was the person who kept it all together, and after his death, his son became Lord Protector. And Richard Cromwell, unlike his father, was not well respected, and many felt that his weak hand would lead to another civil war, which everybody wanted to avoid. Furthermore, the English Parliament was fractured, so no business was getting done, and many just wanted to return to stability. The second reason was that many of those in charge were Puritans, and they had a very strong sense of moral righteousness and cracked down on activities they felt were wrong, such as drunkenness, or most notably, the celebration of Christmas. This wasn't much fun for those who had to live under the rules but may have disagreed with them, and so for those, the restoration of a leader who would leave them alone was positive. The third reason was that Charles Stuart made it clear that the overwhelming majority of those who fought against his father would be forgiven, and that those in positions of power would retain their positions, and unlike his father, he would govern as a monarch bound by the wishes of Parliament. These things combined were why, in 1660, Charles Stuart returned to England from the Netherlands, and both sides agreed to act as if the civil war and the following regicide never happened, until some of the same problems cropped up again a couple of decades later. I hope you enjoyed this episode, with a special thanks to my patrons: James Bizanet, Kelly Moneymaker, Porsche Wolf, Sky Chappelle, Katoinska, Alex Schwinn, Adam Stalter, Rob D. Martin, AF Firefly, Jordan Longley, Jerry Landed, Wyatt Hockey, Marcus Arslow, Spencer Lightfoot, Captain Sidog, Marvin Cassow, Miss Izzet, Camus Yu, Winston Kaywood, Boogly Woogly, McWhopper, Aaron the White, Gustav Swan, Maggie Paskowski, Anthony Beckett, Shuedin, Spinning Three Blades, Coppertone, Daniel Tavian, Charles I, and Words About Books podcast.
Oh, what happened here was humiliating at the beginning of the war, 1941. Oh, they had a boyfriend and then the enticing show. What are the purposes? I told her to get together with some ladies.
Where is she? Oh, he doesn't know. Yeah, take off my alarms. Yeah, she's got a baby.
Yeah, but it wasn't pretty.
Mm-hmm.
Certainly no surprise. Yeah, I know it's not a surprise. It's not right now. I almost died tonight. And you were nowhere to be found. I'm sorry. When you said I should live my life, did you mean I should live my life in your shadow?
Well, Quarrel be frequently the one younger.
Because I never tell you the truth. Yeah. I guess you don't tell me the truth. Because you never told me about how insecure I am. Or about how tough or revolving door flags all the time. You never told me that, but you told everyone that tonight. So please, Reed, go right ahead and show us all what a 5-year-old mark like you become a Dennis Blunt. Come on. Let's go.
Oh,
This is a game. Do you really think that someone like him is actually gonna be with you? Oh, I'm sorry. You really like her now?
Yeah, I do. Come on, Sid, you're just drunk.
Mommy, you're trying to get over her. Clearly she has traded up. Why are you such a bitch? You speak your mind. Come on, like burden yourself. You don't like we're best friends. Do whatever you want. Tell him. Your friend? I'm funny. Well, the only fun thing about you is your brother. What is it you think? That playing nervous is gonna magically make you a different person? That's not how life works. You'll never be a player. I know how much you love living in the moment, Sid. Well, remember this moment. Because you're one of those people who beats in high school. And if you wake up one day still living in Staten Island, still screwing the same guy, wondering what the hell happened to your life. If you want to know where I am from now on, sign up and watch me.
The all-electric Genesis GV60. It won't take you to another dimension, but it will transport you.
December 10th, 1941. 3 days ago.
wanted to be famous.
No, but a kid could die tonight. Look here, it's all on my phone. You can see.
You should have really been a lot of officers already.
Sorry. I gotta do this game.
Oh. Big show.
Earlier, the Americans had suffered a heavy blow at Pearl Harbor, and the Empire of Japan was now wiping out British and Dutch garrisons in the Pacific. The proud Royal Navy soon deployed Force Z, a small but formidable task force, to Singapore, reckoning it would be enough to deter Japanese aggressions along the Hawaiian coast. Prime Minister Winston Churchill was confident his superb HMS Repulse and HMS Prince of Wales battleships could overcome any obstacle the Japanese may erect on their paths. However, Force Z would face a much superior Japanese naval force that fateful morning. Tensions in the Pacific. After the end of World War I, the Empire of the Rising Sun expanded rapidly across Asia. With Korea under its control, Japan turned its attention to the crumbling Chinese regime and invaded Manchuria in 1931. When war broke out in Europe in 1939, the Empire opted to continue expanding in Asia at the cost of British, Dutch, and American colonial possessions, namely Singapore and Malaya. Then, in the fall of 1941, the British government, led by seasoned war veteran Winston Churchill, sought to bolster its military presence in the region as a deterrent to Japanese aggression. Subsequently, two strategies were put on the table. The offensive strategy had the objective of defending British interests in China, while the defensive strategy aimed to protect communication lines in the Indian Ocean. As such, the Royal Navy chose Singapore as its main naval base in the region, a crucial spot in which the British could set up an appropriate defense or attack against the Japanese Imperial Navy. Over 90,000 men and 140 aircraft were always ready to fight the enemy in case of a surprise attack. Meanwhile, the United Kingdom kept fighting the Axis in the Atlantic, the Mediterranean, and the North Sea. And few warships were available to reinforce the garrison in the Pacific. As time would tell, the Royal Navy failed to consider the consequences of having most of its fleet fighting so far away. Force Z. As the Admiralty debated over what to do next, some believed the Japanese would not dare attack the United Kingdom, decided that sending just 4 older battleships would be more than enough to deter any attack. Others, such as Churchill, took the situation more seriously and opted to send a smaller but more prepared task force. As such, the Royal Navy began sending reinforcements to the Far East in 2 phases, and on December 2nd, 1941, the British dispatched Force Z to reinforce Singapore. The force comprised the battleship HMS Prince of Wales, battlecruiser HMS Repulse, and destroyers Electra, Express, Encounter, and Jupiter. HMS Prince of Wales, under the command of Admiral Sir Thomas S. Phillips, was one of the newest vessels in the Royal Navy, with Churchill adding that, quote, "A King George V class battleship exercises a vague general fear and menaces all points at once. It appears and disappears, causing immediate reactions and perturbations on the other side." Churchill had given orders the Prince of Wales could destroy any Japanese ship that dared open fire against her.
But even though Force C was small and powerful, it lacked a vital asset, an aircraft carrier. The task force was originally going to be joined by the carrier HMS Indomitable, but she was damaged and left behind for repairs. Soon, Force C arrived in Singapore and received a warm welcome, but the fear of war still on the horizon. Get on without it. Admiral Phillips visited Manila in early December to discuss the operation with his American counterparts. He then departed on December 7th, right before the surprise attack on Pearl Harbor. War had officially begun in the Pacific. Phillips braced for the inevitable. Sooner or later, the Japanese were coming for him. On December 8th, Phillips received reports of Japanese landings at Kobaru in Malaya and Singapore in Thailand. The admiral decided it was time to get on the offensive and go after the Japanese before they disembarked more troops in Southeast Asia. Force C then set sail toward the north to meet the enemy at Malaya's eastern coastline, where Admiral Phillips decided to sortie and engage the Japanese invasion fleet.
Hyundai Elantra versus Toyota Corolla. Look what Elantra has, and what Corolla.
Phillips knew that air support was essential for combat at sea, but he said to his men, quote, "We must get on without it." Rain and fog allowed Force C to hide from enemy reconnaissance aircraft and submarines as it approached Malaya. Then, while at sea, Phillips received a message about Japanese landings at Kuantan. Upon his arrival, he noticed it was a false alarm. A lone submarine spotted Force C and fired 5 torpedoes, completely missing it. Unfortunately, Force C had lost the element of surprise and was now compromised. Thanks to Providence. Vice Admiral Chisamuro Ozawa, the commander of the Japanese invasion fleet, received 4 additional heavy cruisers, a light cruiser, and 4 destroyers to strengthen his already formidable force of 2 battleships, 7 heavy cruisers, 1 light cruiser, 12 destroyers. It was now time to intercept Force C and eliminate it. At daybreak on December 10th, the British task force was scouring Kuantan with no luck. But as Phillips deviated east to monitor suspicious activity, Japanese raiders found him first. At 11:07 a.m., Captain William G. Tennant from Repulse warned the crew, quote, "Enemy aircraft approaching. Action stations." As the signal replicated aboard the entire fleet, all ships sped up to 25 knots and opened fire. By the time the first wave of bombers swooped down from the southeast, swift British vessels were displaying outstanding evasive maneuvers. From 12,000 feet, the swarm of Japanese aircraft managed to score 1 minor hit on Repulse, which remained in action. The bombers then gave the battered fleet a short respite, but immediately after they left, a second wave of torpedo aircraft arrived. The swarm split in 2 to chase after both major ships, and then launched their torpedoes from 400 feet. Calmly, Captain Tennant maneuvered his battle cruiser out of harm's way and informed his superior that, quote, "We have dodged 19 torpedoes so far, thanks to Providence." Even so, the flagship had been less lucky, and during a torpedo hit on the port side, Prince of Wales soon began flooding, and her speed relented to 15 knots, as she listed about 11 degrees to port. Moving pride. The power loss left Prince of Wales with almost no means of communication, either internal or external. Many of her turrets were frozen in place, and most of her anti-aircraft guns were ineffective. As pumps stopped working, Captain John C. Leach once stated, quote, "Not under control." In less than half an hour, with a single hit, the Japanese irreversibly wrecked the pride of the British Navy. As there was no response from the flagship, Repulse approached Prince of Wales to offer assistance. The Japanese suddenly struck her from the east. The Plymouth ship endured another 3 hits on her starboard, while Repulse dexterously evaded attacks from all directions until her luck ran out. Hidden amidships, Repulse was not able to avoid another wave of aircraft, and after taking 4 successive hits, Tennant and his crew abandoned the ship as she rolled over and sank 33 minutes past them. Meanwhile, the flagship continued struggling, but the last Japanese bombing had scored 1 definitive hit, ending their hopes of survival. Many men were able to board express, and Prince of Wales finally sank at 1:20 p.m.
no more than 85 Japanese aircraft and sunk 2 of Britain's capital ships in less than 3 hours, while only losing 3 warplanes. By the end of the battle, the Japanese aircraft crushed the entirety of the British naval power in the Far East in a single stroke. End of an era. The loss of Fort C is considered by many historians to have had a more considerable impact than the attack on Pearl Harbor. It was the first time capital ships were sunk solely by aircraft in the open seas while conducting an active defense, and the effect on morale of the British Empire in the Far East was crippling. The fact that large ships could be overtaken by small aircraft proved that battleships were vulnerable to minor disruptions. Both vessels were not only fast and robust warships, but markedly agile. Regardless, they fell victim to superior Japanese air power. Moreover, as many modern analysts ponder, it was not an isolated circumstance that settled the fate of Fort C that morning, as much as the unforeseen impact of a sudden technological revolution. Admittedly, British officers were perhaps too cautious when employing surface ships during the daylight in the early years of the war. Besides, it would be fair to acknowledge the element of luck on the part of the Japanese, who would never be able to replicate such an attack with carrier-based aircraft. The fact that the Japanese took the British off guard also played a crucial role in the outcome, especially considering British heavy gunfire was more than effective. Japanese vessels would not have resisted frontal attack. Still, the Japanese long-range torpedoes might have given them a crucial advantage. The events of December 10th, 1941 cemented the narrative for many months during the Pacific War, but above all, they marked the transition from the era of the battleship to that of the aircraft carrier. Thank you for watching my video. Please subscribe to Dark Seas and all of our
The front page is on you. Mm-hmm.
5 seconds. 5 seconds.
像要死。One.
Don't feel stupid if you don't like what everyone else pretends to love. Emma Watson. Don't
be safe.
There are, in fact, two distinct crushing depths. The depth at which engineers say it is unsafe not, and the depth at which a submarine actually crushes. World War II submarines were given a maximum depth rating, although it was impossible to tell how deep they could actually go. Some of them went much below their maximum single crush depth and made it back up, maybe years, while others never made it to the surface at all. So, what happens if the true crush depth? The outer hull, fuel, and air tanks, and subsequently the inner hull all failed at the true crush depth. Submarines' exterior, non-watertight hulls are light and yet affected by dramatic performance. The inner hull, pressure hull, is responsible for keeping the pressure differential between the interior and exterior constant. The submarine disintegrates in the scrap metal and submerged to crush depth. Pipes and fittings will fail as the submarine got closer to its crush depth, and then the hull will grow and creep before imploding and killing everyone on board in a matter of seconds. Instead of slowly seeping in, water rushes in, either trapping air within a bubble at one end of the boat, or generating so much heat that the boat implodes and kills everyone inside. Body parts and fuel oil are under the brain and rises at the top. Very chilling. What happens to the crew? Your crew always suffer a range of unpleasant outcomes in the event of an implosion. If a pressure hull implodes at a depth of 2,000 feet, the air pressure is around 60 atmospheres. The internal pressure will rapidly climb from 14.7 to nearly 875 psi. You'll feel it beat inside the cylinder of a diesel engine just as the compression stroke begins in the areas of the submarine where large bodies of air are trapped. Everything will bust open up with flames until a massive wall of water crashes down and turn into the blaze. Anybody unlucky enough to be still alive will be severely hurt by the water's impact and wouldn't have time to suffer the effects of oxygen poisoning or anything else. Human tissues are mostly fluid, making them difficult to compress. An individual's lungs and sinuses will be crushed instantly, and the tremendous shock will knock them out. Even more dangerous would be the sudden onslaught of water from the ocean, the vessel's bulkheads and decks, as well as the weight and speed with which various pieces of machinery and engines would hurl towards the threat. To put it bluntly, the crew would perish multiple times in a blink of an eye. The story of the U.S. Navy submarine that went to newest in the submarine resolution Skylark with a sound similar to airbrushing into an aircraft. Pressure hit radio that was having minor problems 5 minutes before the implosion, followed by a series of jumping, incoherent transmissions, and then moving quiet. A short while afterward, the pressure began to implode and split apart. U.S. Navy is concluding that the most likely cause of the accident was the failure of a leg joint in the seawater system in the engine room, which sprayed seawater into electronics, causing them to short out and shut down the reactor again. Pressure was roughly 1400 feet the catastrophe occurred. Without its reactor and electricity, the pressure could not prevent itself from sinking to depths that were 20 to 31% greater than its maximum capacity. Are modern submarines any better than classic ones? Correction depths on German U-boats during World War II typically ranged from 660 to 920 feet. An estimated 1,600 feet was the maximum depth at which modern nuclear attack submarines can be tested. Hence, 2,400 feet is the approximate depth at which they will collapse. Certain military submarines, however, are equipped at lofty depths of over 200 feet. For fuel tubes, diesel engine exhaust and air intakes, periscope, pump shield, and many other components require numerous apertures with submarine hulls. The submarine floats and balance is extremely delicate and submerged, and even a small amount of flooding will cause a risk of collapse. The Baptist Game Trias descended to a depth of 35,813 feet in Challenger Deep in the Marianas Trench, which is located a couple of hundred miles east of the Philippines. The depth of the ocean there is 36,200 feet. The depth of this magnitude results in water pressure of over 1,000 atmosphere. The Trias have a scale of 5 inches thick and a diameter of 6.5. Thanks for watching. If you enjoyed this video, please give it a thumbs up and subscribe to our channel for more content. Until next time, this is Fleet Files signing off. See you in the next video.
Yeah.
Where's Emma Roberts? Beauty, what type of beauty? Get out of there, there's another Hamilton. Causing my attention. Shocking book. Some people created the talk show. Oh, no more Asian, showing. It's just a little more bearable than some black show. The Waste of Steel, the worst ad show ever booked. Which ad show is this? It's not so big at all. Jamaica.
Yes, I just said it must have been easy for Mama to get scurvy.
그럼 원래 방석에 좀 다 했었죠. 원래 그래도 이신대도 다 이신죠. 或者是 Oh. it's empty. My building. Put some beds there. Hmm.
Mobile offers everything you want in wireless at the price you want. There are no contracts and no commitments. Just 30-day plans with unlimited talk, text, and data on the team.
This is a news first on What's nice about it is it's tall, skyscrapers. It's mainstream chairs, slash-shaped cities. That unusual triangular shape has kept the eyes of tourists and TV characters for decades. But in recent years, this world-famous structure has sat empty and under scaffolding, only for a New York court then ordered that other grabs of auction in May 2023. An auction that seems to have turned into It's the latest uncertain chapter in the whole story of this building. Welcome to see so much of it is through clothes. This is the story of how one of the city's strangest towers came to be the carpet to become so iconic. And while the crowd struggles around its sale, rather than the area of anything more famous. Manhattan's Wall Street layout is hard to miss, but cutting its own path through much of it is Broadway. And while that crosses Fifth Avenue, a rather awkward model land gets created. Now, the city is famous for its ambition, and small plots of land haven't stopped it yet. But even way back in 1901, purchasing the site in May of that year, the Fuller Company appointed Chicago's Daniel Burnham to design a new headquarters for the firm that maximised every inch of the available land. He came back with an eye-catching and ornately detailed 22-storey slice of steel stonework, then known as the Fuller Company. With design approved and a number of shorter residential and commercial structures demolished, construction on the new tower started racing ahead. At times adding a new floor every week. With an unusual footprint, hardly any site working space, and busy New York streets on either side of them, construction teams had to be clever. And following a recent change in the city's fire codes, this became one of the earliest buildings in New York to shun load-bearing masonry and instead take advantage of steel for a stronger frame. More than 3,500 tons of it was prefabricated off-site in Pennsylvania. Then dropped into the lakes almost immediately later arrived, minimizing the need for storage. What is following the steel skywers is a building then revolutionary. The next terracotta and limestone stonework is used to simply infill and cut around the structural steel that actually carries it to next. I like this system. Not the line, it's exhausting. After a long day, it's not like this. You're not going to do absolutely story. Not perhaps LCB. That's the database also Surfshark. It's VPN that protects your personal data from big companies and cyber criminals. It does that by swapping the real location of the device with you. That means I can virtually travel to any country around the globe from my real hotel. I'm back in the UK with my own Google shows, and even this hotel Wi-Fi, Surfshark keeps your online identity safe from hackers by encrypting your data. If you sign up now, your name's real. money-back guarantee, so there's no risk to contact. You can sign up now with the link in the description. Now, let's get back to that final wedge event. As the freight grows, onlookers often stop to watch the spectacle. Unlike many high-rise buildings, they take a step back as they rise. The flat eye mimics a Greek column. Its top and bottom are slightly wider than its middle section. That sharp top corner of the building is a mere 2 meters wide with an incredible angle of just 12 feet upwards.
It's all based on Beaux-Arts design, which came from Paris.
Alice smiled like Alexei. There was a thing to about the flat eye building. In fact, she wrote a book.
Because all these Chicago architects, like Burnham, like Louis Sullivan, they all went to Beaux-Arts, and they studied this Beaux-Arts design, which incorporates all these Renaissance and classical elements into a modern structure, the skyscraper, and took it to America and then adapted it to American cities.
With such sharp angles and large open streets right down to its engineers painstakingly considered the building's aerodynamics. Steel frames built to withstand up to 4 times the expected wind loads and activates. Still, gusts from the north and spreads around the side of the building, creating a windy experience in all the streets.
Or flat iron them.
Perhaps unsurprisingly, the interior layout creates the design quota too. Office space was tight and sometimes a challenge to finish. The elevators were powered by water pressure and business, occasionally spring leaks and causing flooding. Still, it was definitely an alternative. A single 22-story stack with homes wanted to reach the top. Since the 1982, there was a set of June celebrations. In fact, the unusual structure was built up installation and being done to the firms from despite being sold on auction for a near 50 to those who were great depression. 21 years since the building's completion of the tower is now like the next drawing tourists from all over the market. And the original site purchased back in 1902 has been used for time for its time. The term flat iron building has never formally stuck, and all given its name to this industry to housing. Over the years, it's been home to a variety of companies and retail tenants. Back in 1966, it was designated as an official city now, with a special status that was in renovations, construction, and demolition works. The spirit of the funds thankfully, for structures like Grand Central Terminal and the Airport Estates were the same cost. Then, in 1989, Flat Iron was further renovated to a National Historic Landmark status.
Classifications and services and preference of the structure and exactly how it's designed. One way of process and entities of the
Those works, which have taken place through the pandemic, are triggered multiple screens. As girls rappers and fugitives, things get so bad that the United States Supreme Court ruled but then in 2023, the first its kind to be yes.
Which is based in Rome, and a few other people. It's 75%, and it is perceived as 25%. So their intention was to buy it back at auction, and that was how they were paid them.
That's something that Wednesday experts say is practice. And it seems related to just about Alice actually taking the insurance said she's had speculations about how his relationship was seriously.
Something, weird going on. Either, some people suspect that Nathan put up to it so that they would keep up in the price, and Nathan would walk away with more money because he had lost the building.
For now, Jack Rock is exactly what he's doing. Though there's about no future for that.
Our design.没有造黄的建筑的名字没造黄。你有没有注意那个楼叫什么名字呢？从来没注意。
This is you. All the convenience of owning four, made just for you.
Monday, Santa
Slumber Party. 好难看呐、This is good. This is good. The Slumber Party is bad. 没有看的吗？
No, what? Re-election campaign. Do you want Sanchez?
The question, would you ever consider putting lifeguards there? And I'm gonna keep talking about it until you fix it. I'm just.
You know, these beautiful serving boards, they are 8-inch.
DA panel that. US for the first time.
Oh, no.
Without on-campus statements.
Maybe it's not good.
Well, gator sightings are up. Warmer weather has them on the move, but they're.
Yeah, the LCL spring. And you couldn't tell. Endurance to one side. And first time I saw him.
What she la hacienda, el rancho. For the Mexican couple, if we say in Spanish, vaquero, it's where they go home. Shoe a horse, hang on.
It was going to be fixed for a child. Okay, for this year.
Imagine if you could get everybody to see by treating it with Linsess. Then you could start proactively managing your constipation therapy and begin to find yourself a little further away from the symptoms that keep coming back. Say yes to Linsess. Linsess is not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. Do not give Linsess to children less than 10. It may harm them. Do not take Linsess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with blood or blood stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linsess and call your doctor right away. These are not side effects. Imagine what could relief from IBS-C mean for you. Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linsess. Learn how happy you can help you save on Linsess.
If you're not following the trading start, tight clouds, and you could probably
Well, how you gonna pop on this?
not sure. Gentlemen, Secretary.
Roger, Air Force One, wind is 090 and 12. You are clear to land.
放什么阻止它滑动？打下来就。
I want them to keep Air Force One in visual contact at all times. There are airbornes in ours. There are no airbornes in ours. No, we better start generating them that week, and they better be damn good, and they better work.
How long can they stay up there with the fuel they have?
That's a question of airspeed, wind, altitude.
We need an Air Force One pilot over here. Any educated guesses as to where they might go?
Iraq, Libya, Algeria, those are guesses. I don't know if they're
We better notify our allies, please secure airspace, and keep that under wraps.
just try and relax, Captain. I'm in charge.
I don't know, well, it seems to me that they're in charge.
Vedete, niente ne hanno qualcuno. Non stiamo connectati da questo. Fire! Fire!
Moscow police found 6 members of a Russian TV news crew murdered. The same crew that was cleared to fly on Air Force One.
Just tell me it's not that easy.
Have to generate fake ID, photo, fingerprints. Would be a little help from Moscow.
How did they get the weapons on board?
There's no way to get weapons aboard Air Force One.
They're not weapons already on board to take them. What do they have access to?
They put someone on the plane. All compromised people lost those hands. Those are it.
Go perform.又跑到外面去咳嗽。
Just as unbearable as the physical pain. Fight back. Before someone you love your dignity. If we opened in 2020, were you surprised at the electrical?
Ừ, sao thiểu ăn cơm.
Virtually every plane at Buffalo's fleet, but the 3 was where he pulled off some of his greatest exploits. Like when Arnie had to make a call about landing the 3 on an untested sand runway. If the script was too soft, the 3 would have skidded right out of control. But with the runway's owner looking on, Arnie took his shot.
可以。
That's going to be a classic. Thanks a lot. I mean, you guys much appreciate this. We enjoyed it.
As Arnie's homecoming flight closes in on Yellowknife, there's a question about what's going to happen when they get there.
I don't know how to put them in. Everything on the honors.
Joe offered up the DC-3 and crew, but he usually avoids routes.
I probably just be too doesn't really like socialize.
Where there's a tribute ready on the way.
This is one point that that's an important thing. Hope everyone had a good flight.
That was an amazing trip. I couldn't stress so incredible.
But Kelly's still hoping Joe will be on hand, even though the last time she saw him, there was a massive blow-up between them, ending Kelly's job at Buffalo.
I get off the plane and I was really loved seeing Buffalo Joe. Then Arnie's daughter wanted to go on the corner, so I took her around the terminal.
Good day, fellow Planeteers. Welcome back to another passport review. Today's passport is from, how do I say this? Well, On the cover, you see Republic of China, so you might think, what's with the awkward pause? It's just a Chinese passport. Except it's not. Republic of China, despite the name, is not China. Well, it used to be China until it's not. Today, when we say China, we usually mean the People's Republic of China, or PRC for short, an East Asian continental country controlled by the Communist Party. Its national animal is the panda bear, and its most famous city is Wuhan. Whereas the Republic of China, or ROC, is a political entity occupying the island of Taiwan, plus a couple little isles nearby. Now you're going to say, oh, so it's a Taiwanese passport. No, that's also wrong. First of all, there's no Taiwan written anywhere on this passport. Second, the ROC government has never called itself Taiwan at this point. If you're confused, you're not the first one. Just sit back, relax, smash the like button, and let me explain. Once upon a time in the Orient, there's a kingdom called China. At least, that's what I heard from Marco Polo, who has never been. Anyway, in China, there was a guy who was a pedophile. He didn't like the king because the royal family was an ethnic minority. So I guess on top of being a creep, he was also a bigot. The bigot organized a revolution that got rid of the king. That's when China became the Republic of China, ROC. The ROC was a one-party state. The government was occupied by the Nationalist Party. In fact, the passport tells you as much. The national emblem on the passport looks exactly the same as the logo of the Nationalist Party.
Corporate needs you to find the differences between this picture and this picture. They're the same picture.
This is blatantly authoritarian, even for one-party state. The only countries in the world that put their ruling party's logos on the national flags were these two. So it's kind of telling. Which was why, 40 years into the Republic, the country was in a civil war. Unfortunately, it wasn't about freedom or human rights, because the insurrection was led by the Communist Party, sponsored by the Soviets. In 1949, the Communists officially won the civil war, driving the ROC government forces out of the continent and to the island of Taiwan. The new regime established by the Communist Party is called the People's Republic of China, PRC. Meanwhile, the ROC, despite losing most of China, kept its own name. Most countries in the world recognize that the name China is succeeded by the PRC regime. That's why nowadays when we say China, we mean the PRC. And although colloquially people use Taiwan to refer to the geographical area controlled by ROC, the ROC government itself had never given up claims on the entire China, which includes Mongolia, by the way. It was until 2003 the word Taiwan was added to the ROC passport, but that's the story for another time. Back to 1978, when this passport was issued, the ROC government still thought of itself as the temporarily displaced, legitimate government of the entire China, only in exile. But of course, other countries might disagree. More about that in a minute. But first, let's crack open this passport and see what's inside. On page 1, there's the passport statement, or the request page.
The Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of China requests all whom it may concern to permit the national of the Republic of China named herein to pass freely, and in case of need to give all possible aid and protection.
I stand detected with fewer medicines. Ask your doctor about switching to the drug.
My oldest daughter, Camilla, she came out like 2 days old. She had had a open heart surgery. All of a sudden, she's on 5 different medications. Me and the pharmacist got so tight. She said, "But all right, you saved me a lot of money. Saving that extra $200 to $300 a month. You do the math. The money we're able to save with using CarRx, we're able to do all these extra activities. She can hit on it for a little skinny thing. So it puts less stress on our household, and it puts less stress on our pockets."
Not Brad, but I just switched to Verizon.
Name Republic of China appeared twice. Just in case you're not sure which China is which, I don't think it helps, to be honest. But the layout of the request page is definitely beautiful. I love the big stamp on the Chinese side. The English one is mediocre. Turning over to page 3 and 4, we got the bio page. Since this is an official passport for serious business, the official status is obviously the most important part of the bio page. In case you didn't know, an official passport is issued to someone who's traveling on government business or representing the government to some degree but doesn't qualify as a diplomat. In this case, our guy was working for Chinese Petroleum, a state-owned enterprise. By the way, the company this guy was working for, Chinese Petroleum Corporation, should not be confused with the China National Petroleum Corporation, its Chinese counterpart, which has probably already confused you because I just told you the Chinese version of Chinese Petroleum is called China National Petroleum. Anyway, blue logo Taiwan, red logo China, this logo subscribe. Got it? The source of the confusion is quite simple, since Republic of China didn't change its name. The state-run businesses that moved to Taiwan alongside the government also didn't change their names. They continue to call themselves China this and China that, despite only being able to operate in Taiwan. Needless to say that this has made everyone's life unnecessarily complicated. Imagine booking a plane ticket with Air China and then finding out that you went to the wrong airport that only flies China Airlines. A good rule of thumb is that the red one is usually the Chinese one, but there are also some wildcards out there. The other reason that they kept China on so many things in Taiwan for so long is the sentimental values. Remember, the ruling class in Taiwan are Chinese nationalists who lost the Civil War and got chased out of China to settle in Taiwan, an island to which they have no attachment. It's completely understandable that they will feel homesick and want to name everything they see after their hometown, sort of like what the British did in every colony. For example, the bearer of this official passport was born in China in 1922, which means he probably had to escape China as a refugee in his 30s. By that token, Taiwan is probably the first and only country that's run by refugees, or by a bunch of defeated soldiers, depends on how you see it. Only their losing streak didn't stop after they moved to Taiwan. The ROC continued to lose friends on the international stage, as many countries severed ties with the ROC in favor of the PRC. In 1971, the UN passed a resolution allowing the PRC to take the title of China in all UN organizations and expelling representatives of the ROC. By 1978, the ROC has lost 68% of its friends and only 22 countries still recognize this passport. Of course, that number will eventually drop down to the low teens. But back then, South Korea was probably one of the only major countries that still maintained ties with Taiwan, which is why it's the only country this passport was valid for. On page 16, we can see the Korean visa and stamps, still looking sharp after 40 years. The ROC exit and entry stamps were put on page 18 and 22. Nice big stamps with good quality ink. I wish there were more stamps on this passport. Unfortunately, your ability to travel the world probably takes a hit when you're expelled at the UN. There's one more stamp on the back though. It's a fee stamp. Not much to look at. Right beside it, the passport notes, safekeeping instructions, stuff like that, you know, the usual. Being from the 70s, this passport didn't come with too many security features. The pages are made out of patterned paper, which was the industry standard back in the days. Actually, I'll say the quality is better than the Chinese passports around the same time. The watermarks are the most disappointing, just some Chinese characters. I would much prefer to see some images or patterns. But overall, this passport is in excellent condition. I'm happy to have it in my collection. The history between Taiwan and China is also fascinating. I'll probably do another video just on that. So until then, peace.
History.
Hey guys, if you like the video, give it a thumbs up. If you want to know more about immigration and passports, hit the bell. I'll see you in the next one. Bye bye.
minute you build a device and then you actually get nothing left of the year and the performance.
Good day, fellow Planeteers. Welcome back to Passport Planet, a channel where I make fun of your country. Today we're going back in time to Canada in 1972, when the Prime Minister was Trudeau, an admirer of Communist China.
The level of admiration I actually have for China.
Sorry, wrong clip. I mean the other Trudeau, an admirer of Communist China. Man, every day is like Groundhog Day in Canada.
Hey, I've seen this one. This is a classic.
On that note, let's dive in and see what history has in store for us. Welcome to Canada, where the flags are always half-mast and cell phone plans are always expensive. This episode of Passport Review is brought to you by Canadian Truckers. You notice instantly that this passport got its corners cut off. That's because it's an old passport that's been cancelled by cancel culture, which is a very Canadian thing. This Canadian passport is also bigger than its modern version. This is the case for every country due to the standardization of passport sizes. I just think everyday Canadians will be glad to know that the Louis purchasing power is not the...
Got it. You take the trail down the water. Look for the guy by the shore. Matt, sit the right side of the house. I'll take the left.
The only thing that shrunk over the past 50 years. On the cover, we can see the word passport in both English and French. This is because Canada is a bilingual country where English and French share the official language status, just like Cameroon and Vanuatu. But unlike Cameroon and Vanuatu, who display everything on the passport in English and French, the Canadian passport forgot to put the name of the country in French. And don't tell me Canada in French is still Canada. That's some bullshit. Vanuatu in French is still Vanuatu, yet they've made the effort of translating. The language minority in the country will thank you if you put the French translation of Canada on the passport. And don't forget to make the French text twice as big as the English one in order to be compliant with Quebec rules. Now, on to the coat of arms. The Canadian coat of arms at first glance looks like the British coat of arms with extra steps. On second look though, still looks like the British coat of arms with extra steps. There are some differences. Hold on, let me get my British passport. Alright, as you can see, the main difference is that the British one looks way better. I mean, it's clean and dignifying. The Canadian one looks too busy. You might notice that the coat of arms on this passport is different than the one on the modern passport. One second. Here you go. The government modified the coat of arms in 1992. The main difference is that they added a second national motto, which made things even busier. Speaking of the national motto, I always thought the Canadian national motto was "sorry about that," but apparently it's "from sea to sea," a blatant plagiarism of America the Beautiful, which was published 30 years before this emblem was designed. Credit where it's due, Canada did try its best to hide the piracy by translating it into Latinx. Hey, can I copy your homework? Yeah, just change it up a bit so it doesn't look obvious. Okay. Upon opening, we see the request page. It reads,
"The Secretary of State of External Affairs of Canada requests, in the name of Her Majesty the Queen, all those whom it may concern to allow the bearer to pass freely, without let or hindrance, and to afford the bearer such assistance and protection as may be necessary."
This reads a little bit different than the request on modern Canadian passports, mostly because they have changed the title of Secretary of State of External Affairs into Minister of Foreign Affairs. Overall, this page got nice texture and beautiful font. At the bottom of the page, it says this passport is printed by the Canadian Banknote Company, which is still printing passports for Canada today. Over on page 1 are some statements and instructions. The font is less classy than on the left, but it's very easy to read. One thing that stands out is that here it says a Canadian citizen is a British subject. Now that's a word you don't hear often these days. The term has different meanings depending on the time period. Before 1949, anyone from the British Empire and its colonies is a British subject. That means if you're born in Canada before 1949, you have the right to become a British citizen. If you're born in Canada between 1949 and 1983, you're still a British subject, but your pathway to British citizenship will be the same as anyone else's. After 1983, Canadians are no longer British subjects. In a second, we're going to flip over to the personal information page. But before that, remember a free way to support the channel is to like, subscribe, share, and comment. As always, the bio page will be available for patrons and channel members. Alright, this is Giorgio. He's a naturalized Canadian citizen. There's something odd about his bio page. I'll give you 3 seconds. See if you can find it. That's right. This passport doesn't have sex markers, which is amazingly radical and progressive for its time. I mean, don't get me wrong. Canada today is still the most radical country.
The future of mankind. So we'd like you to.
Is it equality, not necessarily more inclusive.
There we go. Exactly.
And we all know that Canadians can choose gender X on the passport, but nothing is as progressive as not showing the gender at all, like on this passport. Granted, some countries were pretty flexible too. For instance, the Thai passport, which I have shown you, was very inclusive towards ladyboys. Check out that video by clicking the top right. My point is, Canada seems to be as progressive as Thailand back in the 70s. I know it says Mr. here, but it doesn't indicate gender. Anyone can be a Mr., a Miss, Mrs., or a man. I mean, how can you be sure Giorgio here wasn't identifying as a two-spirited First Nations member? You can't. And it would be wrong for you to assume his gender or racial identity. Another thing I find very interesting about this page is that the date, the birthplace, and the hair and eye colors are only in English. This is not possible today because requirements on Canadian documents are ridiculously strict nowadays. But apparently at the time of the passport, which was only 3 years after the Official Languages Act was passed, there was still some breathing room. Turning over to page 4 and 5, we got observations and endorsements. Nothing too special here, but you might realize that this cancel stamp on the passport is only in English too. This is problematic. Some dude from Quebec might pick up this passport and don't understand the cancel stamp and think this is still a valid passport. That might pose a threat to Canadian public safety. For those who don't know, Quebec is a province in Canada, although it's not even a signatory to the Canadian Constitution, so technically it's not a part of Canada. The point is, Quebec is the French country. They are very adamant about their language and identity. In fact, around the time of this passport, Quebec separatism was at its highest. Groups such as the FLQ were carrying out all sorts of radical activities in order to secede from Canada. From the 1960s to 70s, despite being 30% of the population, Quebecois committed 100% of terrorist crimes. In the end, the Canadian government agreed to make concessions to Quebec in every major policy decision. So it's apparent that besides English and French, there is another language Canada understands. Alright, let's go over design and security features. Every page has a patterned crown. Watermark shows the same, pretty plain compared to other countries' passports in the same era. On the very back, you got some safekeeping notes. One thing that stands out is that it says the passport bearer may file emergency passport applications at the British consular post. This is about the only benefit you get as a British subject, but it only applies when there's no Canadian consular posts around. That's it for the Canadian passport. They used very high quality material, which explains why there isn't much wear and tear even after 50 years. It carries quite a bit of history. I hope you've learned something. See you in the next video. Bye.
Discover a world of striking hair color. Let the world see your strength. Short top hair color. Dr. Z. We love this picture. Thanks. My daughter has sensitive skin. Try using all 3 clears on your face routine. Tackles and carries all 3 clear, the #1 doctor recommended right for sensitive skin. Dr. Z. We love your skincare videos. Thanks. My daughter has sensitive skin. Try using all 3 clears on your family's laundry routine. It tackles impurities without leaving irritated residue by clean and gentle on skin. All 3 clear, the #1 doctor recommended right for sensitive skin. Ugh, I can't wait to get out of here. I'm right into my shower. New Diet Hydrogen Complex and Vitamin E cleanses deep and is gentle on skin. Diet Love Your Skin. Let's do this.
What matters is only in front of you. And at Maserati Pensacola, leave the pack behind with the performance and style.
Well, the thing about being here is, are we in Canada or are we in America? Even they're confused.
It's true. Even when looking around here, it's hard to tell.
We've covered places like Point Roberts, Washington.
I support the purchase of Point Roberts by the government of Canada.
And the strange little American bump, Angleton, Minnesota.
What would you take to court exactly?
Not being able to go to your own country? That seems like a pretty liberty, isn't it? But off the far northeastern corner of Maine is Campobello Island, a Canadian city trapped in America.
We live in an area where we're isolated on all 4 sides.
This Canadian island has absolutely no connection to Canada. Fortunately, there's one bridge to the United States.
So we are required to travel back and forth for almost nearly everything.
Having limited healthcare, no gas, limited groceries, and having to travel back and forth into the US. It's impossible to live here now. It's really hard.
And because they are literally connected to the United States, the residents are undergoing an identity crisis because of this North American border that makes no sense. And some have even proposed a trade with one of these cities that could solve their problems and more.
Having so many similarities, we knew we had to go.
Oh, you could almost walk.
Chris is definitely right. This bridge to Campobello Island is only 847 feet long. And here in the Bay of Fundy, tides ebb and flow more than anywhere in the world. So at times one could almost walk across the border without the bridge.
Any advanced cannabis products or weed?
To start off our curious Canadian journey, I met with Stephanie, the knower of all things Campobello at the library. Are you Stephanie?
Hi. Okay, you're going to hear this story a million times when you talk to people, but that urban myth or rural myth is that the guy that was in charge of drawing the boundaries for this area was drunk, and that's how we ended up being Canadian rather than American.
What are other things that could help alleviate the stresses of this odd border?
Every facet of existence that you can think of is complicated by living here. So when you say what things, but everything. Anything that you might need or use in your normal life, it's different here. I mean, we don't have a gas station, so to gas up in our cars, we have to go into rain.
This inconvenience was something we soon experienced. We were forced to cross back into the U.S. Drive very carefully to the nearest gas station, top off, and make the trip home. Back to Canada.
Are you the Off the Cuff Boys?
You know the Off the Cuff Boys?
It's a small one.
You're a pretty special part of the world.
Well, I think if you're used to living here, it's pretty unique and special, and takes a lot of adjustment if you're not, right? We have landowners come in, buy houses, and think, can't do this. 2 or 3 months later, leave.
What is it that people can't deal with?
It's the borders.
Our morning trip to Tim Hortons, for example, outlines the struggle perfect. 4 border crossings in order to get some Timmy Hos doesn't seem very Canadian to me. But for us, it was worth it. However, for Canadians who live here, there have been serious repercussions, especially during the pandemic.
Both Canada and the United States will temporarily restrict all non-essential travel across the Canada-US border.
You know how isolated everybody was during the pandemic? Well, times that by, 100, and that's what it was like here.
Many residents of Campobello Island couldn't reach the rest of their country. Here is a solution. Island to the rest of their country. You know the problem? It doesn't run year round. So now I'm stuck at the bottom of this ramp and I want to get to the rest of Canada. Oops, no barge. Half the year, they don't have one. So they're just stuck. You gotta reverse, and it's dangerous. It's scary. It smells like burnt rubber. It's like slamming the brakes like a mother. Because of this, community members have banded together and began petitioning for a year-round ferry service.
They've been fighting for a ferry here for a long time. But definitely since the pandemic, they've been full on.
It's been 2 decades worth of trying to make that happen.
There was a time where Campobello was seemingly one of the most serene places in North America. And for that, we're going to need a little history. Campobello Island, now technically a part of Canada, has a complicated history. For thousands of years, the island belonged to the First Nations people of Passamaquoddy and is recognized as the easternmost tribe in Native American history. Then, in 1604, the French took over the territory. The reign lasted until 1713, when the Treaty of Utrecht was signed, giving the land to the British. By the 1860s, the population had grown to over 1,000 residents. But in 1866, the Fenian Brotherhood, a group of Irish exiles, set out to take over the island.
So they geared up and invaded from Eastport, which is just across the bay. And the British Navy had to defend against their attack.
The British Navy eventually shut them down, but the battle frightened the islanders. And because of this, just 1 year later in 1867, New Brunswick formed with the British North America into the country of Canada.
The island was therefore a catalyst for the formation of Canada as a country.
In the 1880s, wealthy Americans went up north and bought up much of the property on the island for their summer homes. One of the families to move in were the Roosevelts, and in 1908, this cottage was gifted to the 32nd American president, Franklin Delano Roosevelt. It was here in 1921 that FDR developed what was thought to be polio. After Eleanor Roosevelt's death, the property was deeded to both the U.S. and Canadian governments, forming the only international park in the world. So who runs this place?
I do.
Are you American or Canadian?
British. So that confuses it even more.
Yes.
Yeah. A British guy running a joint Canadian-U.S. park.
So this is an international park.
It's the only one in the world.
What makes this island even more international are the residents.
A large number of the population here are dual national because there were no hospitals within easy reach of the island on the Canadian side. So many were born in the U.S. back when you automatically got United States citizenship from being born there. If you ask an islander, what do you consider yourself? They are proud to say, I'm a Campobello resident.
So when I was growing up, crossing the border was really easy. Basically, you knew all the customs officers on this side and that side. Many times they just waved you through or what have you. But it has certainly become more interesting since September 11th.
The attacks on 9/11 changed the world forever. Immediately after, the borders shut down, leaving many stuck at the crossings. In the following days, the Department of Homeland Security was established, and entry into America would never be the same.
In 2009, I think it was, passports became mandatory. And not everybody can afford to equip their whole family with passports. So the last time our population was this low was 1851.
The all-electric Genesis GV60. It won't take you to another dimension.
Residents here feel violated. Their mail has to be delivered from mainland Canada, through Maine, then back into Campobello Island. Upon arrival, people here have noticed that their mail is being searched by the U.S. Border Patrol. Adding to their discomfort, gas stations, grocers, and banks are closing on the island, making Canadian citizens even more dependent on a trip to America.
This is Newsbreak 26 in Southwest New Brunswick. Hundreds rallied to protest the closure of the island's only bank.
This is a great island. It's full of great people. And I just want to see it keep thriving.
Everything I do is dual. Everything I do is buy. I have a post office box in the U.S. I have a post office box in Canada. I have a Canadian Amazon account and I have a U.S. Amazon account. Healthcare. No healthcare.
Are there any positives on this side?
Cheaper products, low taxes, no guns, more of a social network. I think there are fewer worries. You probably make more money in the U.S., but you pay more in healthcare.
How American is Campobello?
I'm going to say 50-50, probably.
That's a pretty good percentage.
It is a good
Considering we're in
percentage.
Canada.
I know.
Do people here wish that this were America?
No. No, I would think not. I would hope not. No, I don't think they do. I think outsiders looking in always come to that conclusion that we wish, maybe they wish they were American. No. I don't think the general consensus wishes we were American.
Would it be a fair trade to say,
Nope.
can't even let me get it done?
No, I don't want to trade. I don't want to be part of the U.S. No, I don't want to trade.
Yeah.
I do. She's hungry. She wants to trade. Lori.
Okay, so what are the reasons why you don't want to trade?
Well, because I'm Canadian. I don't want to live in the U.S. I don't want to be American. I just want Canada to recognize that we're Canadian. Give us a ferry.
Having this ferry could help resolve one of the most intrusive issues with this strange border, the banning of goods and produce. For example, on our trip, it was illegal to bring eggs or chicken into Canada from the U.S., which we definitely didn't. I don't think. Maybe a few.
Bringing groceries here from the U.S. is a challenge. because you don't know from day to day what you can and cannot bring across the border.
It depends on how trade relations are going. There'll be some product that's banned for whatever reason. Not too long ago, you weren't allowed to bring citrus through. Before that was potatoes at one point.
Actually, I sat behind a gentleman the other day for 20 minutes while they figured out on the American side what to do with a packet of eggs that he had, because all chicken products are banned.
So I'm gonna do the Canadian thing, and instead of get one of their chicken menus items, I'm going to get the poutine, of course. This is my first true Canadian poutine.
Cheese and potatoes.
I'm just gonna stay here forever. An idea that has been floated is a trade between Campobello Island and Point Roberts, Washington. Each location experiences a similar situation, but are affected on opposing sides of the border. If these pieces of land were traded by the US and Canadian governments, many border issues could swiftly be resolved. However, prideful residents in both situations may not agree with the shift in lifestyle.
Campobello, in the eyes of many, doesn't get the support from the province or the federal Canadian government in the way that it probably should when you consider its value to the Canadian economy from its fisheries.
Look, you've had a good career. I don't think you're a big bad master spy.
كان بين وخير.
Spy. I think you just messed up. Ioniq 6 versus Tesla Model 3. Look what Ioniq 6 has and what Tesla Model 3 doesn't. Hyundai Ioniq 6 wins every time.
Seven shots from his Glock Model 20 10mm and a good pow were what it took for Sam Kezar to survive when a massive grizzly bear came charging at him. The animal was crazy fast, more than ready, and definitely deadly. But as it turned out, so was Kezar and his Glock. This is fierce, and this is an amazing survival story that might just convince you to invest in some safety measures when you venture into the wild. Hit the like button and subscribe right now for more stories like this one. It was September 2021 when Sam Kezar and his friend Jared went to Wyoming, just outside the Yellowstone National Park, for some elk hunting. The two of them were experienced hunters, and they knew how to get what they wanted. They also knew they were hunting in bear country, so safety was a top priority to both of them. In fact, that was part of the reason Jared was there in the first place, to provide aid in the eventuality of a bear attack. This doesn't mean Kezar wasn't very well prepared on his own. As it turned out, the opposite was quite true, but no one should ever refuse any additional safety measure. Back in 2016, Kezar decided he wanted to take on elk hunting. He was a professional man, an arborist, and a family man. Kezar never said no to house chores, but he was also a passionate hunter. When he wasn't working or spending time with his family, Kezar was either shooting his bow for practice, hunting, or thinking about hunting. Once he decided to get into elk hunting, Sam Kezar started his meticulous process of getting information. He wanted to learn everything about it and also make sure he would be able to do it himself. For 3 years, he went to Colorado before finally killing his first bull. After that, he knew that elk hunting would become a fixed occurrence in his life. He drew pleasure from it. It was a way to connect to nature and to himself. After all, hunting requires sharp instincts. In 2021, Sam Kezar drew a Wyoming tag for a unit right outside Yellowstone. The South Dakota-based man was going to hunt near one of the most famous national parks in the entire world. But while he knew the land was rich in beauty and teeming with elk, Kezar also knew he was going to venture into grizzly country. And while grizzly attacks are rare, they're always a possibility. And when they happen in a flash. Kezar knew that there's no room for hesitation or mistakes in bear country. He had to be prepared for an attack. That's why, as soon as he knew for sure he was going to hunt in Wyoming, the man went to Shields and bought a Glock Model 20 10mm. It wasn't an uneducated purchase. In fact, the detail-oriented man had previously researched the best choices for protection in bear country, and his research had pointed toward the Glock Model 20 10mm. It was allegedly the best overall choice when dealing with bear country. Kezar also bought the only box of ammo available, 180 grain full metal jackets. After some more research, Sam came to the conclusion that having a gun in a hip holster or in a backpack wasn't the best decision. He found another alternative. The man purchased the marsupial gear harness, which had a soft holster system and enabled him to have a right-hand draw right on his belly. Since owning a gun and actually shooting one are far from being the same things, Kezar started practicing straight away. He spent every day shooting the 10mm. The man would practice, and then practice some more. He practiced drawing, getting his grip, and obtaining his target. He spent the summer shooting his gun and his bow. When the end of the summer approached, Kezar went and bought another box of ammo and started live fire practice in his backyard. He knew every second was crucial when it comes to bear attacks. That's why the man tried to prepare himself for a sudden attack. Kezar would practice not being aware and then having to react very fast, as if in a life or death situation. Finally, September came around, and so did the hunting trip. Sam Kezar was joined by his friend Jared and left for Wyoming. Both men had bows, both men had guns, and both men had bear spray. The first day of their hunting trip was exciting, but fruitless. They were surrounded by white bark pine and little groves of heavy spruce. At one point during the day, Kezar shot a bull elk, but the animal didn't die. Instead, it took off. The men lost the herd, but returned the following day to try and find it again, but it was as if the animals had vanished. Kezar and Jared decided to drive to some higher ground and try their luck there. They got out of the car and started trekking, always mindful of their surroundings. As they walked, the two men found fresh bear feces. They had to be ready for anything. They kept walking, and then there it was, another sign. This time, the men spotted big scratches on a tree. Finally, they walked through thick timber into an opening. There was even thicker spruce in front of them, but there was no time for them to take in their surroundings. They both heard it at the same time. The sound of rustling, and then a mighty roar, louder than anything they've ever heard. Sam Kezar had killed 2 black bears with his bow before, but this was different. This was a massive, angry grizzly bear coming charging at him. Both Kezar and Jared yelled out, "Bear!" As Kezar yelled, he realized he was holding something. He realized he had his bow in his left hand and his gun in his right hand. He had no recollection of drawing the gun, but the man knew that his instinct had acted before he could consciously figure it out. Those long months of practice were paying off. As he watched the grizzly coming at him, Sam Kezar thought it was maybe only bluffing. He fired his gun, putting a round at the bear's feet to scare it away, but the bear wasn't fazed at all. That's when the man knew it was no bluff after all. The huge animal kept charging, running full speed. Kezar's hand moved out of instinct again. The man started firing round after round as quickly as he could, as accurately as he could. Sam could see the animal's fur ripple at least twice. He knew he managed to hit it, but the animal was still coming. And then Sam felt himself falling backwards. As soon as he saw the animal charging, Jared, who was only a few steps from Kezar and a little to the man's left, took a hold of the pepper spray. The man then took the safety off the pepper spray, deploying it. But Mother Nature had other plans. The breeze changed its direction. Instead of reaching the bear, the spray came back into Jared's face. But the man was quick to think and to act. As soon as the pepper spray hit him in the face, he managed to fire 2 shots at the bear. The bear stopped. Jared's bullet had just pierced its chest. The animal turned to run away, and Kezar shot it one more time in its hind end. The animal stopped, sitting on its back haunches some 90 yards away from the men. Kezar and Jared started yelling at it to try and make it go away. When he saw the bear wasn't budging, Kezar pulled the trigger again. Finally, the grizzly walked back into the trees, where it took its last breath. Kezar and Jared alerted authorities, who then started an investigation. The state warden told Kezar that while he had the right to protect his life, the case had to be treated as a federal investigation, because Kezar might have killed an endangered species. Soon enough, the authorities came to the conclusion that Kezar had acted in self-defense. They also determined that the grizzly was in fact a sow. It was 18 to 20 years old and had recently had 1 cub, whose paw prints were found at the scene. Sadly, killing the sow meant the cub was most likely going to die soon after. Without its mother's milk, the cub had virtually no chance of surviving. Sam was sad about the cub, but he was also glad he had taken the time to practice shooting. The man was proud he'd been able to protect himself when it mattered most. In fact, even authorities had marveled at his abilities. They told him that his quick actions had definitely saved his life. Out of the 7 bullets Kezar shot, 3 of them pierced the bear.
What weapon is useless? 有人在外面砸什么铁栏杆呐、咳嗽骚扰，耽误了一阵子。这个微波炉放在那边够不够安全成问题。嗯。人都已经严重骚扰，盯着我整。又是3点了。2023年5月11号凌晨2点52分，早先的时候大约半个小时到1个小时之前，那个中亚人在外面又敲那个铁栏杆，又是咳嗽，故意盯着我骚扰一番。在那之前我准备睡觉，他那一敲铁栏杆一咳嗽，一阵咳嗽几次，我决定先不躺下来休息了，看录像看了段时间，现在把录像自己监督录像打开。还有的有点像要盯着我进行骚扰。有时候电视上某个节目，比如说那个 Trump 在那电视上演什么 talk show， 他也在那个什么，他在外面咳嗽，但是有人通知他，在中亚里面，前苏联盯着我整。上次请他帮了一次忙，带我到那个沃尔玛去。我问他是不是 free， 他说 I'm a rich man， 他同意免费带我去一次。我说 请他帮忙我们自行车一起去，然后骑自行车回来。Parenting. 这广告，这我没监督的时候。黑色的，我想买黑色的车，白送的也可以，没车开一开。我说的车不是人，黑人连白送我都不要，不可以要的。It's like Chairman Mao outlined many years ago. I'm gonna go to sleep now. Got no more time to joke or talking about talk show. It's 3 o'clock in the morning almost. Already 3 o'clock? If I don't go to sleep now, there will be problem for the entire Thursday, I guess.每种电话都印上穿缝标记。那不同电话公司不可以通用，一个是通用的电话，电话机种应该是通用，而不是每个分公司的，好怪。好怪，真是很怪，不合情理，不合常规啊。 Fear Jammer. We need to put on Fear Jammer.不是1971年，那个是1974年，不是1971年。我把它做了1974年。 什么地方砸一下？电动敲响声又是一声。第一声闷砸声，可能是有人动。摄影师听方向听不太准，而且现在又戴了耳塞，有可能是朝西北面那边。镜子墙对面。镜子墙另一面。 生痰了。Mucous membrane secretion formed.
Mm-hmm.